Friday, the 1st of March 2013. Thank you. Order. We come now to the main business. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Marriage, same-sex couples bill. Second reading.
Now, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Just before I call the Right Honourable Lady from the Treasury bench to move the second reading, the House will be aware that there is a 4-minute limit on backbench speeches. I should mention for the House's knowledge that 71 honourable and right honourable members are seeking to catch the eye of the chair. We will do our best, but it would be appreciated if members didn't keep coming up to the chair asking whether, and if so when, they're going to be called. They shall just have to be patient. We look forward to the debate. Maria Miller.
I beg to move that the Marriage Same-Sex Couples Bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that every marriage is different. Indeed, any husband or wife of a member of this House has a very distinct set of challenges to face every day. But what marriage offers us all is a lifelong partner to share our journey, a loving, stable relationship to strengthen us, and a mutual support throughout our lives. I believe that this is something that should be embraced by more couples. The depth of feeling, love and commitment is no different between same-sex couples than opposite-sex couples. This bill enables society to recognise that commitment in the same way too through marriage. Parliament should value people equally in the law, and enabling same-sex couples to marry removes the current differentiation and distinction. There's no single view on equal marriage from religious organisations. Some are deeply opposed. Others tell us that they see this as an opportunity to take their faith to a wider community. Of course.
Will the Right Honourable Lady give a cast-iron guarantee that if this bill becomes law, no religious denomination, no place of worship, no clergyman or equivalent in other religions will be forced by legal action in the courts or the European community to carry out weddings without their wishes?
The Honourable Gentleman is preempting some later parts of my contribution, but I can say to him that we've taken very seriously all the points that he's raised about the need for protection, and he will see in some detail in the bill how we've put that into place. Of course.
I thank my right honourable friend. Is she aware of the letter written to honourable members by the Lord Carey of Clifton on the issue of equality between safe-sex and different-sex individuals, where he says that the government has failed to address the important issues of consummation and adultery? While these concepts will continue to remain important aspects of heterosexual marriage, they will not apply to homosexual marriage. On the one hand, this does nothing to promote the ideal that marriage is both equal and should be a lifelong union.
My honourable friend will know, of course, that there's already no legal requirement for consummation, that our provisions will mean that adultery stays as it is, and that couples will have the opportunity to cite unreasonable behaviour, as many do already. And I think the issues that he raises are dealt with very well in that way. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, I can make a little more progress. Because, as I say, there's no single view from religious organisations on this issue, and I know also that some colleagues in the House feel that they cannot agree with this bill for principled religious beliefs. And that is a stance that I entirely respect. If the Honourable Gentleman will give me a moment to make a bit more progress. I don't think it's the role of government to tell people what to believe, but I do think that Parliament and the State have a responsibility to treat people fairly. I'll give way to my honourable friend over there and then my honourable friend there.
I'm grateful for the Minister giving way. Will she take this early opportunity to confirm that those opponents of this bill, many hundreds of my constituents, are not homophobic, are not bigots and are not barking?
I think my honourable friend makes his point very well. Give way to my honourable friend there.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I very much support this bill.
However, I do regret that it's being programmed. This bill should be taken on the floor of the House, and there should be 2 days for second reading, so people can fully express their views on both sides of the argument.
And my honourable friend knows I take these matters very seriously indeed, and that we do have to make sure that there is sufficient debate. I think through the usual channels we've made sure that's the case, and I hope my honourable friend will be very pleased to see the progress we've made on that. If I can perhaps, if honourable gentlemen and ladies opposite can let me make a little more progress, and I'll take some interventions in a moment. So some say that this bill, Mr. Speaker, redefines marriage. But marriage is, in fact, an institution with a long history of adaptation and change. In the 19th century, Catholics, Baptists, atheists and many others were only allowed to marry if they did so in an Anglican church. And in the 20th century, changes were made to recognise married men and married women as equal before the law. Suggestions that this bill changes something that has remained unchanged for centuries simply does not recognise the road that marriage has travelled as an institution. I give way to the honourable gentleman over.
I'm grateful to the Minister. Would she bear in mind that when homosexuality was decriminalised in 1967, there was a great deal of opposition. I voted for the bill, but there was a great deal of opposition. Would she not agree that there would now be hardly a single member, literally a single member, that who would wish to return to the situation which existed prior to the 1967 bill? And is it not possible that within a few years, if this measure is passed, it will be generally accepted like the 1967 Act?
I'm sure the honourable gentleman is right in what he says. What we have to do is not just legislate for today, but for the future as well. Honourable gentleman opposite.
To the Minister, I'm going to support the Minister's bill tonight because I think the principle is right. I'm not sure why I should enjoy a right or privilege that I'm denying to others. But I wonder, why hasn't she confined herself to civil marriage? Wouldn't that actually be a much easier area for Parliament to deal with?
What the honourable gentleman will know is that there are many other organisations many religious organisations, who have expressed an interest in being able to undertake same-sex marriages. We believe it's right for them to be able to do that, and that's why there are provisions in the bill there for them to be able to do that if they so choose. If honourable members can just let me make a little more progress, and then we'll take some more interventions. Mr. Speaker, marriage should be, as we've heard, defended and promoted in every way. To those who argue that civil partnerships exist and contain very similar rights, that marriage is just a word, and that this bill is unnecessary, I say that that's not right. A legal partnership is not perceived in the same way and does not have the same promises of responsibility and commitment as marriage. All couples who enter a lifelong commitment together should be able to call it marriage. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I will vote for the second reading of the bill tonight because I support the principle that the Minister has just enunciated. But the last intervention made a very important point about making sure we legislate carefully to deal with what the state can deal with, which is civil marriage, and not trespass on religious beliefs. Will the Secretary of State make absolutely clear that she'll be open to amendments to the drafting of the bill, both in committee and report stage, that might give us a much better balance and be able to reassure many more people than are currently reassured?
My right honourable friend is right to raise this issue. What I can do is reassure him that we have been working very closely, particularly with the Church of England, particularly with the Church in Wales. Both organisations feel that we have a set of protections there that particularly the Church of England said they don't want to see changed. I give way to my honourable friend there and then the honourable lady.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. In relation to religious organisations, the Secretary of State will know that 5% of the United Kingdom population is Muslim. What proportion of the Muslim community responded to the consultation? How many were for it? How many were against it? Because my understanding is not a single mosque responded by supporting the redefinition of marriage.
And my honourable friend will know that this is not an issue that's about numbers, it's about working together and to provide those sorts of protections to make sure that individuals from whatever faith group can continue to be assured that they can practice according to their faith. That is the point of debate today. I give way to the honourable lady.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way, and I very much welcome this bill. But does she understand the disappointment of those who believe that the Church of England isn't being given the choice, according to other faiths, to marry same-sex couples if they so choose? So far from being forced to marry same-sex couples, the Church of England is being forced not to marry them, even if some elements would like to do so.
The honourable lady, I think, can get complete reassurance from me today that we are not in any way through this legislation trying to treat the Church of England or indeed the Church in Wales in any way differently. The end result that we will get for the churches will be exactly the same as other religious institutions. The difference, though, the honourable lady will, I'm sure, be aware of, is the fact that the Church of England and the Church in Wales have different duties under common law to marry people in their parishes, and indeed that the canon law is part of the law of this land as the established church in the Church of England. So we do have to have different measures in place to recognise those differences, but I can absolutely assure the honourable lady that if either of those organisations chose to opt into equal marriage, to same-sex marriage, then they would be able to do so as according to the provisions in the bill. If honourable ladies and gentlemen can let me make a little more progress, and then we can have some further interventions. Mr. Speaker, I think from the contributions we've just heard, there is no doubt about the fundamental importance of faith in this country today. But I don't believe that as a country we have to choose between religious belief and fairness for same-sex couples. It's important to remember that religious views on same-sex marriage do differ too. Whether it's the Quaker, the Unitarian, or the liberal Jewish communities, all of those have said that they want to conduct same-sex marriages. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, Paul Parker, who speaks for the Quakers, said that the first same-sex marriage in a Quaker meeting will be, and I quote, a wonderful day for marriage and religious freedom. And that's something that we do have to respect and we have to pay note to. Our proposals will ensure that all religious organisations can act in accordance with their beliefs because, Mr. Speaker, equal marriage should not come at the cost of freedom of faith, nor freedom of faith come at the cost of equal marriage. We are capable of accommodating both. This bill does so in a very straightforward manner. I give way to my honourable friend and then the honourable gentleman there.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. Can she assure us that if at any time in the future the European Court of Human Rights ruled that a church not wishing to conduct a gay wedding ceremony was breaching the Discrimination Act, can she assure us that we would defy the European Court of Human Rights and not try and placate them as we have over prisoner voting?
My honourable friend, I think, when I come to a later part of my speech, will find the sort of detail that he's looking for to provide the assurances that he's looking for.
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right to say about the importance of faith and how I, as a Christian, don't have any compulsion, any worries about voting for this. In fact, what greater example of the equalities agenda could there be than Jesus Christ himself?
Absolutely.
The honourable gentleman makes a powerful point, and I think shows that the views on this matter differ not along party lines, not along lines of religious membership of a particular religious institution, but are far more nuanced than that. Mr. Speaker, if I could make a tiny bit of progress, and then I will, of course, take some further interventions. Now for the provisions in the bill. The bill, as honourable members will know, has three parts. It enables, in Part 1, same-sex couples to marry in civil ceremonies and allows religious organisations to opt in whilst protecting those that don't. It also protects religious ministers and allows for the conversion of a civil partnership to a marriage. Part 2 enables an individual to change their legal gender without having to end their marriage. And it also provides for overseas marriages in consulates or on armed forces bases. Part 3 allows for the standard final provisions, including secondary legislation. As honourable members have seen when they've studied the detail of the bill, I have, Mr Speaker, been true to my word and ensured that there is clear protection of all religious organisations and ministers who are opposed to this measure. All religious organisations, whether Jewish, Muslim, Christian or any other, will be able to decide for themselves if they want to conduct same-sex marriage. The bill provides and promotes religious freedom through the government's quadruple lock. These protections are absolutely carved onto the face of the bill and are the foundation upon which the legislation is built. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman there and then my honourable friend behind me.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State. Can she explain to the House why the government are bringing forward this bill now at a time when it wasn't in the Queen's speech, hasn't been the subject of a green paper or a white paper, when there are other things that the government promised to do that they're not doing, such as in married couples' tax allowances? Isn't the truth of it that this is about low political calculation and detoxifying the Tory brand rather than anything to do with principle?
I have to say the honourable gentleman and I will have to disagree on this. We are doing this very clearly as an important part of the way that we can make this country a fairer place to live. The measure was clearly flagged up in our contract to equalities at the time of the election, and what I'd like to say to the honourable gentleman is that we will continue to work with our colleagues in Northern Ireland to make sure that we have the right recognition for English and Welsh same-sex marriages in the Northern Ireland part of the United Kingdom as well. I give way to my honourable member, Mr Selous.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State, and she's talking about the protections in the bill, but we've already had the case of Mr Adrian Smith, who lost his job, who spent an enormous amount of money in legal fees and had a 40% cut in his salary for making a private comment on a Facebook site. How are we going to protect in future people like Mr Smith working in the public sector up and down this country?
My honourable friend, who I know takes a very deep interest in these matters, is entirely right to bring this up. But I actually think the case that he's highlighting proves that individuals can express their religious beliefs, and the court found in that individual's favour. I think that's important, and I think that employers up and down the country should take clear note of that. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman, the two honourable gentlemen there.
I thank the right honourable lady for giving way. She spoke about protections for religious ministers. Can she offer the same protections to registrars? And as the number of mixed-sex marriages shouldn't be expected to fall, will they be confident that even if they decline to take on and preside at the new same-sex marriage registrations, that they will not lose their jobs or experience negative employment consequences?
My honourable friend will know that individuals who are public civil registrars are public servants, and the recent court rulings, I think, make very clear that those individuals have to carefully balance, of course, their right to a religious belief with their right to equally make sure that they provide services in a way which doesn't discriminate against individuals. It is a very difficult issue, and I know my honourable friend will be raising it for the right matters, right reasons, and I'm sure it's something that will again be looked at very closely in committee. Mr Freer.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Roman Catholic Spain legalised same-sex marriage in 2005. Does my right honourable friend know if there's been a single case, a single referral to the European Court of Human Rights?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. But she failed to answer the point put by the honourable member for Belfast North. Can she tell this House and tell the people of this country where does she have a mandate to inflict this massive social and cultural change? It was not in our party's manifesto. The Prime Minister told Adam Bolton on Sky that he had no plans to introduce this. There are many major issues this country needs to deal with. This is an irrelevance, and it should not be pursued through the House, least of all on a three-line whip on a programme motion with no real opportunity to debate it.
My fellow Hampshire MP and I know that we disagree on this matter, and we do so in a very fair and even-handed manner. And I think it's that fairness and even-handedness that I want to make sure is there in all aspects of this government's policy. I do think that there is an extremely strong argument that I am making here today for this measure to go through. That is the reason that we have parliamentary debates, is to discuss these matters in more detail. Mr. Speaker, I think I probably need to make a little more progress at this time to take some further interventions in a moment. Because I know today that for many colleagues the crux of the issues does lie around these protections, particularly for the Church of England and particularly for the Church in Wales, which have a unique position because of the legal duty on their clergy to marry their parishioners. In addition, because the Church of England is the established church, its canon law is part of the law of the land. There is no disadvantage, as I've said already to the Honourable Lady, or indeed favourable treatment in the bill for the Church of England or the Church in Wales. It simply provides a pragmatic way of putting them in essentially the same position as other religious organisations. If they decide they want to marry same-sex couples, then they can. We've worked very hard with a wide range of religious organisations, including both these churches, to ensure the protections in the bill work. And indeed, the Church of England has commented on the constructive way in which we've consulted with them on the issue of effective legal safeguards, ensuring that their concerns are properly accommodated. And the Church in Wales has confirmed that the bill provides protection for it while still enabling it to make its own decision on same-sex marriage. Mr. Speaker, turning now to, I think, one issue that's already been raised in the debate a great deal, which is the concern around legal protections and also the issues around the Convention on Human Rights. There has been much discussion about the powers of the European Court of Human Rights. The case law from the court, I believe, is clear. The question of whether, and if so how, to allow same-sex marriage must be left to the individual state to decide for themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is simply inconceivable that the court would require a faith group to conduct same-sex marriages in breach of its own doctrine. Not my words, Mr. Speaker, but the words of the eminent QCs Lord Pannick, Baroness Kennedy and Lord Leicester. To be very clear, to believe that the court would order that the UK require religious organisations to marry same-sex couples against their religious doctrine relies on a combination of three highly improbable conclusions. First, that the court would need to go against its own clear precedent, that countries have wide discretion in the matter of same-sex marriage. Secondly, that the court would need to decide that the interests of the same-sex couple who wanted a particular religious organisation to marry them outweigh the rights and beliefs of an entire faith and its congregation as a whole. Thirdly, the court would need to discount the importance of Article 9 of its own convention, which guarantees freedom of thought, conscience and religion. And it would be rewriting the rules not just for one religious organisation in England and Wales, but for all religious organisations in all 47 states of the Council of Europe. Such an outcome, Mr. Speaker, I believe, is inconceivable. I give way to my honourable friend and my honourable friend.
Right honourable friend for giving way. Surely our sexuality is fundamental to who we are. Surely the crux of this debate is whether or not we accord equal right and respect and esteem to people regardless of their sexuality.
I think my honourable friend makes the point very powerfully. We need to make sure that as a society we treat people fairly, and this really is at the heart of what we're talking about today. Honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. She's making a powerful case for religious freedom. Did she observe at the weekend the Church of England's statement that it is not realistic or likely that that churches would be forced to conduct same-sex weddings?
I'm glad that my honourable friend's able to underline that point, because I really don't want anybody to leave this debate today without the right information on which they can base their decisions to vote. And I think my honourable friend really does underline the importance of the facts in this case. If honourable ladies and gentlemen can forgive me, I will make a little more progress, because we have, as Mr. Speaker has said, a great deal of interest in participating in this debate. Colleagues also want to understand the consequences of this bill more widely. The introduction of equal marriage will not marginalise those who believe that marriage should be between a man and a woman. That is clearly a mainstream view. But neither will it continue to marginalise those who believe marriage can and should also be between a man and a man, or a woman and a woman. We will not allow one to exist at the expense of the other. No misguided sense of political correctness will be allowed to impinge on this. It will be deeply divisive if, in righting a wrong for some, we created a wrong for others. No teacher will be required to promote or endorse views which go against their beliefs. No hospital chaplain or worker will have to believe in a new definition of marriage. No religious minister will have to conduct same-sex weddings. If the changes we're talking about today will not affect anyone more than they are affected already by choosing to live in a society that values tolerance and respect amongst its citizens. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for allowing me. Is there anything at all in the provisions of this bill that she can think of which would harm or disadvantage any heterosexual person in any way whatsoever, whether of faith or not?
And I can say to my honourable friend, no. I believe that in strengthening marriage in the way that we're talking, it will actually be of benefit to all people in our society. I give way to my honourable friend.
She's made it clear that she wouldn't introduce a bill to this House if it in any way impinged on the religious freedom of churches or ministers. If during the passage of this bill there may be attempts from all sides of the House, given it's a free vote, to unpick those locks or find other ways into the churches in relation to same-sex marriage, would she withdraw her support for the bill?
I think what I would say is that the Church of England themselves have made very clear the importance of keeping the protections that we have in place as they are, and I would be joining my honourable friend in saying that any such manoeuvres would be very much counterproductive. I give way to the honourable gentleman there, and then I will wind up my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary of State, one of the key issues that's been raised with me is how schools will handle the curriculum in relation to this matter, particularly faith schools. I'm inclined to support this legislation this evening, but can the Secretary of State say a bit more? She did mention teachers. Can she say a bit more about how this will be handled in the school curriculum, particularly in faith schools?
And the honourable gentleman is right to bring that out in more detail, and he will of course have seen the words from the Secretary of State reported widely over the weekend. And I think the point to really make clearly to the House today is that teachers of course will be expected to explain, as indeed as professionals that they would, about the law around marriage. But what we never would expect a teacher to do is to promote something that ran contrary to their own beliefs or indeed their religious beliefs. And I think that that is an important point to make, and perhaps also clears up some of the misunderstandings and some of the literature that has been put around this debate today. If I give my honourable friend, of course, I cannot say no to, but then I must wind up my...
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend who has taken a lot of interventions, but on that very point, could she just clarify, when she says nobody will be forced to teach anything that goes against their conscience, but what about those faith schools that wish to promote a particular Christian or indeed other faith view of marriage? Will they continue to be allowed to do so? And can she guarantee that no teacher who actively does so will be sued or prosecuted?
I think my honourable friend will know that already there are clear provisions in place for faith groups or faith schools to be able to talk about their beliefs when it comes to issues like marriage. But as with many other areas, whether it's to do with a divorce or indeed children being born outside of marriage, teachers have to deal with these issues sensitively. And I think that, of course, is the point that he's getting at. But just to reiterate that we would expect teachers to be professionally explaining these issues to the children that they teach, but absolutely in no way requiring them to promote something which does not accord with their belief, their faith, and I think that's right. Mr. Speaker, if honourable ladies and gentlemen can forgive me, I want to make sure that I've concluded to give individuals the time to contribute on their own to this debate. Mr. Speaker, despite all of the discussions in the debate, this bill, I believe, is about one thing. It's about fairness. It's about giving those who want to get married the opportunity to do so, whilst protecting the rights of those who don't agree with same-sex marriage. Marriage is one of the most important institutions we have. It binds families and society together. It's a building block that promotes stability. This bill supports and cultivates marriage, and I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome the speech that the Secretary of State has made today, and also comment on the manner in which she has done so, often under pressure, and the considerable thoughtfulness and also integrity with which she has put her points today. I think I would give her strong support in the approach that she has taken, because today, Mr. Speaker, Parliament has the chance to support loving couples who want to get married. The chance to make some of the same-sex couples that I've spoken to in the last few weeks very happy. It means they can finally set a date for their wedding. And I hope we will support this bill today to give those couples the chance to wed, to be married, and to have their relationship celebrated and valued by the state in the same way as everyone else. I give way to the honourable member.
The passage of the Civil Partnership Bill in 2004, my honourable friend for Gainsborough pointed out to the honourable member for Rhondda, who sat next to her, that that bill would inevitably lead on to a gay marriage. The honourable member for Rhondda replied, "The honourable gentleman is completely mistaken. That I do not want same-sex relationships to ape marriage in any sense, because they are different. Although the two share similar elements, they do not have to be identical, so the legal provisions should be distinct." What's changed since then?
Well, the honourable member for Rhondda has since celebrated his own civil partnership as a result of that bill. I'm sure he would have happily invited the honourable member along to it had he had the chance to do so. But let me come on. I want to come on to the issue about the difference between civil partnerships, because civil partnerships, I think, have been a hugely important step forward. We're proud that the Labour government introduced them some years ago, but I think it is also right that we now take the additional step and now introduce equal marriage across the country as well. Look, of course, people have strong views on marriage, on their own marriage and on other people's. And I understand that some in this House are strongly opposed to this bill, and I respect their views, although I disagree with them. And I hope that that is the spirit in which this debate will take place today. I will give way to the honourable member, and then I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. She talks about equality. Why isn't her side of the House arguing in favour of heterosexual couples being able to access civil partnerships?
Well, I think that is a separate issue. It's one that there was no consultation on, and I'm sure that there will be a debate on that in due course at a later stage in the bill, and I know that people have different views upon it. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the case for equal marriage is a very powerful one, and I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my friend. And isn't the essential point here that what was once the love that dare not speak its name now not only will have recognition in law, but will have equality before the law? And isn't that something we should be proud of as a House?
Well, my honourable friend is completely right. We should have pride in this Parliament in giving equal rights to people to be respected, to have their relationships celebrated in the same way. I'll give way to the honourable member in a second. I'll give way to my honourable friend first.
Mr. Speaker, does the right honourable member agree that the institution of marriage can only be strengthened if in future all citizens enjoy equality before the law and the ability to marry the person they love, regardless of their gender?
Well, I think that my honourable friend is right. Couples who love each other should be able to get married regardless of their gender and sexuality, and we should enjoy that. We should celebrate that. We all, I think, love a good wedding. We pause and we walk by a church or a registry office and smile at the couple who are walking by, coming out in a cloud of confetti, because actually we think it's a great thing that a couple want to get married and want to celebrate that. I give way to the honourable member.
To be giving way. Would she agree with me that in this wonderful tolerant and free society we live in, that actually real equality exists when we can celebrate our differences?
Well, I think we should certainly celebrate the chance for people to get married. I think we should celebrate the fact that different couples want to get married. I think that's exactly what we should support. Because it's not just about the wedding in the first place. We love a wedding. We also all love the idea of a long, stable marriage. We love the idea of a golden or diamond wedding anniversary, you know, where the couple are still caring for each other even though they're bickering over the biscuits. And we all also clearly like a good party as well. I'll give way to the honourable member.
If she's asking us to accept the bona fides of her party in terms of respecting religious freedom, why does she think it was that she failed to include views of traditional marriage as a protected characteristic in the 2010 Equality Act and failed to support the honourable gentleman for Gainsborough on the same issue last week?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's right for individual views within individual faiths to all be protected characteristics in the Equality Act. I don't think that was the appropriate way to go. Mr. Speaker, we all love the idea of a wedding. We all support the idea of a strong marriage. We all clearly like a good party. I noticed from the impact assessment that the Department has produced, passing this legislation, they reckon, could lead to £14 million extra spent on celebrations, which is a lot of confetti and rubber chicken. Mr. Speaker, I don't think it will be quite enough to boost the economy and deliver Plan B, but I guess the Chancellor needs all the help he can get. But call us hopeless romantics, call it the triumph of hope over experience. Most of us think when people love each other, they want to make that long-term commitment. That is a wonderful thing. So why would we stop a loving couple getting married just because they are gay? I'll give way to the honourable member.
The honourable lady not agree that she's confusing marriage with weddings. They are different things. What?
I'm sorry the honourable member is so gloomy about the fun of a wedding, which most of us think is an enjoyable thing to start off a marriage, and I hope he would also be there celebrating the golden anniversary, wedding anniversary, the diamond wedding anniversary, and the long-term marriage too. I'll give way to my friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. When recalling previous debates, does she recognise that many of those people who are arguing very strongly and passionately against civil partnerships just a few years ago would have no argument with them now, would recognise they've been a success, and maybe the argument in a few years' time will have moved on, we'll all be able to recognise that equality is a good thing in our country?
Well, my honourable friend is right. There are members of this House who opposed civil partnerships at the time who now strongly support them. There are members of the House of Lords, indeed bishops, who voted against civil partnerships when they were introduced, and yet many in the Church now support blessings for civil partnerships. Attitudes have changed, and it is right that they have done so, and we should support them doing so and also changing further. And it is worth... I'll give way to the honourable member, and then I want to make a little progress.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on this issue. However, the facts paint a very different picture. Since same-sex marriages were introduced in Portugal, in Spain and the Netherlands, mixed-sex marriages have decreased quite considerably, indeed by tens and tens of thousands. Well, the facts are clear. In Spain, when it was introduced, 208 people were married in mixed-sex marriages. Last year, 161,000 people were married in mixed-sex marriages. So the numbers are actually declining, not increasing, and therefore the introduction of this legislation could reduce the number of parties that the member appears to be interested in.
Well, I think say to the honourable member, I think if you looked at the long-term trends in marriage across a whole series of different countries, those that have same-sex marriage and those that don't, I think he would struggle to find a causal connection between the idea that some gay and lesbian couples are now able to get married has somehow meant that the heterosexual couples are all running away from the church door or the registry office. But it is worth hearing why it is that many people say they want to get married. Many gay and lesbian couples say they want to. Here's what one gay man told me. He said, "My parents have a really strong marriage. I've always seen how meaningful and important it is. We want the same thing. It's hard to explain, but it's about the value of our relationship. I want my nieces and nephews to feel that Uncle Adam and Uncle James are getting married, just like their mum and dad." Another said, "We want to have the same celebration and status as our parents and grandparents. It's about being normal. I want to have children, but I believe children are better brought up in a married relationship." Someone else said, "I asked the question, 'Simon, will you marry me?' and he said yes. But I said, 'Marry me,' not 'would you like a civil partnership?' Because civil partnerships have been a fantastic step forward, providing legal recognition for same-sex relationships for the first time, and they continue to be a source of great joy and security. It was right for Labour to introduce them in the face of deep controversy at the time. But it's also time to take the next step for equality, allow gay and lesbian couples the chance to marry if they choose to do so. Because another person married reminded me of the practical differences that some people can face when they're in a civil partnership and have to declare their sexuality every time they fill in a form such as mortgage or insurance, where there's a different box if you're in a civil partnership than if you're married. And why should they have to? Another said to me, "Language does matter. Marriage is universally understood as a meaningful commitment. People might say that in time civil partnerships will mean exactly the same. We say, why wait? And why should they wait for their relationship that they want to celebrate now when they could get married?"
Thank you very much for giving way. I'm delighted to be supporting this debate today and to be voting for this bill. And in part because I've been overwhelmed by the number of young people, particularly in my constituency, who've been in touch with me asking me to vote for this bill today. Would my honourable friend agree with me that there's a certain element of generational issues here? That most people who've supporting this bill have been the younger members of my constituency, and I'm afraid some of those against have been at the later stage of life, shall we say.
Well, my honourable friend is right that I think there have been some of the polls have showed that around, one poll which showed I think about 2/3 of people overall supported same-sex marriage, but for those under 50 it was actually 80% who were in support of gay marriage, of equal marriage, and I think shows the strong feeling that there is on this subject, the positive feeling that there is. I give way to the honourable member.
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. There's been a lot of talk about equality and fairness from both sides of the House. I wonder if the Right Honourable Lady would like to hazard a guess as to why the word equal has been taken out of the title of the bill. Maybe it's because it's not quite as equal as the government first expected.
Well, I suspect the honourable member seems to have some, obviously, detail in mind. I mean, I think the fundamental principle of this is to support equal marriage because it is to allow same-sex marriages to go ahead, and it's right that the law should do so. I'm sure there will be debates over the precise detail when we get to committee stage. A great honourable friend.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that she hopes that the House will approach this subject with some atonement? She will recognise the men and women who attended those first Pride marches in Trafalgar Square following Stonewall and were beaten by the police in the 1960s, and this House looked in the other direction? And will she pay tribute to the leaders of London councils, people like my honourable friend, the leader of the Public Accounts Committee, the member for Dulwich, former member for Brent, and indeed member for Tottenham, who stood in the face of Clause 28 because they chose to publish a book in their libraries, Jenny Lives with Eric and Martin?
Well, my honourable friend is right that there has been immense discrimination over many years, including recently, that there has been, I think, considerable prejudice that people who are gay or lesbian or bisexual have had to face, including violence as well. And this House actually has a duty, I think, to stand up against that kind of violence, but also against discrimination and in the interests of equality as well. I do want to make some progress. I'm very conscious that honourable members, many honourable members want to speak, and the restrictions are very considerable. If let me just make a little progress first, and then I promise I will allow both honourable members who are standing up opposite to intervene in a second, and I know that there was somebody else behind me wanting to intervene as well. Mr. Speaker, Parliament shouldn't stop people getting married just because they have fallen in love with someone of the same sex, and we shouldn't say that same-sex relationships are intrinsically worth less. But I know many in this House have raised objections. They've said fear that their church or faith will be forced to hold same-sex marriages when they don't believe in it. They've said they believe that marriage by definition through the centuries is between a man and a woman. They believe that at the heart of marriage is the biological procreation of children, and that they fear that by widening marriage it will undermine other relationships, stability and society. I disagree with each of these 4 points, each of these 4 objections, but I know they are strongly held by people whose views I respect, and so I want to address each in turn. And first is the fear that churches will be expected to support same-sex marriage in future. It is clear that they won't have to. The Secretary of State, I thought, gave a very powerful explanation of the safeguards that are in the bill for our long tradition in Britain of respecting religious freedom. It's built into our law and our traditions. I will give way in a second because I promised to give way to other members first. The number of clauses in this bill which deal directly with religion is unusual and is reflected in the decision of all parties to hold free votes on this bill. But freedom of religion is rightly protected on the face of the bill, as the Secretary of State has set out. No church or religious organisation can be required to conduct same-sex marriage. No individual minister can be required to conduct same-sex marriages. And if a religious organisation or an individual minister refuses to hold same-sex marriages, that won't count as discrimination under the Equality Act. And the Secretary of State has set out in some detail her double, triple, quadruple, even quintuple locks, and she has padlock, Yale lock, bolt, chain and even burglar alarm as well. But I hope that she will agree too that churches should be able to change their minds in future as well, to support same-sex marriage in future if they want to, without unnecessary hurdles and barriers. The Church of England and the Church of Wales have additional hurdles built into this bill which we will need to scrutinise in committee. I'll give word to the honourable member first.
Lady, I'd like to draw into the central issue about the understanding of marriage. She'll recognise that the institution of marriage is not simply beholden and owned by a view of the church, by a secular view, by gay, by married, by whatever. It's a social institution which is valued by all. But does she therefore then have any view that she agrees with, for example, the gay writer and blogger Richard Waghorn, who says that the understanding of marriage as an institution that exists and is supported for the sake of strong families changes, indeed, under this bill, to an understanding of marriage as merely the endpoint of romance?
I understand the point the honourable member is making, but I want to come on specifically to the point that he has made about whether or not extending marriage in this way will have an impact on wider family life or stability of society, because it is a point that I disagree with. And I would also, I think, pay tribute to, I know, the work that the honourable member has done in terms of tackling homophobic bullying, which I know has been important as well. I give way to the honourable member.
To the right honourable lady. In 2004, I enthusiastically voted for the Civil Partnership Bill. She didn't at that time. I'm sure she had good reasons. That gave full equality in the eyes of the law for people in same-sex relationships. were either of us homophobic for not having gone for full marriage at that time, and what exactly has happened in those last 9 years? And is not the problem not a lack of equality in the law that we need to address, but a lack of equality in some people's eyes in society, and just changing the name of a ceremony will not address that?
Well, I would say to the Honourable Member, I think I've addressed this point before. I've always strongly supported civil partnerships. I think they were the right thing to do by the Labour government at the time, but I also think that attitudes have changed and moved on, and it's good that they have done so, and I think this is the right time to introduce same-sex marriage as well. I do need to make some progress because Honourable Members are going to want to come in. I will just give way to my Honourable friend behind, and then I really must make progress.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, but one of the things I detect through correspondence is a fear that, contrary to the assurances that we've been given, that this bill in the future, at some later date, will be revisited and unpicked. What does my honourable friend think about that?
Well, I think that the issue about the freedom of religion, which I know is one that many honourable members have raised concerns about, is built in not just very strongly into the face of this legislation, but also into our traditions, into our long-term political history, and is something that we have always valued, and I suspect Parliament will always want to defend. And there are further safeguards in Article 9 of the European Convention. I agree with the Secretary of State. I think that it is inconceivable that the European Court would tell a church or faith group to hold same-sex marriages, despite many other countries across Europe already conducting same-sex marriages, such as Spain, Portugal, Belgium and others. There have been no successful challenges in the European courts, and she is right that the European Court also allows for a wide margin of appreciation. We will want specifically to discuss at committee some of the issues around, for example, the church in Wales, where if they decide to support gay marriage in future, it would still be subject to a potential veto by the Lord Chancellor and would require a separate vote in both Houses of Parliament. I hope that can be looked at committee stage. But religious freedom, Mr. Speaker, goes both ways. Churches that object should not be required to sign up to same-sex marriage, but nor should they be able to block everyone else from doing so, because other people do want to. The polling has found a majority of people wanting to be able to support same-sex marriage. The Quakers, the Unitarians, Reform Jews all want to be able to celebrate same-sex marriages. The government originally ruled this out. We argued religious marriages should be included if organisations want to, and I welcome the government's change of heart on this. Because let us be clear, no one group or organisation or faith or institution owns marriage. Religious organisations should not be required to hold same-sex marriage, but nor in the spirit of freedom of religion should they prevent other religious organisations or the state from doing so. The second objection that's been raised, Mr. Speaker, is some have argued that marriage by definition has always been between a man and a woman for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, and therefore should remain so. For some, that is their faith, and they will be able to have their faith respected as part of this bill. But that's not a reason not to change the law, because it's hardly surprising that for thousands of years same-sex couples weren't allowed to marry when they weren't even allowed to exist. Same-sex was illegal, never mind same-sex marriage. Legal sex, by definition, had to be between a man and a woman, also for thousands of years, but no one says we should turn that clock back. So we cannot hide discrimination simply by calling it a definition. Marriage has changed many times over the centuries, and thank goodness, for hundreds of years, women were treated as property in marriage, handed from their father to their husband and denied rights of their own. Until the 1990s, women's bodies were effectively treated as their husband's property. If a husband raped his wife, it wasn't even treated as a crime. And civil marriage was introduced over 170 years ago, and that was pretty radical at the time, but now 160,000 of us get married in a civil ceremony every year. Marriage has changed before, and it should change again. But third, some have said they oppose same-sex marriage because they believe that marriage is by definition about the procreation of children. But not in civil marriage it isn't, and hasn't been for over a century. Many marriages are childless. We don't stop people who are too old or too sick to have children from getting married. We don't do fertility tests at the altar. And yes, in vast numbers of families, marriage is an important starting point for a loving family, bringing up children. but gay couples bring up children too. And as people live longer, the family commitments involved in marriage are much wider than bringing up children. Most MPs will know the sadness, but also the inspiration that they have drawn from visiting a long-married couple where the wife, for example, is now struggling to cope, struggling to remember the world around her, struggling to recognise even the husband she has shared decades of her life with. Yet he carries on, cooking for her, washing for her, getting her up, putting her to bed, talking to her even as she becomes a stranger in front of him. And that is marriage. But I also visited a gay man who died some years ago after a long illness in which he was cared for every day, at home, in hospital, eventually in a hospice, by his long-term gay partner. And I don't see why that can't be marriage too. Yeah. The idea that the biology of procreation should deny same-sex couples the respect that comes with marriage is to ignore the full richness, the happiness and also the tragedies of family life. For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, that is marriage. And so finally, for those who argue that extending marriage to include same-sex couples will somehow weaken or undermine marriage and stability for everyone else, I just profoundly disagree. Marriage has changed many times before. Society hasn't collapsed. Other countries are doing it. Their churches and their societies haven't fallen apart. Spain, Catholic Spain, has had same-sex marriage since 2004. Denmark, Belgium, Canada, Norway, Portugal, Argentina, South Africa all celebrate same-sex marriage. France, just last week, passed the first vote on the way to same-sex marriage. The President of the United States is in favour of equal marriage too. If the same-sex couples who've told me of their love for each other are able to get married, that won't weaken marriage, it will strengthen it. And it certainly won't make it any less likely that the heterosexual couple with kids who live next door to them will stay together. If marriage is to stay relevant, to stay important, to remain a crucial part of our family and social relationships, it also has to remain in tune with the values of every generation. And that means it should keep up with rightly changing attitudes towards homosexuality too. Because the truth is that gay and lesbian couples have been locked out of too much for too long. I give way to the Honourable Member.
Grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. I wonder if she would accept that there is a kind of inevitability about what we are, many of us, hoping to decide here this evening. We discriminated against women, we discriminated against Catholics, we've discriminated against people from ethnic minorities, but very gradually, not always completely, but perceptibly, this House has passed legislation to remove such discrimination. Is not this evening yet another example and opportunity to do so?
The Right Honourable Member is right that this is, I think, the next step on a journey, but it is the right one, and we should not resist the values, I think, of the majority of people now across the country who will support same-sex marriage now. The truth is that I think we have discriminated for too long. People were locked up, punished for loving someone of the same sex until the 1960s. Gay men told by the Home Secretary, even in the 1950s, they were a plague on this country. Lesbian women forced to hide their relationships. Teenagers bullied at school with no protection. Teenage teachers until the early 90s unable to tell the child of a same-sex couple that their family was okay for fear that it would breach Section 28. So much has changed in a short time too. Labour in government equalised the age of consent, ended the ban on LGBT people serving in our armed forces, made homophobia a hate crime, things that were controversial at the time yet now have widespread support. And that is why I am pleased that the vast majority of Labour MPs have said they want to support this bill today. We have come a long way, but with each step forward, the sky hasn't fallen in. Family life hasn't fallen apart, and the predictions that passionate opponents made at the time simply have not come true. Those opponents, in the most part, have changed their minds and moved on. I hope the same will be true again. I give way one final time to my honourable friend.
Would it not be appropriate on this day, when we're debating this subject, to bear in mind, amongst all those people that were persecuted, Alan Turing, one of the most distinguished scientists of all, committed suicide arising from the harassment he suffered as a homosexual. He shouldn't be remembered. He should be remembered along with so many other people persecuted and disgraced simply because of their sexuality.
Well, my honourable friend is right, and I think we should as a society feel deeply ashamed of what happened to Alan Turing, who was a hero for this country. I hope, Mr. Speaker,
I hope it is not a point of frustration from the honourable gentleman, but point of order, Mr. David Davis.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is taking interventions from her bench. If she's confident of her arguments, why won't she take interventions from this side of the House?
Point, but it's not a point of order, but he's put it on the record. Yvette Cooper.
I have to say to the honourable member that I have taken interventions from many sides, and given the number of people on his side of the House who are desperate to speak in this debate, I am very keen to allow them the opportunity to do so, even given the strong disagreements that they clearly have with each other. Mr. Speaker, the opponents of measures in the past have changed their minds often and moved on. I hope the same will be true again, and I hope opponents today will look back in 10 years and won't be able to remember what the fuss was about. So today, let's vote for people to be able to marry, for the sake of those couples who really want to wed, for the sake of the Quakers, the Unitarians and other religious organisations who want to celebrate same-sex marriage as part of our respect for freedom of faith, for the sake of equality, removing unfair discrimination and challenging prejudice, and for the sake of marriage, to keep it inclusive and in touch for the next generation. In marriage, let us celebrate, not discriminate. Let's be on the right side of history, and let's vote for this bill today.
Order. The second Church Estates Commissioner who has designated responsibilities in this House will be subject to a 10-minute limit, and thereafter the 4-minute limit on backbench speeches will apply. Sir Tony Baldry.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that we are all created in the image of God, whether we be straight, gay, bisexual or transsexual. We're all equally worthy in God's sight and equally loved by God. And I'm also sure that we are and should be equally welcome at God's table. But equalness does not always equate with being the same. For centuries, civilizations have recognized the value and importance to society of having an enduring and exclusive union between one man and one woman, not least for the raising and nurturing of children. And that relationship is called marriage. And the uniqueness of marriage is that it embodies the distinctiveness of men and women. So removing that complementarity from the definition of marriage is to lose any social institution where sexual difference is explicitly acknowledged. And the government clearly well appreciates the value of marriage. Indeed, one of the points about the legislation before the House today is that the bill makes no provision for heterosexual couples to enter into civil partnerships. Clearly, policymakers considered that allowing heterosexual couples to enter into civil partnerships would undermine the institution of marriage. So what this legislation will do is to end the concept of marriage as it has been understood by society in general, and by almost all faith groups in particular, for recorded time. Now, each of us is going to have to decide how we vote on this matter according to our consciences and on a free vote. I shall vote against the bill. From the outset, ministers have made it clear that they intend that the legislation will give protection and ensure that churches that do not wish to perform same-sex marriages are not forced to do so. And this is consistent with the legislation relating to civil partnerships, where it is for faith groups as a whole to decide to opt in to the legislation to allow civil partnerships to be registered on their premises. And it may be helpful to the House if I, in my capacity as Second Church Estates Commissioner, make clear to the House the views of the Church of England on the provisions that the government has included to safeguard religious freedoms. Let me make it clear that I entirely accept the government's good faith in this matter, and am appreciative, as is the Bishop of Leicester, who convenes the bishops in the other place, and as are senior church officials, of the attempts the government has made. the Government rightly wished to ensure that every church and denomination can reach its own conclusion on these matters and be shielded so far as possible from the risk of litigation. The so-called quadruple locks are sensible and necessary. It was unfortunate a couple of months ago when the Government was talking in terms of banning the Church of England and the Church in Wales from doing anything, because that was a completely misleading account, and I'm pleased to see that nothing of that kind now features in the bill or in the Secretary of State's explanation. The simple point is that the Church of England and the Church in Wales have not wanted anything different in substance from all other churches and faiths, namely to be left entirely free to determine their own doctrine and practice in relation to marriage. Achieving that is slightly more complex in relation to the Church in Wales, because at disestablishment it retained the common law duty to marry all parishioners. It is even more complicated in relation to the Church of England, because as well as the common law duty, its canon law remains part of the law of the land, and it also has its own devolved legislature, which, with Parliament's agreement, can amend church legislation and Westminster legislation. So I am grateful to the Government for trying to get these matters right. By and large, I think they have done so. I'm not going to give way, because I'm very conscious there are large numbers of colleagues who wish to get in this debate, and I don't wish to be selfish. I should be grateful, however, if my right honourable friend could confirm that Clause 11, subsection 5, might still benefit from some further attention, given the need to avoid her having to act as the arbiter in relation to particular areas of the ecclesiastical common law. This is an area where time ran out in the discussions, and I would hope that the Government will be open to some further drafting changes if they can be agreed during the passage of the bill. Let me be clear before I leave the question of locks. We do think that the Government has done its best in these, given its intention to introduce same-sex marriage. But as many other commentators have made clear, there is an inevitable degree of risk in all of this, given that it would ultimately be for the courts, and in particular the Strasbourg Court, to decide whether provisions in the legislation are compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. There is absolutely no doubt that once marriage is redefined in this very fundamental way, a whole number of new legal questions will arise, and no one can be sure what the eventual outcome will be. The Government believes that this is a risk worth taking. The Church of England does not, and as I understand it, the Roman Catholic Church does not, and as I understand it, a number of other faith groups, including the Muslim faith, do not. This bill has also raised a number of extremely difficult second-order issues. So whilst the failure to consummate a marriage will still be a ground on which a heterosexual marriage can be voidable, this bill provides that consummation is not to be a ground on which a marriage of a same-sex couple will be voidable, and it provides that adultery is to have its existing definition, namely sexual intercourse with a person of the opposite sex. So it follows that divorce law for heterosexual couples will be fundamentally different to divorce law for same-sex couples. As for heterosexual couples, the matrimonial offence of adultery will persist, whilst there will be no similar matrimonial offence in relation to same-sex marriage. And I think the fact that officials have been unable to apply these long-standing concepts to same-sex marriage is a further demonstration of just how problematic is the concept of same-sex marriage. Clearly, every right honourable and honourable member is going in accordance with our own consciences to have to come to an individual judgment on these issues, and the House accordingly will come to a collective judgment. But so far as the specific protections that the Government is seeking to give to churches that do not wish to perform same-sex marriages, I believe that they are being done in the best of faith and as robustly as possibly the Government feels that they can do so. But I would simply reiterate, there is no way in which any of us can know just how robust these protections will be until they are tested in the courts. And notwithstanding the genuine efforts the Government has made to protect churches that do not wish to celebrate same-sex marriages, the Church of England cannot support the proposal to enable all couples, regardless of their gender, to have a civil marriage ceremony. Such a move will alter the intrinsic nature of marriage as the union of a man and a woman as enshrined in human institutions throughout history, and moreover, changing the nature of marriage for everyone will deliver no obvious legal gains given the rights already conferred by civil partnerships.
Order. Mr. Robert Flello.
I'm deeply saddened at the divisions and upset that this issue has caused to people on both sides of the argument. Some of that division, sadly in some quarters, is because the debate has been characterised as bigoted religion on one hand versus equality on the other. Neither of those are true. True Christians are not bigoted, and this is actually not a matter of equality, no matter how often it's referred to as equal marriage. Some of the divisions are from the campaign to steer people into thinking that marriage is simply about love and commitment. The bill also falls foul, it could be said, of the Parliament's convention of not legislating retrospectively. Changing the fundamental of nature of marriage, will actually affect existing marriages. Now, under the law as it stands, and has been tested in the European Court of Human Rights, civil partnerships are equal to marriage. They might not have the same name, but they are equal. Now, it's been argued that society views marriage and civil partnerships as different, and that same-sex couples feel their relationship isn't valued by society in the same way as is marriage. Of course, it's not even 10 years since civil partnerships were created, and already society has moved ahead in its appreciation of the commitment that those formal partnerships demonstrate. I will.
As an atheist, I enjoy the right, or I enjoyed the right to get married outside a church. Surely those, however, who do believe have a right to get married in their church.
I'll come on to the point that my honourable friend raises in a moment. Perhaps parts of society that don't view civil partnerships as exactly identical to marriage do so because a large proportion of society views marriage as the union of a man and a woman for the creation of care and children. And it's not simply about the love and commitment of the happy couple, as important as that is. On the other hand, civil partnerships are a celebration of recognition and the love and commitment that two people of the same gender have for each other. Now, the state has sought to treat marriage in a special way in recognition of its intrinsic child-centred nature. That's really the only reason why the state previously had any interest in marriage at all. If marriage was simply about love and commitment, we would of course firstly have to define love as being sexual love. Otherwise, non-sexual relationships that are based on love and commitment would also have to be treated as marriage if that really were the definition of equality. If the definition of marriage is simply love and commitment, why is the state interested at all? What business is it of the state to register and record such unions? I won't for a moment. No, it is precisely because marriage is about so much more than the state has historically wanted to be involved. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank him for giving way, but would he accept that the state has intervened in marriage on several occasions, one of these being in relation to property rights and nothing to do with children?
I fully accept the point that the state has changed some of the aspects of marriage, but not the intrinsic fundamental values. The irony of the bill is that it takes the current situation of equality of marriage and civil partnership and actually creates inequality. Under the terms of the bill, there will be marriage, but in two forms. There will therefore be traditional marriage and same-sex marriage. That's neither the same or equal. The bill creates further inequality, with traditional marriages being allowed in some churches and same-sex marriages not. And finally, same-sex couples will have the choice of civil partnership or marriage, whereas opposite-sex couples can only have traditional marriages. Yet more inequality. Now, this bill is actually trying to engineer a cultural equivalence to tackle a perceived lack of inequality in wider society. That doesn't sound like the basis of marriage to me. Now, the government say that the bill as drafted protects religious organisations. However, there are conflicting legal opinions which very robustly challenge that view. Moreover, there's nothing, absolutely nothing, to stop a future government legislating to allow or indeed require churches to celebrate same-sex marriages. In fact, some commentators have said they can't wait until the Church of England and other faiths do have to conduct same-sex marriages. Given the bill creates inequality, the legal challenge would surely be successful. Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed that the government should bring forward this bill at a time when there are other pressing issues. Now, and let me explain that, because despite having gay friends and relatives, this issue has never once been brought to my attention. I've never had a constituent write to me asking me to raise the issue of same-sex marriage. Now, I recall many MPs were quick to praise the civil partnership legislation as being everything the gay community wanted and created the equality they had fought for so long. And as has been mentioned already, my honourable friend, at least I hope he's still my honourable friend, has previously said that in his view, the idea that the gay community would want marriage is a nonsense. So, Mr. Speaker, marriage is the union of a man and a woman open to the creation of care and children Not in all cases, but fundamentally that is the intrinsic value of it. This legislation will fundamentally change that. And despite all the issues that are being raised, despite all the insults that have been hurled from both sides of the argument, I will be opposing this bill. I believe it creates inequality. I believe it does not tackle an inequality that is there on the basis that legislation has been tested in the European courts and shown that there is no inequality. I will be opposing the bill. I would urge any honourable and right honourable members who are thinking of abstaining to vote against. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Nadine Dorries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Stoke-on-Trent, such a wise speech. And I will just follow on from his point. This bill does not create equality. It actually highlights the inequalities which are always going to be there, because the definition of marriage is based on the definition of sex. And in the 73 Act, it is impossible, absolutely impossible, to shoehorn in same-sex marriage and to provide equality. In fact, the gay lobby over their campaigning have said themselves that what they've been looking for is a bill which will provide them to have the same rights as heterosexual couples and to be able to enjoy faithful and committed relationships. This bill in no way makes a requirement of faithfulness from same-sex couples. In fact, it does the opposite. In a heterosexual marriage, a couple can divorce for adultery and the legal requirement is adultery is if you have sex with a member of the opposite sex. In a heterosexual marriage, a couple vow to forsake all others. And what they're basically saying is, and it's basic liturgy and it's in accordance with the 1973 Act, what they're basically saying is, I will forsake all others because to you I will be faithful in honour of our vows and my faithfulness to us and our marriage. A gay couple have no obligation to make that vow because they do not have to forsake all others because they cannot divorce for adultery. There is no requirement of faithfulness. And if there is no requirement of faithfulness, what is a marriage? And another aspect of this, though the Minister says there is no requirement in a marriage for consummation, no, there isn't. But a marriage is voidable without consummation. In this bill, there is no requirement of consummation because the definition of marriage and the definition of sex is for ordinary and complete sex to have taken place. The gay lobby, the same-sex couples cannot meet this requirement. And in fact, the government have tucked this particular aspect right at the back of the bill, possibly because they don't want this to be debated during the committee stage. And it's quite sad, actually, because it is part of the inequality which is, I think, if I were a gay couple, I would feel like a poor relation in this bill. I would feel like a part of a gay couple. I would feel like this is a sort of a shoddy bill in which we were not as well considered as heterosexual couples. It does highlight the inequalities. Down to 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, I would hope the Minister could come to the bench and elucidate on one point. Mr. Tatchell apparently said outside the gates of Downing Street that actually the Prime Minister was inspired by his words and that the Prime Minister used his lines in his speech to bring forward this bill. And also, I know I admire Mr. Tatchell, the brave man, he says what he thinks and I respect his right to do that. But he also says that in this issue equality is not enough. That we are social revolutionaries. We are out to turn society and the world upside down. Would the Minister please come to dispatch box and tell us that Mr. Tatchell has not inspired this bill, that it's not based on his words, and that they repudiate the overall intentions of Mr. Tatchell and his lobby?
Mr. Toby Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think today is a very significant day in terms of Britain as an equal nation. I think this is very much a day about equality, but it's also about one of those fundamental principles that I think each of the political parties represented in this House would recognise, and that is the sense that we basically live and let live. We let people get on with their own lives, and we give people who are gay the same basic rights that the rest of us enjoy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've had a tremendous amount of representations, and I have to say the vast majority of them on both sides have been respectful, have been passionate, they've been very deeply held, and I've had 3 meetings with objectors in Chesterfield to understand their objections, and if this bill passes its second reading tonight, I will have further meetings with those to discuss the actual detail. Because what we're discussing at second reading, members of this House will know, is about the central principles of the bill. Some members have claimed, member from Mid Bedfordshire, that there are flaws in the bill. If members on the government side are going to vote against every bill when there's an occasional flaw in it, the government are never going to get anything past second reading. So we need to understand what we're actually talking about today, and that is about the principles that I think are really centrally important. But I do recognise that there are some worries amongst people, and it is predominantly amongst older members of our society, about the way that the world is changing and about the things that they're seeing. And I am pleased that we've had confirmation from the Secretary of State today that there is no compulsion on faith groups to do anything, that Church of England will have the opportunity to opt in, but also they will not be forced in any way to do something that there isn't. And the point made by my right honourable friend about marriage belonging to all of us rather than simply to religious groups, I think was very well made. I'm also glad that the Secretary of State has confirmed that there will be no requirement on teachers to promote gay marriage, and in fact it will make no difference to the questions that they might be asked in exactly the same way as they would on civil partnerships. And I think it's very important, because I know that members of my constituency were very concerned about that. So I see as a Christian myself, Christianity as a tremendously generous religion. And as a Christian, I feel, as I said previously, that Jesus Christ absolutely led the way in terms of promoting equalities. And there's any number of stories in the Bible that make it absolutely clear that Jesus was there sticking up for groups that have been oppressed over the years. And I think I feel entirely comfortable as a Christian voting for this. But as someone who got married in the famous Crooked Spire in Chesterfield, I don't feel my marriage is in any way besmirched or undermined by the fact that gay people in the future might also be able to say that they are married. The other thing is we're hearing the debate from some of the people who have been writing to me is almost about whether heterosexuality or homosexuality is better, and as though some people are going to be, young people are suddenly going to understand that gay marriage is out there and decide they're not straight anymore, they're going to be gay because this option's available. It just doesn't... I will, yeah.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a brilliant speech. Would he agree with me that actually this is about equal respect for everybody?
Well, I absolutely would. And I think that, I mean, something I've never said in political terms before, but at the end of her life, my mother was gay. And I know how difficult it was for me as a young man growing up in Sheffield to think that my friends might discover that. And it is, people don't deserve to live in that way. And so it is fundamentally about mutual respect. And I think that is why the majority of people, as polls have shown, ultimately support this, because the majority of people recognise that people are made different, and some of them have a right to enjoy the same things that other people do. Well, yeah.
Would he agree with me that there are many strands of views from across the religious community? One of my constituents contacted me to say, our church has advised us to write to you opposing gay marriage. Forgive me if I don't. He said, marriage is a matter of love. Love is for all, not a select few.
Indeed, I think that's an incredibly important point. And the whole debate reminds me of a colleague on Chesterfield Borough Council who recalled that when he told one of the older councillors that they'd legalised homosexuality, thinking that he would be appalled, the response from the council was that he didn't mind it being legalised as long as it wasn't made compulsory. And I think that this is the basic sort of principles that many people in Britain will recognise. Now, on the issue of whether there was a manifesto commitment, I understand that the Conservative Party's contract for equality, I've read that and makes absolutely clear that this is something that the government will consider. When I debated the subject with the Honourable Member from Mid Derbyshire this morning, she informed me that she had no awareness that they had a contract for equality when she stood for election. So maybe that does say something about the way that we need to start putting equalities to the top of the agenda. But it is important that was something that the Conservative Party was talking about previously. The final point I would make, Mr. Speaker, is that I think today is a central and really important day. I think it's one that we will look back on in years to come with pride and say that we made the right decision today. There is still going to be time to discuss some of the detail. There is going to be opportunity to scrutinise this legislation. There is going to be opportunities for people to make further representation. But what today is about is saying that we recognise that there is a place for gay people in our society, that they do have the right to enjoy that relationship, the respect for that relationship that the rest of us enjoy. And I hope members will support that.
Stephen Gilbert.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it really is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Chesterfield, who I think has articulated what very many people of faith across our country have struggled with, but come to the conclusion that love should be there for one and all, and marriage should not be an exclusive institution. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have to declare an interest. I'm a gay man who grew up in a rural part of our country in Cornwall in a working class background, and I grew up some 20-odd years ago in an environment that made it hugely difficult for me to be open and honest and upfront with my family, with my friends and with my workmates about the choices I wanted to take in life and the people who I wanted to see. That was unacceptable 20-odd years ago, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's unacceptable today, but for many hundreds of thousands of people across our country, it remains the case. So I'm standing here today to welcome this historic legislation, which I think will end a discrimination, but perhaps more crucially, send a signal that this House values everybody equally across our country, and that signal will deeply affect those people like me 20 years ago who saw this House vote to equalise the age of consent. That was the first time I'd seen on our TV screen other gay people. It was the first time, Mr Deputy Speaker, I realised that I was not alone, and it changed my life. But as we all take this historic step, we should remember that 70 years ago, thousands of gay men and lesbian women were put to death in the concentration camps. 40 years ago, thousands more were criminalised, their lives ruined. 30 years ago, we still had people being subjected to scientific torment in search of a cure. We have come a long way in a short space of time, but it is absolutely right, in my view, that this House takes the next step and delivers full legal equality for lesbian, gay and bisexual people in our country. And let me say to those honourable members who will say, well, of course he would say that because he's a gay man. This view is one that is born of a hatred of discrimination and prejudice of all types, whether it's about gender or skin colour or religion. I think as a community we should be valuing diversity but treating everybody equally. These values are enshrined in Cornwall's motto, one and all. It's a community I grew up in. It's a community I'm proud to represent, one that values community. It's not one and all apart from if you're black, apart from if you're a Catholic, or apart from if you're gay. It's a community that distrusts abuse of power, which is exactly why my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, is so right to have made sure that this House will not compel people and religious organisations to do anything that they choose not to do. We have struck the right balance between ensuring equality and preserving religious freedom. But as a House, we must also question those who wish to hoard privilege for themselves. We know that marriage is an important institution that delivers many positive benefits, benefits in terms of stability, in terms of health, in terms of happiness. If we recognise those benefits, then why would we keep them away from some of our neighbours who seek to experience them if they choose to and their faith allows it? We wouldn't tolerate this level of discrimination in any other sphere of life, and we should end it tonight in this one. Mr Deputy Speaker, equal marriage will not be the end of the struggle for gay equality in the same way that delivering the franchise to women or ending apartheid wasn't in those battles. But it will start allowing us to ask the right questions to answer those other problems. It will send a clear signal that we value everybody equally.
Jim Dobbin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the honourable gentleman for his very honest and open contribution to this debate. This is my own personal view, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I know that it's probably going to be much different to the vast majority of my own party, and I respect that difference. But for the first time in history, a government has proposed a bill that will change the very nature of marriage in law. Until now, society and the Church have had a shared view of the essential purpose of marriage, primarily as an institution that supports the bearing and raising of children in a committed and constant relationship. And in order to support this notion, the traditional understanding of marriage has three basic elements. It's between a man and a woman, it's for life, and it's to the exclusion of all others. Now, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 16, describes the family as a natural and fundamental unit of society, and as defined as a union between a man and a woman, and it views family as entitled to protection by society and state. These elements are not designed to exclude people or create inequality. They are designed to promote the unique benefit of marriage in our society, securing family environments and providing those essential qualities of safety and reliability for children. Worryingly, this bill rarely mentions children and parenthood. It emphasises the choice to take part in a ceremony more than the commitment to a lifelong relationship or having children. It's as if these are of no consequence. And the bill proposes to change the definition and therefore the meaning of marriage in the interest of equality. The words equality and fairness have been used extensively by supporters of the bill. I have concerns about the development of the bill on these terms. The equality agenda has been narrowly limited to dogmatic principles of uniformity. This type of language makes open debate and disagreement about the bill look prejudiced. The bill promotes the erroneous notion that uniformity is a good definition of equality. Men and women do not have to be the same in order to be equal. Having the same experience does not make you more equal. We should be promoting equality, not uniformity, and be able to celebrate the difference. For a bill to be driven by the word equality and then promote inequality seems to demonstrate a spectacular failure. An example of this is a statement that a civil partnership is only available to same-sex couples. This is not a bill that has equality at its heart. In honesty, it is a bill that dilutes the meaning of marriage, in my view. Having a traditional view of marriage should not be seen as discriminatory. Unfortunately, the bill has promoted this notion. It has not created tolerance, but has highlighted division. The government cannot possibly guarantee protection for churches or individuals with a traditional view because it cannot predict or control what happens in the courts, and I highlight the Catholic adoption agencies as a good example. Moreover, this bill no longer promotes exclusiveness. It does not consider adultery to be a violation of commitment, and so it undermines the nature of marriage and the way that marriage promotes predictable, long-term family environments for children. This is a worrying move for a government. Are the supporters of this bill really saying that marriage is good for society, whilst at the same time reducing the substance and value of marriage? There are so many pitfalls in the proposed bill. Changing the definition of an institution that has served society well is hasty and destructive. I cannot support such a move, and I urge the Minister and the House to read the Res Publica Green Paper on Marriage and British Civic Life, which was launched yesterday evening, and to think again.
Sir Roger Gale.
To follow my friend, the Honourable Member for Hayward and Middleton, and to concur with his speech. Mr Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege of chairing the Civil Partnerships Bill through the committee stage of the House of Commons. As has been said, very clear undertakings were given by the government and indeed from the opposition benches at that time that this was not the thin end of a wedge. This was not a paving bill for same-sex marriage. This was an end in itself designed to right very considerable wrongs in law. That it did, and that is what the European Court of Human Rights has determined. And in those respects, it is indistinguishable from what we know as marriage. My right honourable friend, when I put this to her earlier, told me that no government could bind another. And of course, she is correct. No government can bind another. That kicks the bottom out of every undertaking that my right honourable friend has given. It is abundantly plain to most of us on this side of the House that this bill, the product of this bill, will end up before the courts will end up before the European Court of Human Rights, and that people of faith will find that faith being trampled upon. And that, to us, is intolerable. The Cabinet paper, I give way to my right honourable friend if she wishes to correct me, but my understanding is that the Cabinet paper was entitled Redefining Marriage. It is not possible to redefine marriage. Marriage is the union between a man and a woman. Has been, historically, remains so. It is Alice in Wonderland territory, Orwellian almost, for any government of any political persuasion to seek to come along and try to rewrite the lexicon. It will not do. There is a way forward. It's been suggested, but it's been ignored. I don't subscribe to it myself, but I recognise the merit in the argument, and that is this. If the government is serious about this, take it away, abolish the Civil Partnerships Bill, abolish civil marriage, and create a civil union bill that applies to all people, irrespective of their sexuality or their relationships. And that means brothers and brothers and sisters and sisters and brothers and sisters as well. That would be a way forward. This is not. No. I urge.
Can I just suggest very gently to the honourable gentleman that what he's just suggested is profoundly offensive, not only to a great many people in this country who perform civil partnerships, but to quite a few people on both sides of this House.
The merit in the argument, that is not mine, it comes from a very eminent lawyer in this House, is that it would create what I think the honourable gentleman wants, which is, the right honourable gentleman wants, which is equality. It would create a level playing field, and it would leave marriage and faith to those who understand that marriage means faith, and that marriage means a union between a man and a woman and nothing else. And the honourable gentleman may seek to bat my argument away, but I promise him that in this House and outside it, there are very many people who share this view. To conclude, I urge members on both sides of this House not to abstain. If they support this measure, vote for it. If they vote against it, as I shall myself.
Natasha Engel.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had a man come to my surgery called Mr. Proctor 2 weeks ago. He'd never been to see an MP before, but said that he'd never felt so strongly about any issue before. And he wanted to know where I stood on the issue of redefining marriage. I said to him that given that he was calling it redefining marriage, I took the opposite view from him. He said, well, you've lost my vote. I said to him that I felt as strongly as he did about this issue, and that if it meant that people would vote against me at the general election, then so be it. We had a long discussion about the redefinition of marriage. I didn't deny that it was a redefinition, that until now, marriage has only been possible between a man and a woman. But that what I wanted to do was to widen access to an institution that has brought stability and happiness to so many relationships. Mr. Proctor was a probation officer. He'd seen lots of family breakdowns and the terrible consequences of it. He believed that a traditional husband and wife setup was the best for bringing up children. He blamed absent fathers for the riots in London in 2011. I couldn't see how that linked to gay couples enjoying the same rights as heterosexual couples and bringing up children in a stable relationship. He believed deeply that a child in an ideal world needs both a mother and a father. I believe as deeply that a gay couple can bring up a child equally well. We agreed to differ. But then he said, what I'm bothered about is that people like me are regarded not as having a different point of view, but as bigots and homophobes. I am neither a bigot nor a homophobe. I have strong views about this, and they are traditional views, but why does that suddenly make me completely beyond the pale? We talked about equality and about equal treatment, that we weren't forcing people into same-sex relationships. We discussed the idea of equality for a long time. Equality for whom, he asked. He felt not just excluded from my idea of equality, but criminalised by it. He wanted to know what would happen to people like him, people with traditional views. I thought a long time about what he said, about the importance of not being zealots and not being bigots about this, of understanding the other point of view. We are, I hope, going to make a legislative change that will make it legal for 2 men or 2 women to be married. Just like when we outlawed the incitement to racial hatred, we started a cultural shift in the way society thinks about race. So hopefully this legislation will do the same. But we want to take people with us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not leave them behind, feeling that their views are neither heard nor understood. Living in a democracy means that the majority view generally prevails, but that makes it even more important to ensure that the minority view is considered and taken into account. I like and respect Mr. Proctor, but I disagree with his point of view, and I look forward to voting for same-sex marriage this evening.
Nick Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Marriage is one of the most important institutions in our society. It concerns many of us that it is in decline. Yet while many move away from marriage, one group turns towards it. Gay couples are now asking to be admitted. So here we have a section of society who are saying they want to declare commitment, they value stability in the sight of the public and perhaps of God. We defenders of marriage should be gratefully opening the doors, yet the reaction of some has been to slam the doors shut. It is said that gay people should accept civil partnerships and no more, which confer most of the legal rights of a marriage. Thousands of people, like me, have cause to be grateful for the courage of honourable members who voted for that change. Entering a civil partnership was the most important thing I have done in my life. Then, civil partnerships were opposed by the churches, opposed by a significant proportion of the public, and opposed by many honourable members. Just 8 years later, only a small minority of the public opposed them, and many honourable members who voted against the change now say they support it. But people choose marriage for a reason. They know that it means something special. Indeed, it is because marriage is different that many are opposing this change. So we cannot say that civil partnerships are the same or dismiss the debate as being about a name. And how many married couples would like to be told that they were banned from matrimony and able only to take out a civil partnership? The Church of England and the Catholic Church object to gay marriage. I disagree with them. But their religious freedom is surely amongst the greatest prizes in our democracy. I would not vote for this bill unless I believed that it protected religious freedom. No faith group should be compelled by law to conduct a gay marriage against its will, and none will be. But religious freedom cuts both ways. Why should the law prevent liberal Jews, Quakers or Unitarian churches from conducting gay marriages as they wish to do? With the proper safeguards for faith groups and individuals to exercise their conscience and disagree, I do not believe that there are sufficient grounds to oppose a measure that allows gay marriages for others. You do not have to enter a gay marriage. Your church does not have to conduct a gay marriage. You simply have to agree that someone else can enter a gay marriage. Are the marriages of millions of straight people about to be threatened because a few thousand gay people are permitted to join? What will they say? Darling, our marriage is over. Sir Elton John has just got engaged to David Furnish. I appreciate the sincerity with which many people oppose equal marriage and the serious points made. And ensuring that religious freedom is protected is a proper concern. But some of the objections do not bear scrutiny. We're told that because there won't be legal definition of consummation, there's some terrible flaw in the bill. But many loving heterosexual marriages exist without consummation. Are they invalid? For some, the objection is to homosexual conduct itself. Today, that is a minority view, one thankfully in decline.
Well, my right honourable friend allowed.
I'll give way to my own friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. Once he says that attitude is in decline, does he agree with me that achieving legal equality is absolutely critical, but it is and will only be able to be part of the battle for acceptance?
I strongly agree with my honourable friend. I believe that many who do not share this view nevertheless have a principal concern that gay marriage would mean redefining the institution for everyone. Yet Parliament has repeatedly done this. If marriage hadn't been redefined in 1836, there wouldn't be any civil marriages. If it hadn't been redefined in 1949, under 16-year-olds would still be able to get married. If it hadn't been redefined in 1969, we wouldn't have today's divorce laws. And all of these changes were opposed. I'll give way to the Honourable.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way and praise his advocacy of the cause of equal marriage and give him a moment longer to speak in this place. But can I agree with him that the definition of marriage is, in fact, what it means most to us as individuals? I define marriage as something that's about a loving, long-term relationship. That is something to be celebrated and something that should be open to all in our society.
I agree with the Honourable Gentleman that this is an institution that should now be open to all. When I was born, homosexual conduct was a crime. Not so long ago, it was possible to sack someone because they were gay. People did not dare to be open. Thank goodness so much has changed in my lifetime. This progress should be celebrated, but we should not believe that the journey is complete. I think of the gay children who are still bullied at schools or are fearful about whether their friends and families accept them. I think of sportsmen and women, vital role models, who still don't feel able to come out. And I know that the signal we send today about whether the law fully recognises the place of gay people in our society will really matter. Above all, I think of two people, faithful and loving, who simply want their commitment to be recognised as it is for straight couples. And that, in the end, is what this bill is about. Millions will be watching us today, not just gay people, but those who want to live in a society where people are treated equally and accepted for who they are. They will hear our words and remember our votes. I hope that once again this House will do the right thing.
Then Bradshaw.
Mr Deputy Speaker, may I say what a privilege it is to follow that excellent speech. Given the time constraints, I'm going to focus my comments as a member of the Anglican Church and of a member of the Ecclesiastical Committee of this and the other place. I'd like to say that I entirely support the government's decision to make this a permissive law, allowing those religions and denominations that wish to celebrate the loving same-sex relationships of their members to do so. It would, as the Honourable Member has just said, have been completely perverse to have said to the Quakers, the United Reformed Church, or to the progressive synagogues who wish to fully value and support their gay and lesbian members that they would not be allowed to do so. And indeed, there are many Anglicans and Roman Catholics who wish their churches were as open and welcoming as those that are supporting this bill entirely. In fact, all of the opinions polls show that not just a majority of the public, but a majority of Anglicans and of Roman Catholics in this country support equal marriage. However, in their wisdom, the leadership of the Church of England and of the Roman Catholic churches are not yet prepared to take such a step. That is their prerogative. It's perfectly possible to make the argument that, as a particular religion understands it, marriage can only be between a man and a woman. However, I must say the Church's credibility in arguing this would be a lot more convincing if they welcomed and celebrated civil partnerships. The fact that they don't only leads me to conclude that their objection to this bill is not about the institution of marriage or even the word, but it is about a residual prejudice against same-sex relationships. Now, the Church of England has claimed, and repeated again in the briefing it provided for today's debate, that because of its established status and the need for state law and canon law to be compatible, it requires this extra safeguard on the face of the bill, specifically not allowing same-sex weddings in the Church of England and the Church in Wales, the so-called quadruple lock. However, when members of this House and the other place asked the Bishop of Leicester, who speaks for the bishops in the other place, in the presence of the new Archbishop of Canterbury, why the Church wanted this quadruple lock, he said, and I quote, "We didn't want it, we hadn't asked for it, and we hadn't been consulted." So I would be very grateful if, when the Minister or her colleague sums up at the end of this debate, if she could perhaps clear up the confusion that I think there is in Anglican circles about exactly where they do stand on this issue of the quadruple lock. And also their claim that were the Church of England, as many in the Church of England, including I hope it will at some stage, embrace same-sex marriage, that there will be no need for more primary legislation or an amendment to primary legislation in this House, because that is what they they have explicitly said. Now, I'm not a constitutional expert, but I'm not aware, having been in this House for, 15-odd years, of any precedent whereby an outside institution can unilaterally decide to change primary legislation that we pass in this House. So I just question the Church of England's claim that were it to change its mind in the future, it could do so just like that easily. The Synod could get on and vote for it, and we wouldn't have to do anything about it. My fear is that it would be another long and convoluted process. We would have to amend primary legislation, and I would ask her to go back and check once again whether this quadruple lock is really necessary in law and whether the Church is being completely upfront with its own members about the hurdles it would place in front of it. I'd also be grateful if she could explain what would happen if in the case of a Church of England priest who wanted to marry members of their congregation in another church, in a Quakers meeting house, for example, or in a United Reformed church. Would he or she, as a priest, be banned from doing so under the law as it's proposed?
Tim Lawton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, 4 minutes is not enough to lay out an argument about this, so let me just set out some ground rules, and I very much agree with the last questions raised by the Honourable Member for Exeter. If this legislation passes through Parliament and becomes law, it will not be the end of the world as we know it. A new Sodom and Gomorrah will not take hold of our island. But similarly, if it does go through, it will not signal some resurgence of intolerance or inequality. No one will lose any rights to equal treatment and respect under the law and in the eyes of society. Now, no doubt some of our constituents writing to urge us to vote against this bill do so out of an intolerance of same-sex relationships per se or even homophobia. Likewise, some of those urging us not to vote against this bill with charges of bigotry, closed-mindedness and religious zealotry are equally guilty of intolerance and bigotry themselves. I am sure that the vast majority, if not all members in this House, are not homophobic, nor the vast majority supporting the bill bigots. So let us have this important debate on the basis of respecting each other's position and hope that rubs off for once on some of our overzealous constituents and lobby groups. And let us get away from this ridiculous mentality that too often pervades arguments on sensitive issues, that if you are for some reason not for a specific issue, you are against that whole cause. If you are not in favour of gay marriage, you must be homophobic or against equality. What nonsense! I feel immensely special and proud to be British, for example. That does not make me racist or guilty of regarding other citizens of other races inferior. I supported the Civil Registration Bill in 2004. It should have come earlier. It gave all the same-sex couples exactly the same rights under the law and under the tax system. I enjoy as a married person, I do not regard a couple joined in a civil partnership as inferior or unequal to mine. It is simply different. That bill was an end in itself. It achieved equality. I reread the debate and I found no accusations against supporters of civil partnerships at the time that we were bigoted or homophobic because we are not legalising gay marriage and going all the way then as well. So what happened between 2004 and now to make this bill so urgent, so pressing, that it takes priority now, despite no manifesto commitment by any party, no coalition agreement, no green paper, no white paper, and no general campaign coming to us saying that we desperately must have this? The answer... I will.
Thank you very much for giving way, and I'm listening carefully, as always, to him. Insomuch as the bill is an answer to any question at all, maybe it attempts to meet a perception in answer to what he's saying, that civil partnerships are somehow not enough. And I wonder then, given his argument, whether he would agree that the progressive outcome from what has been a hugely divisive process so far would be to somehow meet that perception without redefining marriage and so mortally offending so many of mine and I'm sure his constituents.
Well, Margaret Fred makes a good point, and I think it comes back to a point that an honourable member made earlier. It should be about equal respect. And the real problem here is not about a lack of equality under the law, it's about people's perceptions of a lack of equality for people who have different sexual persuasions. We need to redouble our efforts to root out that sort of lack of equality. Changing the nature and the word of a ceremony will not do it, and I think we are completely misleading ourselves if we think that it will. And why are we here? Why have this bill taken such a priority despite not having been in manifestos when there are other bigger priorities, other bigger inequalities? Why is it that members in the upper house cannot take their seats if they are women, cannot inherit? That's a big inequality. Why is it that we are not putting the law through on forced marriages now? That is a bigger inequality. Yes. This has taken priority. The answer, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is because this is bad politics. There are many reasons for opposing this bill. Only some of them are religious. Many are secular. Indeed, as an atheist, I think you have a duty to protect the rights of those people who, through faith, deeply held faith, of many different faiths, will take a different view on this form of marriage. Many reasons against this bill are based on poor, rushed drafting with a whole raft of what nexts. And how much more will marriage be redefined? Many may turn out to be hollow fears, but on such a fundamental rewriting of an historical truth that has held that marriage is the union of one man and one woman, we are entitled to more security than quickly cobbled together fangled quadruple locks which lawyers are already queuing up to unpick. Who are we, this government or this country, to redefine the term marriage that has meant one man and one woman across cultures, across ages, across geographical boundaries since before state and religion themselves? I do not claim that my church marriage is superior to another member's civil partnership. It isn't. It is equal in the eyes of the law and society, just different. Let's get away from the basis that difference, you need to have the same to be equal. It's not the same thing.
Stephen Doughty.
I rise today to strongly support this bill as a practising Christian now worshipping in the Church of Wales. And I also rise, as I did the other day, with the greatest courtesy and respect for the sincerely and deeply held views and beliefs of fellow Christians and others who disagree with me on this matter. And whilst I disagree with the legal, political and theological arguments that have been put forward in opposition, and can't go into detail today about why I believe those arguments to be in error, at least we live in a society where those views can be courteously put forward and courteously opposed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful and proud of the steps that the last Labour government took towards equality, but I must also pay tribute to the government for bravely putting forward this bill. And can I specifically thank the Secretary of State and her ministers for the consideration they and her officials have now given to the situation of the church in Wales, which, as a disestablished church, yet with a legal duty to marry, means it is uniquely placed. And indeed, I spoke with the office of the Archbishop of Wales late last week, and it's clear to me that they believe the bill, as now drafted, is much improved. And in response, the church has stated that the duty of Church in Wales ministers to marry will not be extended to same-sex couples. However, there is provision in the bill for the law to be altered without the need for further primary legislation by Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while it is a great personal regret to me that my church currently does not permit same-sex marriage, what is exemplified here, as indeed it is with the rest of the bill, is that they will not be forced to do so under the proposed legislation, and there could not be a more respectful and appropriate compromise. Let me be clear, I will argue and pray for my church to change its mind from within. That is fundamentally a theological issue for my church. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the intent of this bill is not about compulsion, it is about permission. Permission for the state to offer the legal institution of marriage to all those who request it, and permission for those religious organisations who wish to do the same to be able to do so. I already spoke in detail last week about why I believe the proposed bill will provide ample protections for those who earnestly and sincerely hold beliefs which will prevent them from wanting to take part in, conduct or otherwise engage in ceremonies of same-sex marriage, in addition to the extensive protections that people of religious belief are afforded in the Equality Act 2010. And honourable members who remain concerned should test and secure assurances on that, but I believe there is no cause for fear. Whilst hugely different, I believe that all struggles for equality in human history have some common characteristics. I do not wish to be crude or crass in making comparisons between the debate on slavery, votes for women and other issues, nor do I imply that any member of this House would have taken the opposing side on those issues. But there are important historical parallels in the development of Christian and non-Christian views on those issues. With the greatest respect, I believe future generations will look back in deep confusion at some of the views that have been expressed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is rare that you will find me quoting an American Southern Baptist minister. Pat Robertson is no proponent of same-sex marriage. Indeed, he is a staunch opponent. But when questioned recently about why an America built with direct intent on Christian values had justified slavery based in part on interpretations of biblical verse, and then yet moved on to abolish it, he said that that was because we have moved on in our conception of human beings until we realised that slavery was terribly wrong. They are very different issues, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I very much hope that we may move in this House today in our conception towards people of all sexualities, and that we may move towards the state, and I hope in time more faiths, being able to open up the offer of commitment signified by marriage. Mr Deputy Speaker, one of my constituents wrote to me simply asking, please vote in favour of this bill so that my partner and I can get married. Mr Deputy Speaker, when I too decide that I have reached the stage where I want to make a lifelong commitment of love to a partner, whether that be to a woman or to a man, I hope too to be able to get married in the traditions of my faith and in the presence of the God I believe in. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I respectfully ask honourable members, why should we, in all good conscience, deny my constituent, fellow members of this House, or indeed any other person in this country, a remarkable and worthy institution that is currently afforded to the majority but denied to a minority? We will not diminish it by doing so, but rather strengthen it, and I urge the House to vote in favour of this bill.
Edward Lee.
We should indeed treat each other with tolerance and everybody else's own sexuality with understanding. But the fundamental question that we are deciding today is whether English law should declare for the first time that two people of the same sex can marry. Now, Parliament is, of course, sovereign. We can vote for what we want to, but we have to be very careful that law and reality do not conflict. In 1648, the Earl of Pembroke, seeking to make the point that Parliament was sovereign, said that Parliament can do anything but make a man a woman or a woman a man. Of course, in 2004, we did exactly that with the Gender Recognition Act. We are now proposing to make equally stark changes with the essence of marriage. And during the civil partnership debates, I was given solemn assurances on the floor of the House by some people sitting opposite to me now that the civil partnership bill would not lead to full same-sex marriage. And I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman who gave those assurances to me.
Can I just say that assurances from me are not necessarily going to determine the future of what happens in Parliament. But I say to the honourable gentleman, several honourable members have already raised this matter of what I said in that debate then. It is certainly true that at that time I believed that civil partnership was the be-all and the end-all of the story. Since then I've entered a civil partnership, and I do now believe that the world has moved on. There are many honourable members on his side of the House who voted against civil partnerships, who now know that Britain's mind has changed and want to reflect that in a change of the law.
But you see, the worry some of us have is that the world, in the honourable gentleman's mind, may move on again. And many of the assurances that we are now being given may not count for very much.
In respect that this Parliament is sovereign, it matters not what anybody says in any debate, because Parliament can trump that with a new law. The point that the honourable gentleman has made, it's not the first time he's been wrong, by the way.
It won't be the last.
But I am one of those who voted for civil partnerships, expecting that to be the end of the story, but then we are confronted with thousands of people in our country who are in civil partnerships or wish to enter civil partnerships, but would really like to be married. And that is what this bill is about.
And that is precisely now what I want to talk about. What is the nature of marriage? The Catechism of the Roman Catholic Church beautifully describes this institution, but anybody of any faith or no faith who supports traditional marriage could equally echo these words. Marriage, it says, is a covenant where a man and a woman establish themselves in a partnership for the whole of life. It is by its nature ordered towards the good of the spouses and the procreation and education of offspring. What does this tell us? Marriage, I believe, and many millions of our fellow citizens believe, marriage is by its nature a heterosexual union. It is a bringing together of one man and one woman. It is not just a romantic attachment, which can exist between any two people. It is not just a sexual relationship. It is the act of marriage which, by its very definition, requires two people of opposite sexes. If you take that basic requirement away, what you are left with is not marriage. The minister claims marriage has always been evolving, but this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not evolution, it is a revolution. True, I am blessed with 6 children. I realise that not every married couple is able to have the gift of children, or indeed may want to. Yet this doesn't change the fact that that concept of marriage has always been bestowed with a vision of procreation. Every marriage has procreative potential in that it brings together biologically the two elements needed to generate a child. The very reason that marriage is underpinned with laws and customs is because children usually often result from it. They need protecting from the tendency of adults to want to break their ties and cast off their responsibilities. Marriage exists to keep the parents exclusively committed to one another because, on average, that is the best, most stable environment for children. If marriage was solely about the relationship between two people, we would not bother to enshrine it in law, nor would every culture and society and religion for thousands of years have invested it with so much importance, because it is about protecting the future. Marriage, then, is not about me, me, me. It is not about my rights, not about my relationships being legally validated. It is about a secure environment for creating and raising children based on lifelong commitment and exclusivity. Marriage is also profoundly pro-woman, since it is generally men who have the greater propensity to want to wander off into other relationships. It is women in general who literally are left often holding the baby. We have to get away from the idea that every single thing in life can be forced through the merciless prism of equality. I am a conservative. I do believe that we should be concerned, of course, with equality, but not at the expense of every other consideration, not at the expense of tradition. We should be in the business of protecting cherished institutions and our cultural heritage. Otherwise, what, I ask, is the Conservative Party for? Indeed, we are alienating people who have voted for us for all their lives, leaving them with no one to vote for. I would just add this comment from a lady who emailed me. As a gay woman in a 24-year-old relationship, I commend you for your stand against the nonsense now being perpetrated by the government. We have civil partnerships to give legal protections. I contracted one in 2006. I have been a Conservative voter for 50 years and see this latest piece of nonsense as a final kick in the teeth for loyal Conservatives. I, for one, Mr Deputy Speaker, will be voting tonight to proclaim my support for the future of our children and for the essence of traditional marriage.
Steve Reid. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've all had many letters from constituents about the matter before us this afternoon. One I received came from a couple who first met in 1978. They've been in a loving and committed relationship ever since. They're accepted, welcomed and supported as a couple by their friends and their family. And they've waited 35 years for this house to finally catch up with what they and their friends already knew. That their same-sex relationship is every bit as valid, every bit as important and every bit as equal as their straight friends' relationships. Over the period of their relationship, there have been huge changes in how society at large views them and same-sex couples like them. I marched in protest 25 years ago when this House passed Section 28, a piece of legislation that offensively characterised same-sex relationships as pretend. The fact that we have a quite different piece of legislation before us today is testament to the power of politics to change minds and build a better society. And as I condemned the Conservative Prime Minister who promoted Section 28 all those years ago, today I pay tribute to the Conservative Prime Minister who has provided leadership on this issue. The legislation before us is a tribute to the legacy of campaigners like Michael Cashman and Chris Smith, to numerous socially progressive campaigners in the community, to LGBT people who have suffered hatred and discrimination in their lives because of who they were born, and to the lives of same-sex individuals and couples whose determination to secure equality was driven by the knowledge that the love they experienced in their relationships was no less than anyone else's love.
Can you give way?
I will give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way because he's making a very powerful case against discrimination. Would he agree that one group still discriminated against is the trans community? And would he therefore agree that one important outcome of these proposals is that it will make it possible for individuals to change their legal gender under the 2004 Gender Recognition Act without first having to be forced to end their marriage? And I think that's something that I know will be a great relief to many trans people in the community.
The Honourable Lady makes an excellent point, and I'm very happy to agree with the points she makes, and I hope that changes will be made in due course to reflect that. The argument that extending marriage to same-sex couples in any way diminishes anyone else's relationship is spurious. One person's happiness does not diminish another person's. Rather, it adds to the total sum of human happiness, and surely that is to be welcomed. This measure strengthens rather than weakens marriage by extending it to more people. If you don't like gay marriage, then don't marry someone gay, but please don't deny that right to loving and committed gay and lesbian couples. Mr. Deputy Speaker, equality is indivisible. You cannot be partially equal. You are either equal or you are not. The prize of this legislation will be to build a lasting political consensus in favour of equality. Today, this House must put itself on the right side of public opinion and on the right side of history by recognising in law at last that every person has the fundamental human right to love and to marry whoever they choose.
Margaret James.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the Honourable Member for Croydon West. I feel that over the last 6 months, a certain distress about the way this debate has been managed and the pressure that has been put on so many of my colleagues from pressure groups and churches who, in my view, should have known better in the tactics they have deployed. I feel I've been labouring under a false sense of security given the changes that have been made legislatively over the last decade. I did become in a false state of security. But I'm indebted to the Prime Minister, not just for this bill, but also for the changes that he has brought about within my party, which has led to my own election and that of many others, and has changed the face of the parliamentary party. But I do feel that as a result of this debate, not just today, I don't mean, but over the last 6 months, we may have gone 2 steps forward, but I fear we have also gone 1 step backward. And the modernisation of the Conservative Party is not yet complete. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Has she, like me, been particularly angered and frustrated by the tactics of the campaign director of the Coalition for Marriage, who has sent out emails urging people to write to their MPs saying you will be remembered if they vote for this bill, you will be held to account for it, we will tell your friends and family, and we will not vote for you. This is a free vote. Members for this House should be voting with their conscience as a free vote requires, not on the basis of threats for future electoral promises.
The Honourable Lady has made her point far better than I could have done myself. I would say that the Coalition for Marriage and some of the churches have deliberately and consistently misinterpreted the government's intentions by pretending that we were forcing churches to marry same-sex couples. That was never the intention of this government. I and other colleagues would never have supported it had it been so. And belatedly, only this weekend, the Church of England has finally admitted that it is not realistic or likely that churches would be forced to conduct same-sex weddings. I made that point earlier. But so easy to say that now, isn't it? When practically every person I meet who doesn't follow the deliberations of political detail in great detail has said to me, oh, it's about weddings in churches for gay people, isn't it? Now, that is the misapprehension that many of my constituents who are opposed to this bill have laboured under, including members of my own association. And I'd like to put on record my appreciation of those individuals who have treated me with courtesy and respect, such that I can, in conscience, support this bill this evening without fear or favour. But many of them believe that we are legislating for gay weddings in church, and we are not. And I am satisfied by the advice of the Attorney General that that is of an infinitesimal possibility. We've heard about the courts, and nobody can legislate against someone challenging something in the courts, but the case law in the European Court of Human Rights makes it infinitesimally unlikely that any such challenge would succeed. Yes, I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Making a very powerful speech. Does she agree with me that there are many countries within Europe who are members of the Council of Europe who have introduced same-sex marriage whilst at the same time protecting religious freedom? And it is not beyond the wit of man or woman in our country either to do the same.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and she is absolutely right. In fact, there was a case in 2010, Scholk and Kopf from Austria, and the European Court of Human Rights said that there was no obligation on any country, on any secular government, to guarantee the rights of gay people to marry each other. Another point that has been made in this debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that equality isn't all that matters, and we are different, and we should celebrate differences. I agree with that. We should celebrate cultural and other differences. But having been different for most of my life, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can assure you that being treated equal is very welcome indeed, and we still have some way to go, not just in the area of gay people, but in other areas. And I believe my party should never flinch from the requirement that we must continue this progression. Otherwise, we may end ourselves up like the Republican Party, who lost an election last year that they could have won, were it not for their socially conservative agenda. One last point that hasn't been raised, and that is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that gay people, of course, have always been allowed to marry, as long as they choose someone of the opposite sex. This has been the case in politics and in Hollywood for reasons that are well known. Many gay people today appreciate the civil partnerships, but do want more, do want the status of marriage. And I'm particularly thinking of the younger gay people who didn't have to grow up in the environment that some of us had to grow up in. And I support their right to declare their love in a state of marriage. And I can assure honourable members this will not undermine traditional...
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think it a great privilege to stand here today in the greatest seat of democracy in the world. Honoured to be a part of this debate on the redefinition of marriage, and state very clearly that this is the biggest single mailbag that I've had in all my days as an MP, as an MLA and a councillor in the previous jobs. Some of the indication of that, by the way, I listen to my constituents, not just one or two, but all of them. And in this case, I listen to the 1,700 who have contacted me from my constituency to tell me very clearly that they're opposed to any change into the redefinition of marriage. 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister walked into this House to great applause in relation to Europe. I was pleased as punch for him and what he's going to do with the referendum. But he said he would be giving a commitment with all his heart and soul. I'm of the same mindset, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With all my heart and with all my soul, I oppose the redefinition of marriage in this House and elsewhere, and make that very, very clear. The opinions of the people who have contacted me, 99%, over 99% of my constituents have said they don't want it. I've listened carefully to the debate which states that there's a matter of equal rights. This is not how I or my constituents view this matter. It is clear that the introduction of civil partnerships, which enshrined legal and financial rights, ensured that civil partnerships had the same protection as a married couple. It is obviously there is a parity of rights here, and it's not a matter of equality of rights. With the greatest respect to this House and to everyone here, the sheer volume of those who are against this change cannot be ignored. Marriage is the union of one man and one woman, has not changed in thousands of years. My constituents tell me they don't see there's any need to redefine marriage, and I agree with them in relation to that. I don't believe we need to push through something which so many people believe affects the ability to live out Christian faith, when it's not to give rights or correct wrongdoing. I believe that there is much potential for harm, and this is not scaremongering. They are grounded and justified fears. The proposed change in the law, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has the potential to bring inequality to anyone who disagrees with the new proposed redefinition of marriage, or who does not teach it, or who feels unable to promote or assist its promotion of their work, it will leave churches vulnerable. On behalf of the Elim churches, the Baptists, the Presbyterians, on behalf of the Brethren, of the Church of Ireland, of the Church of England, of the Roman Catholics, of the Methodists, of the Muslims, of the Sikhs, of the Jewish Orthodox, all those faiths who say, no, we don't want to have a redefinition of marriage, don't ignore that and listen to a few, which I hear some of the members here saying. I'm quite happy to give way, yes.
Does the Honourable Gentleman share my puzzlement? It was in nobody's manifestos, and indeed our own Prime Minister, only 3 days before the general election, said that he would not be introducing it. None of us stood on a mandate to be introducing this particular set of legislation.
Yeah. I thank the Honourable Lady, and coming from our own words and from our own party, I can understand exactly how she feels and understand how I would if I was a Tory as well. The quadruple lock that the Minister has referred to, this makes for worrying reading. No protection for public sector chaplains in the armed forces. NHS universities who were denied the freedom to express opinion that marriage is between one man and one woman for fear of losing their jobs. Teachers, 40,000 teachers, have expressed valid fear to me, which they have since been backed up by the legal opinion, that they will not be able to opt out of endorsing same-sex marriage and allow someone else to teach that aspect of the curriculum. There seems something horribly wrong with the scenario of a teacher seeking to gracefully bow out of teaching that section and allowing someone else to step in, losing their job. It also seems very, very wrong that parents have no protection, allowing them to remove their children from classes in which they are being taught expressly against their beliefs. When do we become a country which enforces ideals on people to the detriment of their own personal faith? I don't believe we are that country, and I urge everyone today to ensure that we do not become that country. What about registers and councils who do not feel they can follow the new definition, which is contrary to their faith? The Minister has made a number of claims, saying that with the quadruple lock we'll be able to ensure that Europe can't change things. The fact of the matter is, Minister, and you know it, and everyone in this House here probably knows it as well, that there has been European decisions that have been made which have overturned the legislation of this country. And I give one example, or 5 examples, but I give one because time's against me. Islington Council sacked Register Lillian Liddell for requesting an accommodation of her conscientious objection to same-sex civil partnership. The European Court confirmed that a public authority can force employees to act against their beliefs about marriage and sack any who resist. That's the same confirmation of quadruple locks and whatever locks there can be that will fall down when it comes to the European Court. And I would ask maybe the Minister, perhaps in response at the end, will be able to give us some other definition of why we should feel that Europe will support us. Back in December 2011, the Prime Minister stated that the UK is a Christian country and we should not be ashamed to say so. Today I urge the Government to put into practice this statement, and so that we are not ashamed to live by these Christian principles of loving God, loving our neighbour and living by the Word of God. Don't take away the right for people to do this and say it is for equality, for it's not. Parity of rights is already secured. Instead, let people live their faith without fear of persecution aided by this Government. I urge all right honourable members and honourable members to oppose this bill.
Simon Hughes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for the tone of the debate so far, both from the Secretary of State and the Shadow Home Secretary, for the passion from people like my honourable friend, the member for St Austell and Newquay, and for the call for tolerance from friends like the Honourable Lady, the member for North East Derbyshire, and our honourable friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham. And I share with someday I'm happy, I hope to call my friend to be reciprocated, my friend from Croydon North, who I welcome here, and our friend from Stourbridge. The scars of those battles in the past, when fighting against Section 28, for example, was not an easy thing to do against a huge amount of prejudice. I come to this debate as the person I am, with the complexities I have as an evangelical Protestant by faith and a liberal since my teens. So these aren't easy issues for me, and they're not easy for many people here. And I hope we all are understanding of the difficulty that colleagues have, and the difficulty that some of our constituents have in understanding the other side of the argument. Two of the strongest arguments made against the bill are that there was no election manifesto by any of us that we should legislate, and that this is a redefinition of marriage, the point made by the Honourable Gentleman Member for Strangford. On the first, it's true, it wasn't an election commitment, and therefore I have asked the Secretary of State, and I call again today, for the Government and Parliament to proceed very slowly and carefully and seek maximum consensus. Heavy programming and tight timetables are going to be the enemy of good legislation. And I hope the government will be sensitive to that. Yes, I will.
Voting against the timetable motion this evening and also against the carryover motion.
I will be voting against the timetable motion for just that reason. I shall support the bill. I shall support the bill because it was Edgar, I think, in King Lear who said, "Stand up for bastards." I think we need to stand up for gay people and their civil rights. But I believe, of course I do. But I believe that we must seek to get maximum consensus, and therefore a programme motion that restricts that would not be the right way forward. Yes, I give way.
I'm very pleased to hear this conversion by the honourable member. Would he like to take this opportunity right now to apologise to Peter Tatchell for the by-election in which he first won?
The answer is I've both apologised publicly and privately to him. And I was on a platform with him the other day, and he was very generous to me, and he has supported me, and we've worked together on many occasions. So I hope the honourable gentleman will accept that. Other countries do these things much more easily than we do. In other countries, you have a civil ceremony, and then you have a faith ceremony. It would have been much better that we could have started in that way, but it's too late to do that now, not least given the position of the established church. So what I hope we'll do is give a second reading to the bill today, but then work on the areas that, in my view, are not yet in a fit state to be finalised as legislation. I do believe that the bill ought to be amended to make it clear that the principal purpose is to provide for equal civil marriage for gay and straight couples, and for others to opt into that if churches and other denominations wish then to do so. And I don't think that's the way the bill is drafted at the moment at all. I think the bill ought to be more clear that we're not seeking to redefine the traditional marriage as previously understood in custom and law. And that would be helpful both to the church communities and to others. And I've talked to many, both in the churches and elsewhere, and I believe there's a constructive will to try to improve the bill, even from people at the end who might not support it. I'm sure there will be, or I imagine there will be a majority for second reading tonight. One of the things that we've got to do is disabuse people who think there will be prohibition on the way people can speak about these things, prohibition on the way people can preach about these things, prohibition on what happens in schools. The Joint Committee on Human Rights, Mr Deputy Speaker, of which I'm a member, I'm sure will address this issue intensely, and I'm sure we will be able to give guarantees to those who fear that their right to speak and believe what they have will be changed by the bill. I hope we'll address two other things too. I supported civil partnerships. I think the Church was wrong to oppose civil partnerships at the time, and I hope the Church now understands, and other faith groups, that actually they do themselves a service if they had a service of blessing for people in civil partnerships. But I don't think it would be good just to have an easy transfer from civil partnership to civil marriage, which is what the bill proposes. I think that if we are having civil marriage, there ought to be for everybody an obligation to have the ceremony of civil marriage so that the full import is understood. And I don't understand why the government isn't taking the opportunity to provide that civil partnerships should be available for conventional male-female relationships as well as for gay people as well. So I hope there will be changes, and that's why my intervention on the Secretary of State asked for her to consider positively, both in committee and before report stage, constructive suggestions for change. I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, given the complexity of the bill, we need to have that tolerance and respect. On Saturday night, I watched the new film Lincoln. Of course, as the Honourable Gentleman for Cardiff South and Penarth said, there aren't exact parallels between that battle over slavery and this. But there is a lesson. People at that stage took different sides of a very intense argument, even though they came from the same faith and another background. Things move on. We have to learn that understanding each other's position and seeking the maximum consensus is the best way to proceed, and I hope that's the way we'll continue.
Sandra Osborne.
Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the tenor of this debate, because, as is clear from the debate, same-sex marriage is an issue in which people have different opinions, and on each side of the argument express their views with nuanced differences. As someone who believes firmly in equality and human rights, I would strongly defend people's rights to express their views freely within the law, regardless of how repugnant I might find them or how strongly I may disagree with them. However, I would remind opponents of same-sex marriage of the much-quoted words of the late American politician Patrick Daniel Moynihan. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions, but they are not entitled to their own facts. Much of what we hear from the opponents of same-sex marriage is opinion masquerading as fact, so that they can then take the next logical step of insisting that their position should be imposed on everyone else. Many honourable members on all sides of the House would testify to the huge postbacks that we have all received on this subject from both sides of the argument, or I should say a large number of emails. I would like to challenge in particular two assertions that opponents like to pose as facts. That same-sex marriage is a redefinition of marriage, and that this is not about equality. The definition of marriage has been changed by the state over time, and so it's not correct to suggest that marriage has not changed. In fact, legislation around marriage has rightly changed over the years to keep up with public attitudes. From the beginning of real state involvement in marriage in the 1750s to the introduction of non-religious civil marriages in the 1830s, from allowing married women to own property in the 1880s, to outlawing rape within marriage in the 1990s. The remarriage of divorcees is now allowed, and since the passing of the Gender Recognition Act 2004, it is possible for a trans person to marry in their affirmed gender. On the other hand, religious marriage will continue to be a matter for religious organisations and not for the state to define, or redefine for that matter. So this is not about redefining marriage, but extending it to a category of people who are already de facto eligible to enter into marriage as a result of the introduction and broad acceptance of civil partnerships. Surveys have shown that 80% of adults under the age of 50 in the UK now support same-sex marriage legislation, including 3 in 5 people who describe themselves as having religious faith. And if I could turn to equality, much progress has been made in fighting discrimination in the last few years, and I am proud of the fact that Labour was in the driving seat for so much of that. And I know that is fragile because of the backlash we are seeing against the Equality Act at present. We need to keep up the momentum in this, and same-sex marriage is an important next step in doing so. Opponents of same-sex marriage have become adept at adopting the language and arguments of the equality agenda to justify diversity under law, in allowing civil partnerships for homosexual couples and marriage for heterosexual couples. However, no matter how they dress it up, such distinction is discrimination. And while discrimination provides a powerful case for this change, the growing public support I referred to earlier gives the best possible context for delivering it. In conclusion, I don't share the view that some that marriage is just so vital that we should support this for that reason alone, but...
Craig Whittaker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Throughout all the debates and controversy surrounding same-sex marriage proposals, recognition of the purpose and values of marriage has been assumed rather than discussed. No real debate has taken place on the nature of marriage itself. Every email and every letter that I have received in support of this bill has mentioned the word equal. As I mentioned earlier, it is interesting to note that the word equal has been dropped from the title of this bill by the government. This is probably because it is not equal. A bill which keeps a traditional meaning of marriage for some sections of society that says marriage is between a man and a woman for the procreation of children, then gives others in society a different meaning of marriage which says marriage of same-sex couples is lawful. How is that equal? A bill which does not change the meaning of adultery. If a person in a same-sex marriage has an affair with someone from the opposite sex, then it's deemed as adultery. If, however, they have an affair with someone of the same sex, then it's not classed as adultery and therefore not grounds for divorce. How is that equal? A bill which takes away the meaning of the purpose of marriage whose intention is traditionally child-centred and tailors it to become a partnership model, changes the basic building block of society and makes it adult-centred. How is that equal for children? Why isn't this bill offering civil partnerships for heterosexual couples as well as same-sex couples, or civil marriage for same-sex couples too? It does not. Marriage is clearly a foundational and progressive institution. It is both traditional and radical. It secures well-being and manifest advantage for children born under its auspices and stability for men and for women. However, traditional marriage is under threat, and it has been for so many years. The steady erosion of marriage over the last few decades is a grave social and economic ill. Why then does the state want to undermine it even further? Surely, with around 50% of our children in our society being born out of wedlock, shouldn't the state be looking at ways to strengthen the institution of marriage for the sake of children, rather than erode the true purpose of marriage even further? There is a plethora of evidence out there that says that the best platform to tackle poverty, acceptance, socialism and a place in society already prepared for children that is born is about parental sacrifice and the love of their children from their union. Basically, the traditional family unit sealed by traditional marriage. Those who advocate the extension of marriage to same-sex couples have been very strong on the value of equality, but at the same time almost silent on the specific nature of marriage they want equal access to. Rather than erode the traditional meaning of marriage for the majority, there is a simple solution to this bill, which, as it currently stands, is incredibly divisive rather than being inclusive. Why don't the government have a serious look at opening up civil partnerships to heterosexual couples and simply change the name to something like state marriage? That way, those who want marriage so they can be called married get their way. That way, those who want to maintain traditional marriage for its true intended purpose can keep it too. That way, those who do not want a traditional option of marriage can have a marriage under civil partnership or state marriage where they currently cannot. And that way, those who believe that the church should be the ones to decide on who they want to marry can allow them to get on and do so. Let the churches themselves decide, not the state, and in a fashion where they do not fear reprisals for doing so. Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, I will not be supporting this bill, and I would urge any of my colleagues who are currently wavering or undecided to do the same.
Susan Allen-Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a huge privilege to speak in this historic debate. Now, I have to be honest that when I was a first-time candidate in the mid-1990s, I was rather concerned about the plans that were around then for lesbian and gay couples being able to adopt. And this wasn't because I thought their parenting would in any way be inferior to those of straight couples. I don't and didn't. But because I feared that the social climate at that time would have meant that many of those children might have been subjected to very serious bullying. Today, happily, we live in a very different world. It is, I believe, 80 years since the introduction of civil partnerships, and about 2 years since the bar for religious ceremonies on civil partnerships was removed. And I believe it's also time that we in this House have the courage to vote for equal marriage. But the main reason I'm speaking in this debate is that as a straight woman of the Christian faith, I can't believe it's right that I could be married in a church, and indeed many people of no faith whatsoever could. Yet believers who are lesbian and gay are not merely shunned by the civil laws of the land on this issue, but also where their own denominations freely wish to marry them, that they are barred from performing one of the most fundamental sacramental and pastoral duties. Do honourable members really believe that they should seriously say to a Quaker couple whose meeting house wishes to perform a religious ceremony that they should be unable to do so? Or the same to Reformed or Liberal Jews or Unitarians? And what about the United Reformed Church that brought in religious ceremonies for civil partnerships last year? A church created out of a nonconformist traditions whose adherents were once barred from standing for office to this place, barred from our universities, and whose burial rites were not even permitted in our parish churchyards. Do members seriously believe that we in the 21st century should be denying religious freedom to those faith groups again? Now, I know there's been some talk today in this debate about civil marriage, state marriage, that somehow it should be different from religious marriage. With the greatest of respect, we're not talking about ownership of the railways here. This is about something that so many denominations themselves wish to opt into. That is why this legislation is specifically opt-in. Catholic Spain, as we've heard, has had equal marriage since 2005, and no challenge on this issue from the European Court of Human Rights. More than 22,000 civil marriages in Spain. This from a country that 50 years ago General Franco ruled supreme. And what about churches the length and breadth of our land, who've not been challenged on whether they can remarry divorcees, whether they allow members from outside their own fellowships to wed, or whether they place any restrictions as to who may receive the sacraments of communion or baptism? And let us not forget that case of Nadia Ueda, whose right to wear a cross at work, so shamefully denied by British Airways, was not just supported by the ECHR, but where the judgment declared that manifesting religion is a fundamental right, and quite right too. Fundamentally, I believe this legislation is about both human equality and religious liberty, and for heaven's sake today, let's support it.
Graham Brady.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The level of interest in this debate and the respect which has been shown by members on both sides of the debate I think is a very strong argument for more free votes to take place in this House. And I'm delighted to see the manner in which the debate is being conducted. We've heard that this is not the highest priority facing our country at the moment. I agree with that. We've heard that the government has no mandate for it from the manifesto, and that is also true. I also think that although it is clear that public opinion at the moment, in many opinion polls, seems to support the measure, there is no settled public view. This is a new debate. It's not really been conducted for long inside this House or outside. And I think more time is needed for people to consider the ramifications of it. Too often outside this House, Mr Deputy Speaker, the argument on this issue has been polarised. There have been those in favour of same-sex marriage who sought to suggest that all of those who may oppose it are dinosaurs, and there have been those who oppose it who think that those who support same-sex marriage will bring about the end of civilization. Like my honourable friend from Worthing, I don't think either of those propositions is true. There has been a great deal of common ground in contributions on both sides of the debate, but it seems to me the core question for most members with which we are tussling is the balance between the rights of those who may wish to enter same-sex marriages and the threat to religious freedoms for others. Now, in June 1998, Mr Deputy Speaker, I voted in favour of an equal age of consent in this House. There are only 13 other Conservative members of Parliament who did at that time. In 2003, I supported civil partnerships in this House, though I wanted it to be wider and to include other cohabiting couples. Both, I thought, righted an injustice. This measure does not. It won't save anyone from prosecution for what they are. It won't prevent any unfair inheritance taxes being applied. I will vote against this measure tonight, not because I think the world will end if we see it pass, but because I have serious misgivings that in spite of the Minister's commendable efforts, recognised by the Church of England, as has been commented earlier in the debate, it is impossible to guarantee that religious freedom will not be compromised. We've heard many members already in the debate raise instances where people's employment or people's rights of free expression might be compromised if the European Court were to rule in a certain way, or indeed if some of our own domestic laws were employed against them. And the question that was put to my right honourable friend right at the beginning of the debate by the honourable gentleman for Gorton was met with no guarantee that the Secretary of State could give. She couldn't give a guarantee that people would be protected and their religious freedom would be protected because it is impossible to guarantee it. It can be taken to the European Court, and if we pass this measure, then it will be taken to the European Court. No, I'm concluding.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to set out misgivings about this bill. I'm not going to vote against it tonight because I don't object to it being scrutinised by committee, but I do expect to vote against it at third reading. My honourable friend, the member for Rhondda, has spoken of the Church of England marriage service in some of his interventions on this topic, and I think he's been right to do so, not on the basis that if the Church of England says it, it must be true, but on the basis that the Church of England was the custodian of marriage in Britain for hundreds of years, and for many people it still is. And I will give way.
Can I point out that the Church of England has never been the custodian in Scotland?
My friend is absolutely right. But the 1662 version of the Church of England service, in use for the past 351 years, sets out 3 reasons for marriage. The first of which is, and I quote, "It was ordained for the procreation of children to be brought up in the fear and nurture of the Lord." And the central problem with this bill, it seems to me, is it introduces a definition, I will in just a moment, it introduces a definition of marriage which comprises numbers 2 and 3 from that list, but it drops number 1, and the result is something a good deal weaker than the original. Good way.
The honourable gentleman was at my wedding, and I was not young when I got married, and unless I was blessed like Elizabeth, it was highly unlikely that I was going to be able to, after all that time, procreate. Is he telling me that my marriage is less valid than anybody else's?
No, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I certainly am not, and I was delighted to attend my honourable friend's wedding. But of course, that was the case 351 years ago as well, and the Church of England service applied. But children are at the heart of marriage, but as my honourable friend from Oldham said, they're barely mentioned in the bill. The bill aims to open up the benefits of marriage to people excluded from it at the moment, but it's doing it at the price of taking away a significant part of its meaning. Children are the reason marriage has always been so important. If it was purely about a loving relationship between two people, in the way the Secretary of State said at the beginning of the debate, then it would have been much less important than it has actually been. Does that matter, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Well, yes, I think it does, because it is right for society to recognise, as marriage does, the value to all of us of the contribution of those who both bring children into the world and then bring them up as well. That is the ideal that the current definition of marriage reflects. It will, I think, be a mistake to lose the value which that places on the creation and bringing up of children, and in the end it will be children who lose out if we do. I will give way one more time.
Following the gentleman's argument about the importance of marriage for children, is he suggesting that perhaps children should only be adopted by couples who are married, or that somehow children who are within a same-sex parentage have a lesser right to have loving parents who are married?
Deputy Speaker, I'm not saying either of those things. I'm simply making the point that it remains the ideal for the two parents who together created a child to bring that child up. Legal equality, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was delivered quite rightly by the introduction of civil partnerships. And if there are weaknesses in those arrangements, they should be put right. In particular, I see no problem with same-sex unions being celebrated in places of worship where congregations want to do so. A same-sex couple can have the same wish to affirm and to have affirmed a lifelong exclusive commitment as a man and woman getting married. And we should value that and be willing to recognise and to celebrate it. But this bill doesn't affirm that same-sex unions are equal with marriage, rather that they are the same as marriage, when in reality they aren't. They are different. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do think we'll be poorer if we adopt a watered-down definition of marriage based on two aims from the Church of England's list instead of all three?
Cheryl Gillen.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it is quite obvious from the tenor of this debate that this proposed legislation presents many problems for people both in this chamber and beyond. I think constituents and colleagues who are neither prejudiced nor homophobic genuinely believe that it is impossible to change the meaning of marriage, which is what this bill seeks to do. People with deep religious beliefs see this attempt to change the law as an undermining of a fundamental institution. And now, I think, by its very introduction, this bill has now undermined the perception of civil partnerships that were so widely celebrated only a few years ago. I understand many younger people are not bothered by this bill, but many older people do not understand this government's imperative to change the law in this area. There may be a case for examining any legal disadvantages that exist for same-sex couples and strengthening any weaknesses in the civil partnerships legislation. But this legislation was not in our manifesto, it was not in the coalition agreement, and it was not in the Queen's speech. It should not have been introduced before a much fuller discussion had taken place, particularly, I believe, within my own party. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Very briefly, and does the Honourable Lady share my puzzlement as to why the Prime Minister specifically referred to not introducing it only just before an election?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I think there has been many conflicting messages coming out of government, and I think that the Honourable Lady has just alluded to one of them. Indeed, at a meeting that I attended in the House of Lords only a few weeks ago with the then new Archbishop of Canterbury, putative new Archbishop of Canterbury, one of the bishops actually told us that the Church had not been fully consulted, and I believe only a few weeks ago the Church should have been fully involved in all discussions on this matter. If the government had perhaps sought to redefine civil partnerships, or indeed if they could really ensure the religious freedoms that they are promising would stick, I think more people would have been persuaded to support this legislation. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank my right friend. Would she accept that for some of us it's not exactly ideal, but we may find ourselves having to abstain because that's the only way of making the point that while what we are debating has merit, it has not been a case that's been made conclusively. And while I would like to make clear that I am not implacably opposed to change, I do need to be convinced that it's necessary and it's been properly thought through. And when we hear government lawyers not even able to deal with the basic detail of a change in marriage under new laws, I really do despair.
I'm glad I allowed the Honourable Lady to intervene because I think that she has spoken for many people in this House, actually on both sides of the House as well. I think the Secretary of State is doing the impossible in this bill, trying to change the meaning of the word marriage. And as no government is able to protect our religious freedoms, I am going to have a problem supporting this bill tonight. The Archbishop put it very simply in a television interview. He said, there are issues. Well, I believe the issues with this legislation cannot be resolved, and therefore it is with great sadness that I'm going to vote against this bill in the lobbies tonight.
Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in this debate. Having listened carefully to the representations I've received from constituents on either side of the debate, I will vote for equal marriage today. I will do so because I'm a Christian, not in spite of it. I do believe marriage is important. I do believe it should be taken seriously, more seriously certainly than we see in things like modern celebrity culture today. And I think there are things that undermine marriage and strong relationships. The lack of family-friendly working hours and prohibitive childcare costs are amongst those things. But I just cannot see, genuinely, how my support for equal marriage undermines my own marriage, the marriage of anyone else, or marriage as an institution. If anything, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe it strengthens it. I acknowledge that this is a difficult debate for some people. I understand some members have a different view to me, but I do not believe a case has been made as to why the honour and privileges of marriage should not be extended to all. Some of the emails I've received have asked what protection will be offered to people who disagree. But this is a permissive law. It only allows those organisations who want to conduct same-sex marriages the right to do so. I genuinely don't see anything that people will need protecting from. Another concern relates to the role of teachers in Catholic schools should this redefinition occur. I believe the Education Secretary has provided adequate reassurance on this. However, I would say that what I hope we can all agree on is that actually what schools should be doing is working to tackle homophobia, and that this should be the starting point for the discussion around these issues in schools. Now, some people have raised the prospect of polymarriage between 3 or more people if this change goes through. This objection, Mr Deputy Speaker, is one that I do find quite offensive. Comments like this degrade the loving relationships of many of my constituents, and I feel they are a poor contribution to this debate. Now, one of the things I find saddening is that in many of the objections I've received, there's an assumption that gay and lesbian people and Christians are 2 separate groups of people. When a petition was read out in my church on a Sunday several months ago, I could see before me how distressed gay members of the congregation felt. It is a matter of huge regret that some people, and only some people, have not acted more sensitively when addressing this matter. And whilst the overwhelming majority of the letters and emails I have received have been extremely cordial, a number have displayed a vitriol which I find extremely concerning, not least from people professing to want to uphold Christian values. For instance, I've been told that my wife is actually chair of governors at our local faith school, should not have got married in a church if I'm unwilling to vote against this measure. And my response to this is extremely robust. If these people want to purge the various churches of anyone who believes that faith is compatible with equal rights, well, they could do so, but they will kill those churches. There is no future in this narrow, unwelcoming worldview. We've reconciled many literal interpretations of Scripture with modern life, and we can do so again with this. Now, one of the more philosophical arguments I've received is that marriage belongs to the church and not the state. I don't believe this is true either. We've revised and changed marriage through statute repeatedly over the last 100 years, and I believe many of these changes were changes that actually did strengthen marriage, despite claims at the time to the contrary. They include registry weddings, weddings outside of religious venues, and changes to the law on sexual violence within a marriage. Many of these changes opened up the honour of marriage to a wider circle of people, and they should be commended for doing so. Of course, I'll be waiting.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and isn't it the case that actually the way this law is drafted, it protects the Church's view on marriage and indeed protects those within the Church that hold that view strongly to be able to continue to do so without fear of retribution?
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and I know with our constituencies being neighbouring ones, the representations he will have received will be very much the same as mine, and I think we can reassure people, but also we can celebrate that this is a change that is welcome. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I feel strongly that the majority of my constituents do favour this change, but ultimately it is only on principle that any MP can vote on this matter. It is my firm view that this change is right, that this change promotes the cause of equality, that this change will strengthen marriage, and that this is a change that deserves our respect and our support today.
Stephen Williams.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On the weekend, on Saturday, I went to the opening of an exhibition in Emshed, Bristol's museum, and it was entitled Out Stories. It's the story of gay, lesbian, bisexual and transgendered people in Bristol over the last half-century. And it begins with the story of Oliver, a 55-year-old partner in a solicitor's firm in Bristol, who in 1963 was found guilty of gross indecency and sentenced to 3 months in prison or a £40 fine. And it goes through the whole trials and tribulations of history over the last half-century, the ups and downs, and how the experiences of gay people in Bristol have changed in that period. Like all exhibitions, it's not just interesting in the abstract, Mr Deputy Speaker, it actually makes you think about your own place in history. For me, that was rather easy because I'm actually mentioned in that exhibition as the first openly gay Member of Parliament to serve my city, and indeed the first on these benches as well. But I was born in 1966, when homosexuality was still without the law and was a criminal offence. And throughout my life, while we've seen much progress, that progress has come in fits and starts and has not always been easy. Throughout my teenage years and my years at university, being openly gay was virtually impossible because occasionally it was a terrifying identity to have as an individual in terms of the abuse I received myself and the far worse that I saw being meted out to other people at school and university. So what I would say to colleagues on all sides who are opposing what we're trying to achieve today is please have some empathy for what your fellow citizens have been through. Equality is not something that can be delivered partially. Equality is absolute. Now, since 1994, when the age of consent was lowered to 18, we've had rapid change. And now today, equal marriage, I think, is the last remaining significant building block to have genuine parity of esteem in between same-sex couples and opposite-sex relationships.
I'm most grateful for allowing me to intervene. Would you agree with me? With the gay people who've approached me, who feel that the vows of commitment they're allowed to exchange in a civil partnership ceremony are not regarded with the same value as they would be in marriage, and that's why they want it.
Well, I thank the Honourable Friend for her intervention. I actually think civil partnerships was an important step. I would like civil partnerships to be retained. I have plenty of opposite-sex friends who are not in a full marriage and who would welcome, in fact, civil partnerships being extended to opposite-sex couples. And I hope an amendment will come forward in committee or report stage to bring that about. But today, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are legislating to allow same-sex couples to show their love and commitment before their friends and family, to have it recognised by the state as a marriage and possibly celebrated within their religious faith. This bill is permissive. It allows faiths to opt in to having a same-sex wedding. And I welcome the fact that the 3 Quaker meeting houses in Bristol West, the Bristol Reformed Progressive Liberal Synagogue in my constituency and the Unitarian Chapel may be amongst the first in the country to take advantage of this change, and I hope they will be joined by others. This debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish it was mainly about civil rights, but of course it has been characterised by the differences in between religion and the state. Religion, Mr Deputy Speaker, marriage, is not the sole property of any faith or denomination. It has always been regulated by civic society, whether it's during the Reformation and the various acts of uniformity concerning the liturgy and Book of the Common Prayer, to the rights of women in the 19th century. And indeed, the Matrimonial Causes Act of 1857 that allowed women to divorce their husbands was rather more radical in the times that it was debated than what we are contemplating today. It was opposed by Gladstone, which shows that the wrestling with consciences that some leading figures in my party are doing today is actually nothing new. And something finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the politics of what we are doing today. I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Hornsey and Wood Green, whose position as a Minister in the Home Office did so much to bring this legislation to light. But also, I would like to thank members from all parties who are doing their bit today to do the right thing. Much of what we do in this chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker, ends up being the ephemera of history. But what we are doing today, I think, will be much more profound and will be remembered for a long time. It will bring genuine change in our country, and I think tonight what we do will be looked upon kindly by history.
Helen Goodman.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Bristol West, who spoke powerfully from his own experience. I am going to vote for second reading of the bill tonight because I believe it is right to give all committed, loving partnerships the same legal status. However, I do think the bill bears all the hallmarks of a rushed job. And the government's confusion, for example, between marriage and a wedding is clear in the explanatory notes, which say marriage law in England and Wales is based on where the ceremony takes place. Surely this is complete misunderstanding of what marriage is all about. I have 2 main concerns which I hope will be addressed in committee before the government brings the bill back for its third reading. First of all, I do not want us inadvertently to back the Church of England into disestablishment. The reason the Church of England, unlike the other faiths, needs special mention is not to introduce a new hurdle, but to reflect its position as the established church. Anyone and everyone who resides in a parish has the right to marry and be married in their parish church. Canon law, which embodies the teaching of the Church, is also part of the law of England. The Church of England, however regrettable some honourable members may feel this, is not in the foreseeable future going to change its teaching on marriage. So this statute needs to reflect that position if the Church of England is not going to be subject to successful legal challenges. To put it another way, we need to balance people's rights under Articles 12 and 14 to marry and be free from discrimination against the equally important right, Article 9, to freedom of religion. Consequently, I think it's absolutely vital that this part of the bill is not weakened during committee stage. But in another respect, I feel the bill does not go far enough. The government says that it wants to treat all marriages in the same way, but Schedule 4, Part 3 exempts same-sex marriages from rules on consummation and adultery. Now, in practice, I guess maybe consummation is not going to be a big problem, but in terms of adultery, surely if sexual fidelity is central to heterosexual marriages, it should be central to any and all marriages. Why is the bill fixating on this biological heterosexual intercourse? And a similar issue arises in the way the bill is setting out the rights of children born to lesbian mothers. Surely children born to lesbian mothers should have the same right to two parents as other children, and the presumption should be that a married lesbian couple are both parents of that child if one of them has a baby. I hope this is something that those honourable members who are on the committee will also look at, and I hope they will also look at the rights of children who are adopted by gay married men. Finally, I just want to say something about the trans community, often overlooked. I welcome the provision in the bill that will not require them to annul their marriages in order to have their gender reassigned.
Mike Frere.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thought long and hard about seeking to speak in this debate. I genuinely feared the tone of the debate and how colleagues would seek to oppose the bill. So when colleagues talked about gay marriage making them physically sick, or when colleagues suggested it was a step towards legalising polygamy or incest...
Will you never give way?
No, I won't.
I thought you would.
They need to remember that there are people involved. People's lives are involved, and we should remember that the words spoken in this chamber hurt far beyond this chamber when we speak.
Yep.
Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I was elected to this House in May 2010, it was perhaps the proudest day of my life. I should point out, actually, it was the second proudest day of my life, because the proudest day was when I entered into my civil partnership, which I did 6 years ago with my partner of 21 years. Our civil partnership was a huge step forward for us, and yet many argue that we should be content with our civil partnership. After all, it affords us all the same legal protections as marriage. But I asked my married colleagues, did you get married for legal protections it afforded you? Did you go down on one knee and say, darling, please give me the protections marriage affords us? No, of course you didn't. My civil partnership was our way of saying to my friends and my family, this is who I love, this is who I am, this is who I wish to spend the rest of my life with. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm simply asking for equal treatment. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, people have talked about dissent and division and the heat of the debate. But sometimes leadership is about doing what is right, not what is popular. And I congratulate the Prime Minister on leading on this. This issue has caused anxiety amongst colleagues and amongst constituents. Some argue it's not the right time, and yet no one has been able to explain to me what the right time looks like. So if not today, when? Monday? Next week? Next year? For me, it is the right time, and we should simply get on with it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, so much of our time in this House is spent on technical legislation. Today we have an opportunity to do what is right, to do some good. I am a member of this Parliament, and I say to my colleagues, I sit alongside you in committees, in the bars and in the tea rooms. I queue alongside you in the division lobbies. But when it comes to marriage, why are you asking me to stand apart and to join a separate queue? I ask my colleagues, if I am equal in this House, give me every opportunity to be equal. Today we have a chance to set that right, and I hope colleagues will join me in voting yes this evening.
McCann. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I say that I will remember the days when same-sex couples were denied basic rights. Next of kin relationships weren't recognised, pension rights were not available to surviving partners, and discrimination on property and inheritance issues was widespread. Civil partnerships recognised same-sex relationships in law for the first time, and I am extremely proud that it was a Labour government with all-party support that passed that legislation through this House of Commons. Well, legislation isn't built on sentiment, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's built on fact. And I have to say to members across the whole House that whilst that legislation unequivocally broke the back of unlawful discrimination, this proposal doesn't end any discrimination whatsoever and has the potential to open up a can of worms of Olympian magnitude. I have to confess that I am also bitterly disappointed about the manner in which people's genuine concerns in this matter have been dismissed by government ministers. Logic has been responded to with platitudes, and there's been no greater example of that, or no greater offender than the Secretary of State. I'll come on to that in a bit more detail in a moment, but I wanted to ensure that my views were recorded in this debate, because I don't agree with comments from people who are clearly steeped in bigotry and hatred. My concerns are based on three considerations. The first is that this bill, should it become law, will give no new rights to any same-sex couples in England or Wales, and it's a complete fabrication to suggest that it's about equality. Indeed, if you read Stonewall's briefing on this matter, an organisation I greatly admire, there is no mention whatsoever in there about new rights. Secondly, I believe very strongly that the state should have no role in marriage whatsoever. Any couple, same-sex or not, should have access to civil partnerships or unions. Because if this is really truly about changing definitions and then setting them into law, then for goodness sake, let's do it properly. Allow the state to properly recognise relationships, treat all people equally, and allow equal access to all mechanisms of the state. And by doing so, we would then eliminate the controversy which arises when we start to use the same terminology as churches. And that brings me to my third reason for opposing this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, on the 11th of December, the Secretary of State said this: "I know that many honourable members are worried about that European courts will force religious organisations to conduct same-sex marriages. The law is complex, but that complexity is absolutely no excuse for misunderstanding the facts. Case law of the European Court of Human Rights and rights set out in the European Convention on Human Rights put protection of religious belief in this matter beyond doubt. The Government's legal position is confirmed that with appropriate legislative drafting, the chance of a successful legal challenge through domestic or European courts is negligible." So, I will give way.
Very grateful to him. Would he confirm whether he knows of any case in any of the other European Union countries where same-sex marriage is already allowed, where there has been a prosecution of someone for holding the view that same-sex marriage should not be allowed?
For that intervention, because I'm going to go on to that point right now, because the much-vaunted quadruple lock is underpinned by case law. And what we all know in this House is that what makes case law is cases. And I am absolutely damn sure, as sure as the sun rises in the morning, that a same-sex couple will go to a church or a synagogue, they'll make a demand to be married, that demand will be refused, and they will go to a court. They, in turn, will have to wait to see, we will have to wait to see, in turn, what new case law is created. And by that time, Mr Deputy Speaker, none of us may be serving in this House. We may have left politics altogether, or indeed we may have left this mortal coil. But people will look back in that set of circumstances and they'll say this: how did we get into this mess? And then they'll look back in Hansard and they'll say it's because we made a bad law back in 2013. And some politician said at the time that there was a quadruple lock underpinned by case law.
honourable member for giving way. But if we project forward into the future, is it not also the case that some churches may have changed their mind in the way that they have over the blessing of civil partnerships, and in the way that, you know, clearly even parts of the Church of England, certainly the parts of the Church of Wales, already have expressed the desire to go further than this legislation allows? Society will evolve, but so also will the Church's views.
Well, that may very well be the case, but under my proposition, which separates a recognition of unions and partnerships by the state and partnerships that churches recognise, then it would make sure that there was no confusion between state and church, and therefore there would be a clear distinction in law. And that's why I'm upset about what's being proposed today, because when we do look back, and because the quadruple lock that's been proposed has been put forward by the Secretary of State is to be supported by case law, then I'm afraid that you have to reach the conclusion that if case law changes, then the opportunities of the argument the Secretary of State is making actually falls. So, in terms of my position, Mr Deputy Speaker, when I came into Parliament, I made a personal vow that I would never vote knowingly for a poor bill or for a poor piece of legislation. And I may unintentionally do that in my time in this place, but I'm not going to do it when I know that what is in front of me is a poorly constructed bill which in turn could become a poorly constructed law. And that's why this evening I'll be voting against this bill at second reading, and that is my position which I want to place on the record.
Peter Byrne.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it is a great pleasure to follow the honourable member for East Kilbride, and his very last point when he said you should never vote for something that you know is a bad bill. What a statement for Parliament and for parliamentarians. It's a sad day for me, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think it's my saddest day as a member of this House when my party brings in a bill which I'm fundamentally opposed to. I personally believe that marriage is between a man and a woman, and that's my belief. And I'm very sad that my party has brought this in without any democratic mandate. And I'm not going to address the issues of whether it's right for gay marriage or wrong for gay marriage. Members across the House are making these points very well. I just want to deal with a very specific point of the democratic deficit. I think that's what Parliament tonight should be concerned about. I've listened to a lot of the short speeches that have been made tonight. I listened to the Honourable Lady for Bishop Auckland, and she started to make some really interesting points. But then the time limit stopped her from developing the argument. And the very first democratic deficit I would draw to the attention of this House is we're having a second reading debate for one day only. Members are reduced to 4 minutes, and many members won't get in. It would have been much better if we'd had this over 2 days. And I hope that the Leader of the House, towards the end of this debate, will rise and suggest that this debate is adjourned and we have another day so that all members can get in on what is a very, very important point.
Will my honourable friend get away?
Of course.
Would my honourable friend sum up that conundrum by saying basically it's the tyranny of the usual channels which are destroying our opportunity of having a 2-day debate, because the front benches are both in support of this bill and that leaves the back benches who are against it out on their own?
Mr Deputy Speaker, the suggestion that I could ever criticise either Whip's department is absolutely outrageous. The problem we have, of course, is that Parliament doesn't decide the timetable. It is the executive that does it.
On that point.
Well, if I must.
Does he agree with me that it's a breach of precedence that an issue of conscience brought to this House into second reading, such as the hunting bill or the human fertilisation and embryology bill, would be held on the floor of the House, giving an opportunity to showcase Parliament and have a mature debate about very important, crucial issues?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful for my honourable friend's intervention. I will, hopefully, if I have time, deal with that very important point. But I want to just roll back the clock a bit to the last general election, and I have the 3 manifestos here. The best one, the invitation to join the government of Britain, which is the Conservative one, the Liberal Democrat, change that works for you, and the Labour, a future fair for all. And I also have the Coalition, our programme for government. And I've read all these again, and they make interesting reading, but they don't deal anywhere with the question of gay marriage or same-sex marriage, not even hinted at. And I thought I'd better check the number of pages. The coalition agreement has 35, invitation to join the government 119, a future fair for all 77, and the Liberal Democrats 109. 340 pages of promises, not anything at all about gay marriage. And that's where I think there is a huge democratic deficit. When voters went to the polls, they didn't vote for candidates on the basis that this was an issue or this was a pledge of their party. There was no suggestion whatsoever. Now, actually, that is slightly misleading, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I vaguely remember, and we were all working hard, but the weekend or so before the general election, there was a slight hoo-ha in the press, I don't know if colleagues remember, that the Conservatives were going to bring in gay marriage. And I thought, goodness gracious me, that can't be right. And thankfully, my leader got up and he had an interview with, I think it was Adam Bolton on Sky Television, and when he was asked, were they planning, the Conservatives planning to bring in gay marriage, he said, if I can find the quote, "I'm not planning that." So we had it not in our manifesto, not in anyone's manifesto, the leader of my party saying it's absolutely not going to be brought in, and then we find 2 years later we're having primary legislation about it. Now, why should all of us, with our individual consciences, 646 of us, decide how this matter is determined? Why is my view, or my leader of my party, any more important than the person in the Dog and Duck in Wellingborough? They haven't had a chance to express their view. No, I'm sorry, I want other members to have a chance to get in. And my simple solution to this problem, and the Prime Minister has already done this, and I hate to bring the EU into the debate, but he has gone for a referendum on a very, very important issue. It seems to me tonight the whole of these benches could be united, and those as well, if the Minister, having listened to this debate, says, I recognise this is a matter of conscience. I want to put this to the British people. We're going to have an in-out referendum on the EU in 2017. Why don't we put this off to 2017, and then all of the nation can decide on it, not just us 600 people here tonight?
Steve McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I apologise for missing part of the debate. I've been in a public build committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to vote for the bill at second reading because I think I've thought long and hard about this and I've listened to a lot of people in my constituency, but I think the principle's right. I don't think it can be fair in this day and age that some of us enjoy a right and a privilege and deny it to others. And I assume on that basis the vast majority of the House will support this. But I hope, for that reason, the Secretary of State will concentrate on three matters. She won't convince people who are totally opposed to it. I don't think that's possible. But I think she should think again about confining this simply to civil marriage. I don't think it's in our interest to make any judgments about the church or other faiths, whatever church. I think it would be much better to let them define spiritual marriage as they see fit and offer it as they see fit. And I think that would be very reassuring to a lot of people. I think it might also be worth thinking, since it is an equalities measure, what is there to lose by extending civil partnerships to everyone? It seems to me that would be a reasonable tidying up exercise. And I heard the Minister say, and I believe her sincerity, that she is giving the House assurances that no one who is opposed to this will be forced to promote same-sex marriage. I hope she will do a bit more in committee to actually give those guarantees some absolute certainty, because I think there are lots of people who are not in any sense bigots. There are lots of people who are expressing genuine concerns, and I think it's beholden on us, if we're going to make a social change, to recognise some legitimate concerns on the part of those people. And finally, I'd just like to say I think that Clause 28 was one of those dark periods in our recent history where we were being asked to accept a singular reality that actually denied other people their feelings and their reality. We have a great opportunity today to step away from that, to show that we have learned and that we've moved on. But I will.
I was a primary teacher just at the time that Clause 28 came into force. I taught in a classroom in Peckham where there were children whose parents were gay, and I was debarred by my head teacher and by the law to talk about their families as families. Doing this today will bring that era to an end, and we should be proud of ourselves if we pass it.
Well, I entirely agree with my honourable friend on that point. I think what we've got a chance to do today is to extend the rights that we enjoy to other people. And as long as we do that by genuinely setting out to protect and understand the feelings of those who can't support this measure, then the House will have done a decent and reasonable thing.
Sir Gerald Howard.
Mr Deputy Speaker, may I first put on record my appreciation to the Campaign for Marriage, who I think have done a fantastic job in informing not only members of this House but also the wider public about this issue. I oppose this legislation for 5 key reasons. The first, I believe it is simply wrong in principle. To overturn centuries of established custom requires a proper explanation beyond mouthing the equality mantra. What shaft of wisdom has suddenly alighted upon my right honourable friends which has been denied their distinguished forebears? How come my right honourable friends think they know better than the established church? For the Chancellor, Home Secretary and Foreign Secretary today to pray in aid the argument that marriage has evolved over time is simply disingenuous. As the Honourable Member for Hayward and Middleton pointed out, nothing like this has been proposed in Parliament ever before. This is a massive change. And this legislation deeply affects the core fabric of our society through the challenge it poses to the whole institution of marriage. Reference has been made to Spain, which introduced similar legislation in 2005, and where the overall marriage rate has fallen by 20%. And since all research shows that children raised in married households with a mother and father tend to fare better than those who are not, the government threatens to damage the life chances of the nation's children. Secondly, as my right honourable friend Chesham Amersham pointed out, and others have done as well, neither the Prime Minister nor any other party leader has a mandate, since it was not in any party's manifesto, let alone in the coalition agreement. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has insisted on sticking to the 0.7% target for overseas aid on the grounds that he gave a commitment in 2009, and I respect him for that. He has stuck to that commitment, but not to the commitment to introduce tax breaks for married couples, and he has now invented a policy which he specifically ruled out at the last general election.
Well, why don't we give way?
I give way to my friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Does my honourable friend think that the least that should be done is that we should have had a draft bill with pre-legislative scrutiny?
Absolutely, and I think that this goes to the heart of the point that as Conservatives we're traditionally cautious about constitutional change, but not this administration. Sweeping Lords reform, major change in the law of succession, and now this bill, all to be rushed through on a timetable motion subject to a 3-line whip. This is no way to treat Parliament or colleagues who have strong convictions either way on what is a very sensitive and important issue to all of us and our constituents. Thirdly, if there is no mandate, where is the demand for this change? A poll in yesterday's Daily Mail, okay, it's the Daily Mail, but it's the Daily Mail, found out that the Daily Mail found out that only 1 in 14, that is 7% of those questioned, thought this should be a priority. Another poll found that over 60% of the black and minority ethnic communities, the very people this party is apparently out to woo, are hostile. And fourthly,
Give way.
I give way to my honourable and gallant friend.
I thank my honourable friend. The majority of the population apparently don't care very much about what we're talking about today. But those people that do care, in my constituency of Beckenham, have written to me in huge numbers saying, please oppose it. Far greater than those people who will be rejoicing if it's passed. Would you agree with me on that?
I do agree with my honourable and gallant friend that overwhelming the letters and emails I've received from my constituents are asking me to oppose this legislation. The fact is the public does not understand the full ramifications of what will flow from this legislation if it is passed. Fourthly, there is already provision for civil partnerships which provides most of the benefits of marriage to those in the gay community. Those of us who had reservations at the time were reassured that the introduction of civil partnerships should not be seen as the forerunner of today's bill. Indeed, the noble Lord Filkin said in another place in 2004, I want to put our position very clearly. This is a new legal status that gives rights and responsibilities to people in same-sex committed relationships. We do not see it as analogous to marriage. We do not see it as a drift towards gay marriage. Clearly, those behind today's proposal feel no sense of obligation arising from those clear assurances given 10 years ago. And how can we be sure that this is now going to be the end of this process, or whether there will be more? And fifthly, as my honourable gallant friend has alluded to, what about the consequences? Take education. The department states grandly that, I quote, no teacher will be required to promote or endorse views which go against their beliefs. Yet my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, who is doing a very gallant job in very difficult circumstances, she said on the Today programme on the 25th of January there will be no requirement on teachers to promote same-sex marriage, but she added ominously, obviously we wouldn't expect teachers to be offensive or discriminate in any way about anything. So what kind of guidance does that give the teachers in our country who have a profound objection to proclaiming other than traditional marriage? And John Bowers, the QC who defeated the government over pensioner rights, has pointed out there is no protection. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am not a Tory moderniser, for I believe marriage can only be between a man and a woman, and I shall not surrender my principles. I believe this bill is wrong. The consultation process was a complete sham. It is opposed by the established church. It has caused deep and needless divisions within the Conservative Party. There is no mandate for it. There are huge potential consequences, not least a prospect of endless legal challenge, and the nation faces much more serious challenges which the government needs to address. I therefore hope and pray that this measure will be rejected, if not in this place, in the other place.
Emma Reynolds.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I truly hope that one day in the future we will live in a truly equal society in which there is either little or no discrimination. I don't believe this is a utopian dream. I believe this is a possibility, but I think we've still got a very, very long way to go. The introduction of equal marriage and the bill before us today is an indispensable step in that journey towards that equal society. And it is disturbing to reflect, as many honourable members in this debate have, how the law used to discriminate against people on the basis of their sexuality. Until 46 years ago, it was a crime for a man to have sex with another man. Until 12 years ago, it was illegal for lesbian and gay people to serve in the military. And it is in the living memory of each and every honourable and right honourable member of this House when homophobia was incredibly and worryingly widespread.
The Honourable Lady give way.
I will.
Yes. The Honourable Lady is making a powerful point, and I think it's one that we should actually hear more of. Would you not agree with me that it would be good practice to extend the debate until 10 o'clock tonight? And is she aware of any mechanism whereby this could be done? This is too important to be rushed through.
I would love to have some more time, and he's given me a little extra. It is also incredible, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how the legal terms of marriage used to discriminate against women until the end of the 19th century. Married women could not own property. Until 1991, it was illegal for a husband to rape his wife. So the law is neither perfect nor sacrosanct, and the law still currently prevents same-sex couples entering into marriage. I give way.
Like my referendum give way. If I just take her back to the point she's made, and she is making a good speech on homophobia and what a short time ago it was that was the case. Could I reflect again on the case of Alan Turing? I recently went to the dedication of a room at the BBC in Salford to Alan Turing, and I think today of all days in this debate, if we could reflect on the terrible thing that happened to him and really celebrate the fact of how far we've moved on. And I'm sure in her speech, as in mine, we will support taking this bill forward as a step to that.
I think today is an opportunity to celebrate the progress that we have made. But as I said in the opening of my speech, I still fear that we have a very long way to go. As lawmakers, I think it's our responsibility to make sure that the law does not discriminate against groups of people on the basis of religion, ethnic origin, sexuality, or other basis. And we should be proud that it was honourable members and right honourable members of this House, past and present, who tackled the injustices that I've just set out. And I'm also particularly proud that it was a Labour government that did so much in this area, legalising the age of consent, abolishing Section 28, introducing civil partnerships. And some of the same arguments that we've heard in opposition to this bill today, we heard back then. But since then, those changes have been accepted. Now, there seem to be two key arguments against equal marriage that I want to tackle head on. The first is that it will somehow weaken the institution of marriage. Now, I think this argument is simply illogical. On the contrary, allowing more couples to enter into marriage, I think will strengthen the institution of marriage, not weaken it. There are many countries in Europe and indeed around the world and many states in the United States that have introduced gay marriage, and it has not weakened or undermined marriage in those countries, quite the contrary. The second argument is that equal marriage would threaten freedom of religion. Again, I would refute this argument. I wholeheartedly support the freedom of religion, but on the face of this bill, there are written guarantees that neither a religious institution or organisation or a minister of religion will be forced by the law to marry same-sex couples. And no, I won't. And many European, I will not gain any more time, so it's not in my interest. Many European countries who are members of the Council of Europe have already introduced same-sex marriage, some as early as 2001 in the case of the Netherlands, and it's also been introduced more recently in Denmark, Sweden and elsewhere. And they have managed to introduce same-sex marriage whilst at the same time protecting religious freedom. And as has already been stated, there has been no successful case brought between the European Court of Human Rights. Now, as my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, underlined, the freedom of religion goes both ways. It is also right to protect and promote the freedom of those religious organisations who want to conduct the marriage of same-sex couples. The Quakers, Liberal Jews and Unitarians have all expressed a desire to conduct those marriages, and I think that the state and the law should not stand in the way of that. Now, I know there's a very live debate in the Church of England, and the bill exempts the Church of England, but I am concerned about this. Only this morning I had a discussion with the Canon Dr. Giles Fraser, and he passionately believes in the introduction of same-sex marriage and would like to marry same-sex couples in his church. As the bill currently stands, that would not, as I understand it, be possible. The love that two men or two women feel for each other is equal to that felt by a heterosexual couple. Their love is no less significant and no less important. I passionately believe that it is time that the law recognise this fact. It is time that the state stopped standing in the way of same-sex marriage, and it is time that we celebrated the enrichment of marriage that this bill will bring.
Christopher Chope.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I shall be voting against this bill because I'm a Conservative. And also because I know that the overwhelming number of my constituents are also against this bill. I've had, I think, 3 letters in support of this bill. That reflects the opinion within the Christchurch constituency. The proponents of this bill are under one fundamental misconception, and that is that the man and the woman are equal before the law, and therefore they are the same. They're not the same. Men and women are different, and they may be equal before the law, but we can't force them into a marriage when we have a marriage which is set up at the moment on the basis it's between a man and a woman. As Sir Mark Potter, the president of the Family Division, said, the common law definition of marriage is the voluntary union for life of one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others. And we ignore that fact at our peril. Yes, of course I will.
My honourable friend raises a good point, which is the constituency postbag, of which many of us had. But I'm curious, has he looked into the actual age profile of the people writing into it? Surely, like most of us, it is those people who tend to be much older, 60 plus, who are most outraged by this. I have 5 children. If any of my children thought that I was actually going to oppose this bill, they'd think I was bonkers. People under 40, the vast majority of people under 40, I'm afraid, support this bill.
Hold on 1 second. We must have short interventions, only on the grounds that everybody wants to contribute, and it is important to me that we hear everybody's voice. Christopher Chope.
I can't answer for my honourable friend's constituents. All I know is that I have the highest proportion of elderly constituents of any constituency in the country. So I put that on the record. These proposals were not in our manifesto, they are not in the coalition agreement, and the Prime Minister expressly ruled them out 3 days before the general election. In 2004, I was a member of the Standing Committee on the Civil Partnerships Bill, and I led 89 divisions in that standing committee. And I argued then, and I argue now, that we should be giving status to civil partnerships which is the same for both men and women. And it's interesting that during the course of this debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, a number of honourable members on both sides have said they think that civil partnerships should be extended to heterosexuals as well as to homosexuals. I raised this with the Prime Minister at a meeting the best part of 2 years ago. He told me that he is against, he put it like this, all marriage-light arrangements. If that remains his view, it's certainly not reflected in the bill before us, because the logic of his view is that we should exclude civil partnerships and that the bill should be amended to delete civil partnerships in the future, obviously while allowing existing civil partnerships to carry on. The alternative is to allow civil partnerships for both men and women. And if we allow civil partnerships for everybody, then the bill will not be so likely to be challenged in the European Court of Human Rights. And I think that if we leave a situation where civil partnerships are only available to same-sex couples at the same time as giving those same-sex couples access to marriage, we will not be able to argue a case in the European Court of Human Rights against that proposition. So I think that what we should be doing, Mr Deputy Speaker, is we should be discussing this bill in detail in committee and submitting it to pre-legislative scrutiny. And that's why I shall be voting against the timetable motion, and I shall also be voting against the carryover motion. Because what is an obscenity is that the government persuaded this House to introduce carryover motions as a standard form of the standing orders, on the basis that we would then be able to carry over bills that had first been introduced as the form of a draft bill and then subject to pre-legislative scrutiny and then brought forward as a proper bill. What is happening now is that the government, not having had any mention of this in the manifesto and so on, is now not having a draft bill, not even having any pre-legislative scrutiny, but is trying to push this bill through very quickly because they see it as embarrassing. I give way to my
friend, does he not also think that it is really quite outrageous that the committee stage is not being taken on the floor of the House? Any measure of this controversy and this sort of sensitivity should be taken on the floor of the House. Would my honourable friend not agree?
Let's stay till 10 o'clock.
Absolutely. And I think also we should have had 2 days for the second reading debate. I'm at odds with the Prime Minister on this issue, but there's no reason why I should be at odds with the Prime Minister on issues of procedure and process. If the Prime Minister is really interested in the primacy of this chamber and doesn't want all our legislation to go in piecemeal form to the other place, why won't he agree to having a longer discussion over this bill? This bill could be brought forward as a fresh bill at the beginning of the next session, and the time between now and then could be spent on having proper scrutiny of it. We haven't even heard, for example, from the Joint Committee on Human Rights, which gave some very important advice when we were discussing the Civil Partnerships bill. We haven't heard from other select committees because it is being rushed through. The consequence of that is that when it gets to the other place, I hope the other place will give it a pretty bloody nose.
Mark Durkan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, in following the honourable member for Christchurch, I can say that I agree with him on the principle of equality in terms of civil partnerships. I think it is remiss, it will be a dereliction of this Parliament in the context of this bill not to afford equality in terms of civil partnerships, and I regret the terms in which the Secretary of State talked down civil partnerships in her opening statement, just as the Prime Minister has. There will be many gay people who will still opt for civil partnerships. They will not opt for civil marriage for their own reasons. It's how they will maintain their relationship with their own faith. It's how they will maintain their relationship maybe with the partner with whom they were previously married. If civil partnerships are to remain as a valid and respected choice for gay people, according to their lights and conscience, it should equally be available as an option to mixed-sex couples, again, who may want to maintain a particular relationship with their church, who want to maintain a relationship with their family or their partner from previous marriage. So all equality should be equal. That's why I will be supporting supporting the second reading. I believe that all equality is equal, but that should stand for civil partnerships as well as for civil marriage. Mr Deputy Speaker, when this bill was first trailered, it was as a civil marriage equality bill, and on that basis I committed to supporting it. I still will support it at second reading tonight on that basis, although its terms have widened. And the terms in which it has widened has added to some of the misgivings that many people have, and have added to the sense that it's the thin end of the wedge, that it's a slippery slope, etc. So, even though I understand and share and sympathise with some of those misgivings, I will reflect that by opposing the programme motion. And I would urge all honourable members who have spoken in favour of second reading, but have said that there are issues that they would like to see addressed and they hope will be addressed at the committee stage. If they want to be honest and honourable about those things, they should not in good conscience accept the whip to vote for a programme motion. They should be voting against the programme motion. My support for the second reading is because I care for the legislative principle of this bill. But as a legislator, I also have to observe the principle of legislative care. And the time in which we've been given to discuss this bill, with us all having to soundbite our way through this second reading debate with 4 minutes each, is ridiculous. I don't know how we can discharge our responsibility for legislative care there. Mr Deputy Speaker, many people have rightly said that the restrictions that have been there on the right to marriage have changed. And that's what people should have emphasised, not to say that marriage has changed and therefore we keep changing it. It's restrictions on the right to marriage that have changed. And also, importantly, restrictions on rights within marriage have changed. And it has been legislatures who have had to lead the way in that, where churches were maybe somewhat fearful. Mr Deputy Speaker, I, of course, am someone of faith. I am proud of my marriage and that it was ritually founded. But I don't believe that that's the only form of marriage that anybody should be entitled to. My sense of my strength of my marriage and its qualities will not be diminished by marriage being available to anybody else, whether in a civil theatre or in another church. So I believe that we can look forward to saying we can achieve equality, we can legislate for equality in the course of this bill. But we need to address some of the serious issues that are there. Churches appear to be treated differently. There are some churches that can be named and referred to in the bill. There are other churches who are told, no, you just have to be content with reading the implications of the bill and rely on interpretations. I don't believe that is good enough. I will be voting for equality tonight, Mr Deputy Speaker, just as I was one of only 38 who voted for equality last week in relation to an amendment to the Crown Succession Bill. I know I will be joined by people in voting for equality tonight. Where were they last week when they voted to retain discrimination at the heart of the Constitution?
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am very disappointed to have to rise to oppose this bill this afternoon. I never imagined that I would be put in a position where I have, by virtue of standing up for marriage, been characterised variously as a homophobic bigot, as a religious nutter, as a product of the Dark Ages, or I see this weekend in the press on the brink of making a tragic mistake which I will have many years to regret. This legislation was not something we had in our main manifesto. To cite that it was on page 14 of the Equalities Contract, a sub-manifesto which had little or no public scrutiny, is disingenuous at best. My concern this afternoon is to uphold marriage. I speak not just from personal religious interest, though I'm saddened that I feel it necessary to have to state that I have any sentiments of a homophobic nature in me, and I hope my friends who are gay would stand to that comment.
On that very point, my friend Ware.
Happy to give way.
And I'm sure he, like I, will be saddened to hear that many colleagues in this House who have professed themselves to be gay have said that they feel they cannot oppose this bill because they will have undue pressure from the gay community.
Quite. I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. I think that is most regrettable. The assumption of this bill is that marriage is just about love and commitment. Well, of course, marriage is about love and commitment, but marriage is also about complementarity, both biologically and as a mother and father of a man and a woman, with an inherent probability of procreation and raising children within that institution. As an otherwise ardent supporter of the Prime Minister and his... No, I won't have sufficient time. And his leadership in very, very difficult times, I have tried very hard to reconcile myself to his view on this matter. But I just can't see how any government can automatically confer marriage on somebody through passing a law without changing the nature of what marriage means. It will lead, I believe, to legislative anomalies and undermine the recognised obligations and norms that sustain and underpin marriage as an institution. The government themselves have recognised in the text of the bill that there inevitably will be important distinctions between same-sex and opposite-sex marriages. The bill is clear that adultery and consummation will only apply to opposite-sex marriages. In the Stonewall briefing, these concepts are seen as archaic requirements and that unreasonable behaviour will provide sufficient grounds for divorce, thereby opening a whole new area of debate, confusion and differences within the same new proposed definition of marriage. For those heterosexual couples who marry, the concepts of consummation and adultery will remain. Yet for the same-sex couples who take up this proposed provision, they will not apply. This ludicrous situation underscores why the wise provision of civil partnerships of nearly a decade ago was made, to ensure that same-sex couples could make an equally valid commitment in law, receiving all the legal rights and privileges conferred by marriage, but it would have to remain different in name. By a factor of at least 30 to 1, my constituents have expressed their opposition to this. Those that are indifferent or in favour of the change are unlikely to change their vote over it. But the level of disappointment of a much larger minority, as witnessed by the 635,000 who have signed the Coalition for Marriage petition, is keenly felt and will, in my view, be a highly motivated electoral minority in future elections. I have stood up against homophobic bullying, no I won't, and prejudice all my political life. And I have to say that the language used by some Christians is unfortunately appalling. And I want to put on record my abhorrence at some of the representations I have received. Homophobia can never be condoned, but redefining marriage is the wrong way to tackle prejudice. Huge numbers of Conservative supporters feel grave disappointment and alienation at the decision to pursue this legislation. Government will say that they are strengthening marriage by widening it. But in widening it, they are redefining it. And in redefining it, they are undermining it. If the government want to strengthen marriage, I respectfully submit they should leave it alone.
David Lammy.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I say to the Minister that I was the Minister that took through the Gender Recognition Bill, and although there will be much noise and fire, like me, she will look back on this moment with great pride in her career. The measure of a civilised democracy is how we treat minorities, and therefore it is important that we remember those who served on the Wolfenden Report now over half a century ago, Leo Abse, who campaigned for many years in this House for the decriminalisation of gay sex, and those, including in my own local authority in Haringey, who in the 1980s wanted to fund gay groups, wanted to see our children understanding these complex issues, and faced Clause 28. And I might say, had we not passed that clause, we might have come to this moment a little sooner. And so it is to them that we pay tribute as we move forward in the way that we do.
Does he agree with me that it has set back, the introduction of Section 28 did set back this debate, and if it hadn't been introduced, we might have come to this point much, much earlier?
I think that my honourable friend is right, and that was a moment, a great stain on this House, where we turned on an important minority. Now, I've received many letters from people for whom this is all coming too soon. They say that the speed of change for lesbian, gay and bisexual rights is happening too abruptly for them to comprehend, that the country they live in, the traditions that they live by and the people that they live next to are transforming in ways that make them feel uncomfortable, upset and undermined. They're not homophobic, they say, they're not racist, but they say not now, later. And to some extent I sympathise. As much as I would want Britain to always be the beating heart of a radical and progressive change, it isn't. At root, it has always had a small c conservative spine that runs through it, an instinct that change should always be organic, a need for change to be owned by the people, not imposed from up high, and that we must respect that. And I will be respecting that when I vote for this bill, because it does command the support of the country, because it does respect religious freedom and tradition by permitting rather than mandating religious organisations to conduct the ceremonies, and because it is, in the end, of an organic journey from criminality to equality for the gay community that began over a half-century ago. This change is right, this change is necessary, and the time is now. And there are still those who say that this is all unnecessary. Why do we need gay marriage when we already have civil partnerships, they say? They are the same, separate but equal, they claim. Let me speak frankly. Separate but equal is a fraud. Separate but equal is the language that tried to push Rosa Parks to the back of the bus. Separate but equal is the motif that determined that black and white people could not possibly drink from the same water fountain, eat at the same table, or use the same toilets. Separate but equal are the words that just justified sending black children to different schools from their white peers, schools that would fail them and condemn them to a life of poverty. It is an excerpt from the phrase book of the segregationists and the racists. It is the same statement, the same ideas and the same delusion that we borrowed in this country to say that women could vote, but only if they were married and only when they were over 30. It is the same naivety that gave way for my dad being a citizen when he arrived here in 1956, but refused by landlords and proclaimed no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. It entrenched who we were, who our friends could be, and what our lives could become. This is not separate but equal. It is separate and discriminated, separate and oppressed, separate and browbeaten, separate and subjugated. Separate is not equal, so let us be rid of it. Because as long as there is one rule for us and another for them, we allow the barriers of acceptance to go unchallenged. As long as our statute books suggest that love between two men or two women is unworthy of being recognised through marriage, we allow the rot of homophobia to fester. We entrench a society where 20,000 homophobic crimes take place each year, where 800,000 people have witnessed homophobic bullying at work in the last 5 years. I am a Christian. I go to Mass. I recognise that this is important.
I'm very grateful. May I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege for me and I think for all of us in the House to hear this extraordinary impassioned peroration from the Honourable Member. And may I ask him if he agrees with me that there are Christians who look for love in every aspect of their lives and the lives of those around them, who still feel profound misgivings and concerns about this piece of legislation.
And can I say, I totally accept the manner in which my honourable friend has put his remarks, and it's with deep regret that I've received many letters in my postbag condemning this legislation from people who share the same values and Christian ideals that I do on a Sunday morning. And I know them to be caring, loving and understanding people. I know that they resent the fact that those on the extremes of our faith have poisoned an important debate with references to polygamy and bestiality. So let us use today to return to a discussion of what marriage ought to be about. When I married my wife, I understood our marriage to have two important dimensions: the expression of love, fidelity and mutuality over the course of our life, and, of course, a commitment to raise children. It is the case that gay men and women can raise children. This House made that decision. Let us not hear this debate about family as if gay men and women cannot do that. The Jesus I know was born a refugee, illegitimate, with a death warrant on his name in a barn amongst animals. He would stand up for minorities. That is why it is right for those who have religious conviction to vote for this bill.
Fiona Bruce.
My views on marriage stem from my Christian faith, and I want to thank honourable members for the respect that I have always felt in this place for my faith-based views. I also thank the many constituents who have written to me, of faith and no faith, urging me to vote against this bill. Some 95% of those who have written to me have done so. In doing so today, therefore, I am confident that my conscience and, in the absence of any other mandate, my constituency representation will coincide. I believe that marriage is a life commitment between a man and a woman, for their benefit, for the benefit of their children that they may have, and for the stability of wider society, and that no government should redefine it, nor can any government do so in a workable way, as this bill shows. Let me explain. The government says that no church minister will be forced to hold a same-sex marriage. But what of the many people of sincere faith, lay people who believe that marriage as between a man and a woman is not something that they wish to support? Will their legal rights be affected? What of the Christian couple who own a heritage hotel registered for civil weddings and who wish to continue holding opposite-sex weddings but not same-sex weddings? They will, I understand, have no legal defence whatsoever against being sued in the courts under the Equality Act for discrimination in the provision of goods and services, and many other businesses will be similarly affected. It is simply not correct to say that this legislation will have no detrimental effect on religious or other freedoms. What of the... I shall give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. In coming to this point about an attack on religious freedoms, is she aware that the situation in Denmark, after they changed the laws, has now subjected churches there being forced to conduct same-sex marriages shortly after guarantees were given to them that they would not be forced to conduct such relations?
I hear that with interest and hope to comment on that later. But what of the church youth leader, or the parachurch organisation, or the faith-based charity, which put on marriage preparation classes? Will they be required to accept same-sex couples? Or will they have to close their class or their organisation? Or will litigation ensue with all its attendant stress and costs, whatever the outcome? Or will they face the loss of their charitable status or a withdrawal of any local authority grant or facilities because they don't have an acceptable equality and diversity policy? Can anyone guarantee that this will not happen as a result of this legislation? Or will they decide to stay silent and have that precious right of free speech compromised as a result of this legislation too? And what of the legal distinction between the public servant role of the employed registrar, like Lillian Liddell, in a local registry office, and the public function carried out by voluntary registrars appointed by local churches, a part of their membership across the country? Will not those voluntary registrars, those lay people, will they really be able to successfully defend discrimination actions in the court if brought against them, especially if they go to Europe, if they refuse to officiate at same-sex weddings? Without the principle of reasonable accommodation being part of our legislation, which it is not in this country, although it is in other countries with respect to matters of faith, and it is in this country with respect to matters of disability, will not the Lillian Liddell precedent return again when such cases are sent to Europe? She was unable to call in her aid the ECHR articles on freedom of thought, conscience or religion when she lost her case and her job. Why should people of good conscience risk ending up in the same position? I shall.
I'm very grateful. I'm sure she will know that the Book of Common Prayer says that one of the 3 reasons in Christian conscience why marriage is ordained is for the mutual society, help and comfort that one ought to have of the other, both in prosperity and adversity. Why in Christian conscience should the state ban Christians who want to be able to do that from being able to share that, or for that matter people in ordinary society just because of their gender?
Well, it's very ironic that whilst the government says it wants to promote commitment and equality, this bill will not actually create equal marriage. It will create different types of marriage. Most young people aspire to be married precisely because of the security which the commitment of marriage provides. But adultery with a married person of the same sex will not be a concept applicable to same-sex marriages. What message does that send out? What message does that send out to our young people today about marriage if faithfulness and commitment are no longer at the heart of it? Far from strengthening marriage and commitment in our society, this bill risks seriously weakening it. And is it the case that the government has had to put so many locks into this legislation to protect people precisely because it is concerned that one after another they may fail? Before each daily session of Parliament, prayers are said in this very chamber, most sincerely prayed by many of us, which include the words, may we never lead the nation wrongly. I will vote against this legislation tonight, because if it is passed today, I believe that we will surely do so.
Maguire.
Deputy Speaker, and I hope by calling me that I can prove to the Honourable Member for Braintree that one doesn't need to be young to be radical. And I am sorry that the Honourable Member for Christchurch has left his place, because as one of the ministers who took through the civil partnership legislation in the session 2003-04, alongside Jackie Smith, who was then at, surprisingly, the Department of Trade and Industry, which was the lead department in this, I remember every one of those 89 divisions that he provoked. I also want to pay a special tribute at this time to the Honourable Member from Melton, what's his name? Alan Duncan. Rutland. Rutland and Melton. I always think I'm not quite sure it was a cheese or a wine, but although in his case it might be both. But I want to pay a a special tribute to him because he led his troops in opposition to what was a very consensual approach to civil partnerships. But let me be under no illusions, Mr Deputy Speaker, and those of us who were around at that time will remember that in its own way, the civil partnership legislation was no less controversial than this legislation here today. Many of the arguments that have been made today are very much the same as they are just now. I remember, in fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, being accused by the then member for Maidstone, Miss Anne Widdicombe, of undermining marriage. As of next week, I will have invested 41 years of my life in marriage, and I don't think that means that I have been undermining it. But I do think that the Secretary of State needs to seriously consider the concerns that people out there do have. And I do agree that the bill throws up some of its own questions. And this, I suppose, echoes the comments made by my honourable friend from Foyle. She needs to nail down exactly what the protections are for churches other than the established churches. I do not want to face any vicar, any priest, any rabbi and saying, I'm sorry, I got this wrong. I want it to be right, and she needs to give that indication. And I also think that we do need to revisit the issue of civil partnerships. In its time, that was seen as a step forward. We went forward in unity with the gay community at that time, who wanted to see legal rights established for gay people. However, the difficulty with piecemeal legislation in trying to deal with a strategic issue is that you get piecemeal anomalies. And I do think that we may be going down that road just now unless the government, if not in this bill, but certainly as part of a conversation later, needs to think about what we do with civil partnership. And I think there is a debate to be had about the separation of secular and religious. We can look at continental countries where we see the only agency for marriage is the state, and all of the religious elements, which I went through myself in my own marriage, can be added on to that initial contract. I will be voting for this bill tonight. I have had representations, some of them rude, some of them very polite, conversations which have always been polite, to ask me to do various things. As a legislator, I have to make a balanced judgment. And I would say to people here today, this vote tonight is not a proxy for Europe, for leadership contests or for anything else. I ask members to vote with their conscience, to do what is right and to walk through the right lobby.
David Burrows.
I will be generous and give the government credit for the title of the bill. It's about marriage and not about homosexuality. I greatly respect my right honourable friend, the honourable member for Arundel and South Downs, but I'm concerned that this bill has advocates, indeed advocates I've been hearing across the House today, and of all people, advocates who are liberal conservatives, wanting to use this bill as a vehicle to redefine people's views of homosexuality, rather than what this bill is about, which is to redefine marriage. I've been alongside my right honourable friend, the member for Arundel and South Downs, supporting specific legislation to tackle homophobic hatred. Indeed, I've been alongside the honourable member for Rhondda in my school, seeking to speak out against homophobic bullying. But I will be in a different division from those honourable gentlemen, in different division lobby, because I will be seeking to defend the social institution of marriage, and we shouldn't conflate the two. An underlying message coming across some honourable gentlemen in eloquent terms, but an underlying message has been, if you're against this bill, you are acceding to bigotry, you are acceding to homophobia, and that is unacceptable. We are standing positively for the institution of marriage, and no one mistake that. But
Can I thank my honourable friend for the great way that he is, a sincere way that he's putting his arguments and has done. Does he share my view that the reason the government has to put quadruple locks into legislation to make sure that no church will be forced into single-sex marriage is because they are worried that these locks will be broken and that the case will be taken to Strasbourg court and churches will be forced against their will to have single-sex marriage, to perform single-sex?
I'm going for my friend, and let's be clear, there's been different things said about the Church of England response. Well, their response to this second reading is this. We doubt the ability of the government to make legislation watertight against challenge in the European courts. or against a chilling effect in public discourse, which I'll come to shortly. We retain serious doubts about whether the proffered legal protection for churches and faiths from discrimination claims would prove durable. Too much emphasis, we believe, is being placed on the personal assurances of ministers. Can we rely and take the risks on the worthy, well-intentioned assurance of ministers tonight when we have the serious issues of the protection of churches? I believe not. And I'm afraid I can't. But the position is, was summed up by Ben Summerskull, the Chief Executive of Stonewall. Soon after the election, he said to me, look, this proposal for same-sex marriage, it won't advance gay rights. What it will do is put us in our trenches, and sadly that has been the case. The vote tonight is on a position of principle. It's on a position of principle, not a practical measure in order to gain access, equal access to marriage ceremonies. The vote tonight is about the principle of redefining marriage, the purpose and meaning of marriage. The common law, as has been said, has always defined marriage as the voluntary union of one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others. The state has got involved, yes, in refining aspects of marriage, but the essential definition of marriage, and therefore its meaning and purpose, its very foundation, has remained unchanged until now. And my right honourable gentleman, the member for Orchard and others, has been right. It is indeed a historic change. But where the big hole in the bill is presently is any clause to clarify what the government now wants us to accept is the new meaning of marriage. For example, the defining characteristic of marriage, which we know is exclusivity, a commitment to sexual fidelity. But sexual fidelity is taken out of the government's definition of marriage when it comes to same-sex couples being disapplied from a definition of same-sex adultery. We've heard little about the issues of children and parenthood. The bill is now implying that the state has another meaning for marriage, which is primarily about the rights and value of adulthood, not the rights and value of parenthood. The Secretary of State is effectively singing a new tune of marriage. It's very much a one-sided single. All you need is love. Well, the government must now spell out what this actually now means for the institution of marriage. The redefinition downgrades marriage to a personal relationship, not bound by the obligation to society, community and family, which has stood the test of time and is an increasingly popular institution. Finally, though, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's been said across the House that this is an issue about our views around bigotry, tackling discrimination towards homosexuals. Well, I don't stand any truck for bigotry, but I believe those very comments indeed tonight on the floor of the House emphasise my concern about the freedoms under threat from this bill. I've myself been subject to abuse and even death threats for my position on the redefinition of marriage.
Give way. I say to my honourable friend, I'm on a different side of the argument to him, but I've known him for many years as a friend and a political colleague, and I am outraged at the threats he has received, and those people responsible for those threats should hang their head in shame.
And I didn't take any monopoly on victimhood. The homosexual community have been subject to abuse, and it's been sadly characterised by whole debates around sexuality. But it is intolerable that honourable members, as soon as they put their head above the parapet in the media, they are called a homophobe, a Nazi, as I've been, a bigot, and many other expressions, Deputy Speaker, I wouldn't dare to read out today. I've been told to be ashamed of myself, to die, specific death threats, my travel plans, saying I'm a disgrace. I have no right to express my opinion on this subject. My children have been subject to saying their dad's a bigot and a homophobe. This is just badly the tip of the iceberg of some of the rude, offensive comments that many honourable members have received on Twitter. Well, I've got broad shoulders. I can stand up and will continue to stand in Parliament supporting marriage. And this debate today hasn't been characterised, indeed, by hate and vitriol. We have showed ourselves in good light. But I fear for the liberty of the conscience of my constituents who do not have perhaps such broad shoulders. Those in the public sector to workers, those teachers, those other people in the workplace who don't see any protection in this bill. And so, finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I today am sad. I'm sad, I'm not angry, but I'm very sad that my government has hastily introduced this legislation to redefine marriage. But I'm resolved and pleased to join honourable members proudly standing up for marriage, standing up for the equal value of people, whatever their sexuality, a commitment to the value of marriage being a distinctive institution for a man and a woman.
The Reverend William McRae.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the debate to oppose the legislation presented by Her Majesty's Government regarding the redefinition of marriage. I know that inside and outside this House many have desired a slangy match across and around the chamber, but I feel the issue that we are discussing merits an honourable and considered debate, for the implications of this legislation will be long-lasting for the nation when many of the members of this House are no longer here. I trust it is appreciated by the supporters of the bill that those who oppose it do so because of genuinely held beliefs and convictions, many of which were taught at a mother's knee. Most people, even to this day, regard the United Kingdom as a Christian country. For some, this is an embarrassment, whilst others thank God that our nation still has some gospel light and enjoys the freedom of thought and speech. Each day, members gather in this chamber to hear the Scriptures read and prayer offered to God, humbly asking for God's blessing upon our Queen, her government, and our deliberations. Therefore, we as leaders among our people still acknowledge God's sovereign throne, the authority of His revealed word, and our need for wisdom far greater than our own. Sadly, after doing so today, we turn from the teachings of that same book and place our wisdom and our knowledge above divine wisdom. It is also true that to mention Scriptures in debate in this chamber often brings scorn, laughter, mockery, isolation and intolerance. Mr. Speaker, the Scripture reminds us that God said that it was not good that man should be alone, and so He brought Eve onto Adam. For thousands of years, in virtually all cultures, marriage has been defined to be a long life union between a man and a woman. Marriage as an institution was given by God for the good of all mankind in every age, and has been the bedrock institution of family and society. But today our government intends to sweep away a definition that has served our nation well for centuries and impose new standards, new values upon the whole society, irrespective of their religious beliefs or personal convictions. Surely the erosion of religious liberty and freedom of conscience is not to be cast aside at a whim simply because political parties perceive that by doing so they will get some electoral advantage. Recently, we have witnessed that people throughout the United Kingdom have experienced persecution for freely expressing support for traditional marriage. We had a debate in this House last week by the Honourable Member for Gainsborough, mentioning indeed Adrian Smith, Lillian Liddell, not forgetting Arthur McGeorge, Dr. Angela McCaskill, Dr. Bill Beales, and Peter and Hazel Bull, many of whom endured and faced job suspension, dramatic loss of earnings, demotion, disciplinary action and court hearings simply because they dared to express their belief in traditional marriage. Redefining marriage, in my opinion, will have serious consequences, Mr. Speaker, far beyond those intended for the purpose of this bill.
Would you ever agree with me that none other than thousands of teachers across this country could find themselves on the wrong side of the law insofar as the legislation requires them to teach the nature of marriage? If the nature of marriage is changed in this bill, which is coming to the House, then those who refuse to teach that new nature could find themselves on the wrong side of the law.
Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for that timely intervention. In recent times, I have witnessed an intolerance against Christianity. And whilst other religious figures dare not be spoken against, the precious name of the Lord Jesus is often tramped into the gutter. Many look at our nation and regularly wonder what is happening to our nation. And I would say to an honourable member who spoke earlier on, the Lord Jesus Christ that I love and worship was not an illegitimate child, but was the Son and is the Son of the living God. When the Minister came to Dispatch Box today to introduce her bill, she was asked about the rights of teachers who fail to endorse same-sex marriages in the classroom. Could they be dismissed? Have parents the legal right to withdraw their children from lessons which endorse the government's newfound definition of marriage across the curriculum? What of charities that promote traditional marriage values? What protection can they expect?
The honourable member give way.
Yes, I'm happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Is he aware that the Minister of Holy Trinity Church Brompton approached the
Equalities Office of the government to ask whether marriage courses run by churches for the community could be affected by this legislation, and he was advised that it is the case that marriage courses offered by churches to the community will be affected by the legislation, and therefore it does impinge upon the work of churches and their beliefs on marriage.
Where do you go from there? I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his intervention. In actual fact, I will come to that in one moment. Because what of youth organisations that depend upon assistance from public finances to exist? Will they have their finances withdrawn? And what are the implications for religion, liberty and freedom of speech? Is it not the thin edge of the wedge that will indeed take us down a pathway which will lead ministers of the gospel being dragged before the court to prove themselves innocent and indeed even could face imprisonment? Mr. Speaker, we are sending troops across the world to fight for freedom, yet we are on the verge of losing ours. The God-given covenant of marriage, as God defined it, is not ours to undermine, but is ours to protect. Whilst the Minister sought to allay some of the fears expressed in the House, we know that she was not able to reassure members across the chamber. And as I have stated, I expect that we will face unintended consequences. And we are taking a journey, and that has been emphasised, because a journey means we're not at the end of the road here. Absolutely. It means that there will be further steps, and in actual fact there may not be the imprisonment or the persecution of ministers, but that day can come. I have no doubt the charities will face increased pressure to comply with demands, to drop their present policies, their firmly beliefs, and they will have to close the doors. The day of persecution, thank God, is not here in this country, but sad to say, it could come.
Mr. Stuart Jackson. Mr. Speaker. I preface my comments by saying I've got an awful lot of respect for the right honourable gentleman for Tottenham, but I have to say I was personally offended at the comments he made, which exemplified the tone of the debate here, that an inference that opposition to this bill is akin to being a white supremacist in Montgomery, Alabama in 1955 is absolute nonsense. And frankly, Rosa Parks is a secular saint. She did not give her seat up on that bus for me to go to the back of the bus as a traditional Christian conservative that believes in marriage, Mr. Speaker. The fundamental issue we have before us today is what price equality and what price freedom. That's nothing as fundamental as that. And I was disappointed in the comments of the Shadow Home Secretary, the frivolous comments. There was no respect for the sanctity of marriage. There was no gravitas there, as if it was a fun issue to debate rather than 1,000 years of tradition that predated politics and government. It's not a video from You've Been Framed. It's about people's sincere beliefs, their theological convictions that should have had more respect from the opposite bench. We don't have to speculate about what might happen to Christians. One of the most peevish and mean-spirited acts of the last Parliament was the sexual orientation regulations of 2007, which forced out of business Catholic adoption agencies, which made special effort to help the most disabled, the most deserving and the most vulnerable children. They were put out of business. They were smashed on the altar of political correctness. Because what we're doing today is not talking about fairness and equality. We're talking about a hierarchy of rights, that your rights are more important than my rights. And I think that is something that members that vote for this bill today should think very carefully about. Look at yourself in the mirror. Will you be responsible for a Catholic teaching assistant being hounded from her office as a result of this legislation? It is not fantasy. It can happen. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it will happen unless we do something about it, and I will be opposing this second reading. That is the dark period that the honourable gentleman for Birmingham Selly Oak mentioned earlier. I make no apologies for Section 28, but there are dark periods on both sides, and that period was very poor. The second issue is there is no mandate for this legislation. The Prime Minister ruled it out specifically. It wasn't in a manifesto or coalition agreement. It's not about equality, because we've understood today, and no one has challenged this, that same-sex marriage and different-sex marriages will not be equal over the issue of adultery and non-consummation. But it is a major, I haven't got time, it is a major issue of civil liberties. and the Orthodox Christian tradition of marriage between a man and a woman. That is the important issue that we need to look at here, Mr. Speaker. And let's specifically look at this carte blanche approach. Trust the minister. The European Court of Human Rights will not intervene. Well, let me direct people, honourable members, to the Evangelical Alliance briefing. They said protections for religious organisations will only hold as long as the European Court does not itself accept a redefinition of marriage. Given likely accumulation of cases of precedents to recognise same-sex marriage in member states and to see any deviations from marriage equality as discriminatory, and the ongoing questions about the UK's relationship to the EU, it is clear that any guarantee of legal protections are limited in scope and at best short-term. This is a Pandora's box for endless litigation, for division in society, setting one group against another, and we must, for that reason, for community cohesion, resist this bill.
David Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow the honourable member from Peterborough, and I certainly agree with his sentiments. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the most significant debates that will take place during the course of this Parliament. And yet, by the same token, it is one of the most unneeded. This proposal before us was not contained within the Conservative manifesto of 2010. We've heard that. The Conservative Party, which leads this government and is the largest party in the House of Commons, received no mandate at all from the people who voted for them to pursue this fundamental change to one of the great institutions of our society. The Conservative Party is supposed to be the representative voice of the fundamental Tory philosophy, to stand for the conservation of that which serves society well and for slow, organic change over time. Radical social change which undermines the long-standing and commonly understood definition of marriage runs contrary to that which the Tory party came in to being to defend. I fear more that this is about trying to detoxify the brand, and I have a lot of good friends, I have to say, within the Tory party. But I say this to the Prime Minister, who astonishes me bringing this legislation forward, that this may appease some people out there for a while, but it will undermine the grassroots of the Tory party, and we saw evidence of that yesterday when chairman and presidents of the Tory party went to number 10 Downing Street. So there is a price to pay for all of this. I'm opposed to this idea. This doesn't mean that I oppose someone who wants to live that lifestyle. That's entirely up to them. Absolutely. My opposition in this proposal is rooted in a positive affirmation of the validity of marriage as it is. And I believe in equality. One of the foundational principles of this party, the Democratic Unionist Party, is that people should be equal under the law and equally subject to the law. The Secretary of State has given us assurances, or tried to give us assurances, that such and such is on the face of the bill. I would like to put to the Secretary of State, when, not if, when school teachers, when churches, preachers of the gospel, are brought before the courts, either of this land or European courts, and they lose their case, will this government pay their legal fees? If the Secretary of State is so sure that this protection is there, will the government pay their legal fees? I would doubt it very much. And can I say to this House something to back up what our brother, our friend from South Antrim has said? This is not the jurisdiction of this House. This is not the jurisdiction of this government, of any European government or any government in the world. This is an ordained constitution of God. In the Garden of Eden, it was Adam and Steve. It wasn't Adam and Eve, it wasn't Adam and Steve.
Mr. Stuart Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate. There's no doubt that it's been a most rigorous debate, and personally I respect the views of people on all sides of this argument, and it is a pity that some of the extremes on both sides have used the languages and terms that they have. I come to this issue wanting to support it, but I have had my own concerns. Issues raised by constituents have made me think and question, and made me seek answers and reassurances. For me, the points that have been raised have reflected the many personal battles I've faced in my life, some of the most troubling and dark times in my life. Many have spoken and written about deeply held religious beliefs. From an early age, I developed those beliefs, going to church without the support of my family. This faith was something that grew over time. But in my adolescence, I began to realise that I was gay. And being gay in a small Welsh village really was like being the only gay in the village. It was the start, though, of something quite deep. Some very deep questioning about my faith and my sexuality that has frankly taken me years to try and resolve. And it's still not something that is answered. So when this was announced, it reignited that dilemma and many questions. I believe in personal freedom and equality, but I also hold dear the principle of religious freedom. Many of the letters I have received have raised exactly those points. But marriage changed the moment civil marriage was enacted. The state created an act of union that was separate from religion and the church. So as the state is involved in civil marriage, I cannot see how we can make it exclusive. I want to live in a society that does not discriminate, and so that is why I come here to support it. But I do want to secure that personal choice for marriage as well as personal freedom, and that's why I welcome the locks the government have put in place. Indeed, reflecting on this issue, in my opinion, this bill actually strengthens the meaning of religious freedom. Upholding that is a principle that is something that we should all ensure. Currently, many religious groups who wish to perform these marriages are barred, which surely contradicts the true meaning of religious freedom. By adding the measures in the bill, as we have before us, it makes the decision whether to hold such marriages squarely at the doors of those organisations, not a decision of the state, and allowing each to decide, bringing about true freedom. Where state is involved, it is extending civil marriage to same-sex couples. In an equal and free society, this must surely be right. Equality measures that have been introduced in the past have changed attitudes, and I have been witness to those. This is another step forward. Marriage is a wonderful institution, but for too long we have seen that decline in many people making that commitment. Rather than seeing this as a threat to that institution, surely we should see it as a great opportunity to show how much better our society is when people commit to one another. As my right honourable friend Surrey Heath said in his article, for him it was the day he went from he to we, and I want to extend that to everybody in our society. Currently, I'm not allowed to do that, and how can that be fair? I want that contribution to be there for all. Marriage is a sacred commitment, but it's something this bill does not, I believe, undermine marriage. Surely offering it to others can only strengthen it and ultimately build the better society we all want.
Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be speaking in favour of this bill in the second reading on the basis of a fundamental right for all people to have the opportunities and obligations of marriage, irrespective of whether it's same-sex or different sex. I believe that there's a practical benefits, obviously, for example, people consenting to their married partner, having medical treatment abroad. There's, literally, if you're married as opposed to not married, the whole host of benefits that are bestowed that should be equally available to people, whether they're gay or straight, as people put it. This obviously opens the opportunities for civil marriage and enables churches to go forward as well if they so wish. And I thought there's a couple of arguments that have been used against this that I thought I'd first of all put down as red herrings. In particular, this issue about the definition of marriage and adultery and consummation. in essence, most divorces are, of course, due to unreasonable behaviour, and it is quite obvious that if a gay partner, went off with somebody else, or there was no sexual relationship, this could be construed as unreasonable behaviour. So in practice, there is a homosexual version of adultery and consummation, and indeed, obviously, I would have thought that draftsmen or women should be able to work that out, so it's completely a red herring. The issue of children has been raised by people in the Chamber and elsewhere. Obviously, this is not about adoption, but it's clearly the case that the increasing stability of a gay couple in terms of providing a loving and stable relationship for children is improved by this, not reduced, and surely it's better to have a stable couple than an unstable individual or a child in a care home. In terms of the equal rights to marriage in your own church, there is an issue here, of course, that the freedom of religion, the question we're asking is whose freedom is it? Is the freedom of the church when the great majority of parishioners want to go forward and ordain women, for instance, or want to get married? Some of these issues are for the church. But with considering in detail the issue of the Church of Wales and the Church of England, I think we should be under no illusion that the Church of Wales and England are under an obligation to marry all comers. So therefore, when this legislation goes through, they will be, as a sort of arm of the state, be open to legal challenge in Strasbourg. And this is something, in a genuine debate we need answered. There are genuine legal questions around that. But irrespective of this, I think the journey we're taking to create more stable families and a better society will be enhanced by this legislation to bring equality in marriage.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Speaker. There's a bill before the other House to pardon Alan Turing. We probably wouldn't be here debating in freedom today without his genius at Bletchley Park. And yet, this remarkable individual, the father of modern commuting, was driven to suicide as a result of his shameful chemical castration enforced by the state as an alternative to prison. I hope that that is successful in the other place. If anybody feels, however, that this is some historical footnote, they should think again. They should consider the number of homophobic crimes that we see every year, and they should perhaps look at an MP's postbag. Within my postbag, I received hateful correspondence, some of which suggesting treatment for homosexuality, but I can tell that person that homosexuality needs no treatment. Our sexuality is fundamental to who we are. We will all know people who have been forced to live a lie, bringing immeasurable unhappiness to themselves and those around them. Such marriages were not marriages. They were a sham enforced by society and the state. I'm very proud that in this House shortly we'll be sweeping away one of the last statutory discriminations against people with mental illness. Because these matter, words matter. The word marriage matters to me. I would say it doesn't matter that my understanding of marriage as somebody with no faith should make it less valid than the marriage for those members who speak passionately from their religious perspective. And I would say that when this measure passes, which I hope it does, that we will look back in 5 years' time and we will wonder what the fuss was about. I well remember talking to a senior military figure around the time that we were to introduce the ability for people to be openly gay within our armed forces. He spoke about the collapse of discipline, moral decay. In fact, what happened was that the forces became a much more open and pleasant place to work. And none of these things happened. And of course, I would say in a few years' time, would your marriage, would any members here marriage feel any different then, any less valuable, because we had extended it to those that perhaps had different views to ourselves? I think this measure is long overdue. And as we look at what is happening in the other place, what I'd ask honourable members to remember, perhaps, is that when Alan Turing took his own life, it's thought that he actually laced an apple with some cyanide, an apple being the symbol of forbidden love. And I would say that homosexuality is not forbidden love. And it's time that this House recognise that and actually recognise that you cannot be a little bit equal. This matters. We have heard honourable members and colleagues telling us that it matters to them. If it matters to one person in this House that we recognise the validity of their relationship, then I'm afraid it's time for us to move on, and I shall be thinking of Alan Turing and all those people who have had to live a lie over the centuries, and all those people around the world today for whom being homosexual is still actually a death sentence. And the message that we send around the world if we don't actually accept and celebrate people who are homosexual and vote for love and equality.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether members care to admit it or not, there is a natural, a biological, and indeed a scriptural order to life. Marriage begats children by and large. Children begat family by and large. And families are the root of society. They form society. It's a simple observation of life and timeline, but it goes right to the root of what we are discussing today and debating in this House. So this Parliament can tweak all at once with laws and legislation, but it cannot pretend that marriage of same-sex couples is even close to being on a par with mixed-sex couples because of nature itself. It is a fraud for the front bench. It is a deceit, Mr. Speaker, for this House to pretend that it has embarked upon something for the most pathetic of reasons. For public relations reasons, for the nonsensical notion, and it's just a notion, that this House is creating equality, an equality that they can't actually create when its nature, by its very self, is not equal. Governments do not make marriages. That nonsense that this House and this bill makes marriages. They map over them, admittedly they map over them. They extend rights and privileges to married couples, and indeed they extend status to married couples. But government does not change nature. Marriage would exist without government, and did exist without governance. So ultimately, the twinkling with this bill to redefine marriage is a nonsense. But governments can damage marriage, and they can, therefore, going back to my first point, damage society by its very intervention. Of course, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Isn't, though, the fundamental concept of marriage love?
I really appreciate you making the point, because you're echoing a point that was made by the front bench. And I really appreciate the honourable member making that point, because you're echoing a point that was made by the front bench. The bill, according to your own front bench, according to the front bench, is all about love. But marriage is not defined anywhere in law by love. It is exemplified by love. I love passionately my wife. But that is not what marriage is. That is an expression of a relationship. And there are many arranged marriages. There are many marriages that are loveless, but those people are still in law and by law married. So therefore marriage is not defined by love itself. And the vow which we take when we get married is there to sustain marriage even after love wanes, if it wanes at all. And so we should accept that the state can't create a situation where people are in love. Neither can they legislate that. There is no passionometer in terms of legislation. In fact, for the front bench of this House to pretend today that this is about some doughy-eyed concept of love is wrong. And to homosexuals and to gay people, the fact of the matter is, this bill does not create love for them. They create love for themselves. So it is an absolute nonsense to pretend that we are involved in legislating for love. We're not. Of course, I'll give way to the member.
I'm very grateful. I don't think homosexuals are looking for the law to provide love for any of us. And I think he's making a fundamental mistake by trying to say that love is of necessity about romantic love. It's actually in law, in the Book of Common Prayer, it's about mutual society. And that can be enjoyed surely by two people of the same gender, just as it can be by anybody else.
Well, the right honourable gentleman makes my point exactly, because both the government and the opposition have claimed today, as indeed the first member who intervened to me today, that this is all about love. It's not. It's about a relationship that is, it is a relationship, and love comes and is part of that relationship. But this is not about giving love to homosexuals or allowing them or denying them a love. They have that anyway. That is the point. There is no mandate. The government does not have a mandate to bring forward this legislative change. Many millions of married couples did so whenever they married, settled on a legal position, which is that this is a voluntary union of one man to one woman to the exclusion of all others. That is a settled legal position which they swore to and agreed to. We now have a situation where this has to be set aside because this House believes it can change nature. Well, I believe this House is wrong when it holds to that view. I'm reflecting on, unfortunately the member for Tottenham is not here, but when he made some comments which fall into what I can only describe the not so new phenomenon which will now develop, which is Christophobia. Anyone who expresses a Christian view is now going to face this allegation, oh, you're by nature therefore homophobic. You're therefore, yes, this is the point that was made, that anyone, the honourable member for Petersburg said, you're a white supremacist, you're compared to those people. The idea that we can even have rational debate now is being pushed to the side, slowly and surely, by this corrosive attempt to try to redefine the meaning of a word, and it is a shame on this nation, and we should guard carefully against changing this, and that's why I will not be supporting this bill before the House.
Ellison.
And it's a pleasure to have a chance to make a brief contribution to this debate. I think, reflecting on the last point made by the previous speaker, I think it's fair to say that all of our inboxes over the last few weeks are testimony to the fact that free speech in this country is very much alive and well. And I'm not aware that any Christians who disagreed with my own standpoint, which is to support the bill, have felt in any way inhibited from expressing that. And that's great. I totally support that right. But I also respond to a point that's been continually made during the debate about, you know, all through history, marriage has been between a man and woman. Certainly, just taking the UK as an example, if homosexuality wasn't actually legal until the late 60s, it's a rather ridiculous point to say that it's always been historically between a man and woman. I mean, if it couldn't, up until that point, it wouldn't have even been legal. Had that been legalised 100 years ago, we'd have probably been having this debate very many years back. So I do think that people need to bear that historical context in mind. And let us also remember that we might be talking about these changes here, but the fact of facing death or imprisonment or persecution for being gay is very much present in very large parts of our world. And so the messages we send out on these issues are very important and resonate beyond these shores. Now, you know, my starting point, not a religious person, my starting point in this debate is that if we can extend some rights for some people that bring them great joy and happiness, without damaging or inflicting difficulties on the rights of other people or other institutions, then I think that's a good thing. Now, I believe that is what this bill sets out to do. Marriage is, obviously, it's been more than demonstrated by this debate, that marriage is incredibly important to people of faith. But marriage is not owned by people of faith alone. Marriage has long belonged to civic society as well. And I must speak up for that very large group of people in this debate. It's very easy to forget that many people still celebrate marriages, and a good thing that, frankly, people do celebrate civil marriages, because declining church attendances over many decades would mean if we didn't, marriage might be declining at a greater rate than it already is. But many, many people enter into marriages very sincerely and very happily, but outside of religious statutes. So, you know, let us not forget those people. They need a voice in this debate too. The other people, I think, whose voice has been very much lacking from the debate over the last few weeks nationally are the voices of young people. I represent, officially, the youngest borough in the country, the highest proportion of 25 to 39-year-olds in England and Wales. You know, many of those people look at us and wonder about the debate we're having. I mean, some of them do have sincere doubts, and have expressed them to me. But many of them just think this is a bill whose time has come. And the other group, I think I've been surprised at it looking at my inbox, have been the people who've written to me saying, what will I tell my children if this goes through? Well, some of their children will be gay. It's just a matter of statistical probability. Some of their children will be gay, so I hope they tell their children, actually, if you're gay, it's okay and I will love you just the same. And guess what? I hope I can come to your wedding if you decide to get married. I would just like to, before my time runs out, just quote from my constituent Matt Terrell, who said I could quote from his email. And he said, I'm 38 and I grew up through what felt like very homophobic years, which as a young person leaves you with a lasting sense of second-class citizenship. Now, Matt's now a photographer, making money photographing, amongst other things, civil partnerships, and sort of perhaps picking up on the point about the inadvertent growth strategy. He can no doubt extend his business, I hope, in the near future to same-sex weddings. But he says, in every partnership I've worked at, there has been an overwhelming feeling of love between the couple and also love and support from their family and friends. This isn't just about the gay people who want to get married. It's about their family and friends who want to sit with them and celebrate that special moment, and I very much hope that we can support this bill.
William Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the speech of the Honourable Member for Battersea. Mr. Speaker, the debate on this bill today is essentially one about civil rights and equality. Essentially one as to whether we believe that inequality under the law can still be justified in our society, or whether we believe, as Martin Luther King once reminded us, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. We have an opportunity today to join countries like Argentina, Spain, Iceland, Denmark, Belgium, Portugal, Norway, Canada, the Netherlands and South Africa as nations which have strengthened the institution of marriage by removing the inequality before the law which existed for loving same-sex couples. And although, Mr. Speaker, many parts of this bill deal with areas devolved to the Scottish Parliament, where an equivalent bill will be considered shortly with similar cross-party support, there are important parts of this bill which deal with the civil rights of my constituents and those throughout Scotland, provisions which pave the way for the mutual recognition of marriages, marriages of service personnel and consular staff, marriages entered into overseas, and important provisions for the transgender community. And there is great support in Scotland for the idea that the institution of marriage should be open to loving couples of the same sex, and that the injustices faced by transgender people should be ended too. The breadth of those in favour in Scotland shows how much society there has moved on from the days of the hated Section 2A in the 1980s and the social divisions over its abolition a decade ago. The most recent surveys of public opinion show that 64% of people believe that same-sex couples should marry, 68% of people believe that those religious organisations which wish to conduct same-sex marriages should be able to do so if they wish. And this support across Scotland includes 70% of women, 75% of under 55s, 3/4 of households with children. It is the settled view of the Scottish people in wealthy Scotland, in deprived Scotland, in urban Scotland and in rural Scotland. And it was endorsed by a full 65% of those who made full responses to the Scottish Government's consultation on the same issue. It is also supported by ordinary Catholics and worshippers in the Church of Scotland, by 54% and 50% respectively, according to the Scottish Social Attitude Survey. It is also backed by a huge coalition across civic society in Scotland. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Massive support amongst all sectors of the community for the legislation in Scotland, but none of this legislation affects the Scottish people. It doesn't affect his constituent, it doesn't affect my constituents, it doesn't affect anybody in Scotland. We have our own legislation in Scotland.
I'm grateful for that intervention, but I urge the Honourable Member to have a look at Clause 10, Part 2, Part 3, Schedule 2, Schedule 5 and Schedule 6 of the bill, which he will find does apply to his constituents and mine in Scotland. He will be sure of that once he's checked it again, I'm sure. This bill will, Mr. Speaker, achieve a great deal in equalising the marriage laws in their own right, but it will also have the effect of challenging and reducing the discrimination which same-sex couples and other LGBT people still face in our society. The bill will strengthen marriage as a social union, but it will also strengthen our society as a whole through reflecting our values of diversity and freedom. This measure is about freedom, and the right to marry is set out in Article 12 of the European Convention on Human Rights, drawn up by a Conservative Home Secretary and made part of our law in the United Kingdom by a Labour government in the 1990s. Mr. Speaker, sometimes equality is delivered in huge leaps, on other occasions in small steps. Our society has made huge leaps to end the intolerance and often persecution it inflicted on the LGBT community in our checkered past. Today is a small step, but a hugely significant one. By extending the civil rights to marry of millions of people across the country, we send a powerful signal to the world about who we are and what we stand for. Let us join a dozen progressive countries that have already done just that and stand tonight united as a House on the right side of history.
Mr. Andrew Selous.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, hundreds of members of Parliament have come into the chamber to discuss marriage. And I wish that that was something which happened a lot more often, because the really big issue, and the one which we debate very rarely in this House, which is an unfolding tragedy across our nation, is the collapse of family life. And I have to take issue with the Shadow Secretary of State, who said in her remarks that family life hasn't fallen apart. Well, the fact is in this country that the marriage rate has more or less halved from 1972 till today. The number of single parents has more or less doubled from 1980 until today. 4 million children live apart from one or other parent, and every year 300,000 couples are spreading up. And we don't discuss that enough in this House. We don't discuss what we can do to help reverse that situation. We don't discuss what we can do to give couples the skills and the support to make a success of their marriages and their relationships. So I just hope that this is not the last time that hundreds of members of Parliament come together to discuss these really important issues of family life, because I think that is the really huge issue which we mustn't miss as a Parliament. Now, in his speech, his landmark speech that the Prime Minister made in December 2011 in Christchurch, Oxford, he said that the United Kingdom was a Christian country. Those were his words, and I was very pleased to hear him say that. And I think what we are doing this afternoon should give us pause for thought, because we will be realigning the laws of this country in a very different way from what Christian doctrine teaches. And I think we should take note of what the newly installed Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, said yesterday, what the Roman Catholic Church is saying, what the Evangelical Alliance is saying, what the Federation of Independent Evangelical Churches and many others are saying. And let me quote just 2 verses from the New Testament when Jesus was talking about marriage. He said, "At the beginning, the Creator made them male and female. For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh." And that was Jesus' definition of marriage in Matthew chapter 19. Now, I absolutely recognise the fact that homosexual people want to celebrate their relationships, and that is exactly what civil partnerships are for. And all the rights and privileges of marriage are vested in civil partnerships. Now, if it is the case that civil partnerships are not sufficient, then create a new term. Call it a civil union. Call it a lifelong union. We now have the ability for churches to bless civil partnerships in churches if those churches are willing to do so. I think we had the opportunity to provide the celebration that homosexual people are looking for without changing a foundational institution of our country. And looking at what has happened in other countries, we've heard reassurances about protections, but I understand that in Denmark, the protections that were promised to churches in Denmark are now not being honoured, and that churches in Denmark are being forced to perform same-sex marriages. I'm worried about the legal position within the European Union as well, as others have quoted. The European Court of Human Rights, looking at Article 12 and Article 14, it is possible that the situation could change. And what of further redefinitions? Will this be the last redefinition of marriage? I understand that in the Netherlands and Brazil, three-way relationships are being legally recognised. Now, in terms of the protections, we've had arguments both ways. We've had legal opinions quoted this way and that. But remember the case of Adrian Smith, a man who lost his job, dragged through the courts, and had huge costs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard many claims that the government is introducing this legislation in order to make marriage fairer, more equitable and available to everyone in society. In December, the Secretary of State stated that marriage is not static, it has evolved and Parliament has chosen to act over the centuries to make it fairer and more equal. That may have been the case, but marriage as the union of one man and one woman has never changed in thousands of years. Issues such as property rights, where ceremonies can take place, have changed, but the essential nature of marriage has not. This legislation... No, I won't, because I'd like to get through my speech, thank you. This legislation would create ungendered marriage with two types of marriages available, same-sex marriage or opposite-sex marriage. This will inevitably have implications for society's view of marriage, but fairness will not be one of them. I give way now.
I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, he talks about the unchanging nature of marriage over thousands of years. I don't know if the honourable gentleman is a Christian, he hasn't got to that part yet, but can he just have a good look at the Old Testament, where King David, a man described as being after God's own heart, had not one wife, had not two wives, had many, many wives and concubines, had children by all of them, and was never once criticised by either the priests or the writers of the Bible. He was described as a man after God's own heart. Of course, marriage has changed over many thousands.
To the honourable gentleman, but interventions must be brief. Dr. Matthew Offord.
Grateful for that intervention. It's a point I come to mention later, particularly as I've got another extra minute. But one reason I oppose the bill is because will also be an open-ended process, the consequences of which the government does not appear to have considered, and also the honourable member. In an attempt to appeal, the government has produced a policy on the principle of eradicating difference. The bitter irony is it would only lead to greater inequality. Firstly, civil partners already have the legal rights of marriage, something which is denied to many who already cohabit. Two sisters who live together for many years cannot enter a civil partnership, but if one dies leaving the property to the other, then that sister who remains is liable for full inheritance tax on the property. That would not apply to two female same-sex partners. That's hardly fair, is it? As a result of the bill, same-sex couples also have a choice of seeking to get married or civil registration. A heterosexual couple would be denied the opportunity to seek a civil registration and only have one choice, which is marriage. That's hardly fair either. But what concerns me most is where the legislation will lead. There are several consequences which the government has been unable to give assurance on that possible scenarios will not go on to develop. I suspect that many issues will evolve through a legal process where we have the judiciary constructing judgments that are contrary to the reassurances we're hearing in the chamber here today. Many of us supported the legislation brought forward by the last government which created civil partnerships, particularly when it's part of the consultation document entitled Civil Partnership, a Framework for the Legal Recognition of Same-Sex Couples. It stated the government has no plans to allow same-sex couples to marry. The proposals for civil registration are entirely new status of civil partnership. But just a decade later, we find ourselves here again discussing the very issue. So when the government says it has no plans to change the criteria for determining who can form a marriage, including a marriage between two people, their assurances are worthless. I asked the Secretary of State this question: what consideration has she given to extending other forms of marriage? She said the law is pretty clear on this issue. Marriage is between two people. Is that the same law that says marriage is between one man and one woman? If so, another government can simply come along and change the definition to as many partners as they want. Now, 3 members in this House today have said that they find it disgusting that people have applied polygamy to same-sex marriage. I challenge all 3 of them, if they remained here, to justify where they got that from. It was particularly galling as a member for Finching Golders Green refused my intervention, because I could have explained to him that no one has ever made that justification. For the record, I have never made that comparison. But the evidence from around the world is that once marriage is redefined with a flexible definition, pressure always grows for a redefinition. This should come as no surprise, as there are several advocates of same-sex marriage who openly support changing the law to permit polygamy. In Holland, same-sex marriage was introduced in 2001. Since then, three-way relationships have been given legal recognition through a cohabitation agreement. In Canada, there have been attempts to legalise polygamy through the courts using the same-sex marriage. And in 2007, an appeal court in Ontario ruled that a child can legally have 3 parents. And already, polygamy exists in this country. The government recognised in 2007 that there are over 1,000 bigamous or polygamous marriages in England and Wales, and this has been identified by members and peers in the House of Lords. The unintended consequences of this bill will allow the introduction of a polygamous marriage, as advocated last night on television by Peter Thatchell. Therefore, I should be voting against the bill on behalf of the almost 1,000 constituents who have made clear their opposition to me. I am particularly angry, unlike the member for Southgate. I am angry that I have defended people who are homosexual. Many in this chamber here today have now left. And then they deride me as a bigot, sending me text messages saying that just because I don't support them, I am wrong. And I bitterly resent that. Let me conclude by saying that equality does not mean that we should treat everything the same. And we most certainly do not have the right to redefine marriage over the heads of our constituents.
Sir Peter Bottomley.
The primary commandment is to love the Lord my God with all my heart, soul, mind and strength. And I've been reminded by one of my ordained constituents that that should be used as a way of defining the second great commandment, which is try to treat my neighbour as myself. And essentially what we're doing in this debate is saying, can we remove the barriers to stop same-sex people enjoying the commitment, the at-one-ment of marriage? That's essentially what it comes down to. It's not redefining marriage, it's just taking away barriers. I was taught by 3 people who were homosexual. I only knew one was homosexual at the time. He got married age 60 to a woman. One got murdered by a rent boy, and one spent 30 years in the community of the resurrection. And in his book, Someday You'll Find Me, Harry Williams, who also wrote True Resurrection, True Wilderness, actually explains the difficulty of coming to terms with his homosexuality. He shouldn't have had to do that. He should have had the chance of a happy life, whether or not he chose to partner with somebody else. People have said there's a huge psychological effect on a child being brought up by 2 people of the same sex. Not in the experience I've got of those I know. And incidentally, the children who turn out best aren't the children of a husband and wife married to each other throughout the children's upbringing. It's the children of widows. Because widows both feel a sense of responsibility and have the support of society. And I think, even leaving children aside, we ought to have the same kind of understanding that Margaret Thatcher showed when in 1967 she voted for the decriminalisation of homosexuality. That's the year when Chief Justice Warren in the Supreme Court of the United States handed down the unanimous judgment in a case called Loving versus Virginia, the state of Virginia, where a couple, one called black, one called white, wanted to be married in the state of Virginia. Read the judgment there and understand that case got to the Supreme Court because people were putting arguments against people being able to live together of different colour. It's absurd now, and it's absurd that we have this debate in the length we have. The difference between a civil partnership and a civil marriage is in a civil partnership the registrar speaks. In a marriage, the couple are able to say, I do and I declare. In the same way in church they say, I will. But in the civil sense, that's the only difference. And I wish that those who spoke against the government's proposals, which incidentally were foreshadowed in the Contract for Equality launched by the present Home Secretary before the last election.
3 days before.
3 days before. So those who say this wasn't a codicil, at least the manifesto, are factually wrong. Most people don't know about it, but that's not an important point. We have had 2.5 years of notice and warning of this, but we ought to have recognised it's about 50 years. If we then go back, it is, I think, 177 years since civil marriage was brought in. It's 187 years since the 3rd English university was created, where you could go there without being an Anglican. We have to remember that we're taking away some of the barriers which we ought to have got rid of a long time ago. A man called Tribe, in a book in 1935 called Christian Social Tradition, talked about the problem of society as finding of unity and diversity and to reconcile freedom with order. I think that's loving my neighbour as myself, and I think that what I've experienced, good or bad, others have a chance of choosing or avoiding. I haven't experienced discrimination. I have watched others who have, and I hope that when this matter is concluded, that those who've spent their time writing messages saying we're all wrong will realise, like creating civil partnerships, that maybe they can see life differently in the future.
Rick Olorenshaw.
Speaker, and I'll try in this shortened time to try and vary the comments. And my deep respect to so many members who put their heart virtually on shore in terms of this debate, in terms of the conscience. I just want to say, I approach it from kind of idiosyncratic principles, and I was thinking only the other day that at the moment, along with other honourable members in this House, I am supporting actively the Plymouth Brethren's rights to charitable equality with other groups, and will continue to support that, even though I am not a member of the Plymouth Brethren, and even though the Plymouth Brethren live a life, shall we say, which is somewhat different to the majority of people, or even my lifestyle, and I will support that. I have always supported the Jewish and Muslim communities in their attempts to maintain their faith, right through to halal meat and shakita and all the rest, and I will continue to do that, because I believe, as somebody said, I can't remember which honourable member said, that the test of a civilised society is its protection of minorities, and that's the kind of area I come from, added to which, being a Roman Catholic, a bad one I must admit, in all kinds of ways, and a promise I've made to my constituents that I wouldn't support anything that brought any problem in terms of churches or faith groups, whether it be Plymouth Brethren, Muslims or Roman Catholics, if there was any challenge to their right to keep to their definition of marriage. And the theology I want to come back to in a second, which we've had from a number of people far more expert on theology than I am. I'm satisfied about these locks. The Danish example was quoted, but apparently in Denmark the Parliament passed that rule. They did not put the locks that the Secretary of State has put on this in terms of its protection. And I equate it actually with what happened in the previous century in terms of divorce law. And it's interesting, all this talk about undying marriage and marriage always being the same and the continuation, the popularity of marriage, that nobody seems to have mentioned the loosening of the divorce laws. And as I said, as a Roman Catholic, where divorce is treated somewhat different, but nobody, to my knowledge, has ever challenged the right of a Roman Catholic priest, or indeed an Anglican, to refuse to marry a divorced couple. It's never actually happened. And that's how I see this in terms of that perspective. So I suppose my principles, when I come to it, are simply based round that a reciprocity that exists in any democratic society between collections of minorities and our attempts to find a way to keep each minority's right. And I do believe in terms of this bill that it's got the balance right. And I do believe, and other members have mentioned civil partnerships, and although the honourable member for Tottenham slightly went over top, historically I think he's incorrect, because I think it wasn't Rosa Parks to begin with. The separate but equal was defined as wrong under the Supreme Court. I think it was Brown versus Topeka Education Board, 1959, if my history teaching is still there. But he's right in that sense, that it is different. So I just see this. All we're asking here in this bill is principally for civil marriage. The majority of which existing civil marriages, I said the Roman Catholic Church, because it's between divorcees, doesn't recognise anyway, and fine, that's permitted. And this will be permitted here to keep their own particular beliefs. And for some faiths, which is where the theology gets complicated, some Christian groups who actually want to carry out this marriage. And I thought that's what I came here for, to keep those freedoms and to allow that balance. So I said that's the principle I work on, a reciprocity between minorities about their belief to carry on their right and their lifestyle as they wish to permit, provided it doesn't interfere in any others. And I do not see this bill creates any problems in terms of that, or will prevent me in the future defending Plymouth Brethren, the Jewish faith, my own church's faith, or indeed the Muslim faith.
Mr. Crispin Blunt.
Mr. Speaker, some people say that this bill is just about semantics, but semantics matter. Words express the values of our society. And this bill about marriage is part of the astonishing and wonderful change that has taken place over the last 50 years, that has taken millions of us from criminalisation to legal equality and the enjoyment of self-worth and validation. That certainly wasn't apparent to me as a young man. What I understood was that there was something wrong with me that had to be mastered. And for 3 decades I managed that struggle. And the relief and happiness that comes from not having to do so any longer is due to the courage of others who fought for all of the measures advancing equality over the last 5 decades that are the precursors to today's bill. So what I'm about to say needs to be understood against the enthusiasm and the appreciation that I have for those who've been prepared to lead on this issue, particularly the Prime Minister. And the final line of the Stonewall briefing for today's debate says, Stonewall therefore urges you to support this modest, final legislative measure of equality for homosexual men and women in England and Wales. But, Mr. Speaker, as presented, the bill isn't the final measure. Whilst civil partnerships remain only open to same-sex couples, we will have retained an inequality which we will have to revisit. However much I have tried to explain to my constituents that we propose to legislate to deliver equality in the eyes of the state and protecting the beliefs of the religious, I do not believe my constituents of faith understand this differentiation between marriage in the eyes of the state or marriages in the eyes of their God.
Thank you, my friend, for giving way. I am a Catholic, and religious freedoms are very important to me, as is my religion important to me. But so too is equality and tolerance. And I think this bill protects both of those things that are important to me. And I came here to abstain. I have listened to this debate in a way that I've listened to no other. And it is my intention not to abstain, but to support this bill tonight.
I'm delighted to hear that intervention from my honourable friend. And the course I would advocate is to support this bill and to make those distinctions even clearer as this bill has its passage through the House. So much as this bill would be another step forward, even if unamended, this bill also gives us the vehicle to properly differentiate marriage in the eyes of the state and religious marriage. Simply put, we should be legislating for equal civil marriage and enabling religious organisations to carry out same-sex marriages if they wish to, and protecting them if they don't.
In supporting that point, I'm sure my honourable friend is aware of the book Animal Farm, in which all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Isn't it time in 21st century Britain that men should be allowed to marry men, women should be allowed to marry women, and men allowed to marry women in a civil, I repeat, civil marriage, not a religious marriage?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. And here it is the point that we need to distinguish between civil marriage in the eyes of the state, which we, I think, are absolutely entitled to legislate for here, and indeed a requirement to do so, and marriage in the eyes of people's gods and their beliefs, which I think are different. So, what I would advocate is if it means that, as in France, for example, there should be one ceremony required in the eyes of the state and another religious service, or frankly, more preferably, religious organisations able to deliver marriage in the eyes of the state, then either of these positions would be better than continuing inequality, which I predict, if we don't change this bill, Parliament will come back to revisit. So if this more fundamental change meets the profound concerns, such as those I've heard expressed earlier today by my honourable friend, the member for Wickham, and a number of other honourable members in the House today, and meet the other test of permanent equality in the eyes of the state, I believe that this has much to commend it. This bill, as it's presented to us now, starts us down this road, and I welcome it. But I'd urge the House, at committee and report, to do the job properly on this and not leave avoidable unfinished business.
Mr. John Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like most of my honourable friends, this is an issue on which I thought long and hard. I'm a keen proponent of equal opportunity, and I've recently celebrated my 25th wedding anniversary, so I greatly value the institution of marriage. Also, like many honourable members, I've received a large number of letters and emails on the subject. At the time, when I first started receiving them, I undertook my own research on the subject, looking at the issues then raised, and in July I published a paper setting out my response. At the time, I concluded that there was no compelling case that had been made against the change. I wish to stand by that paper and to move towards a society at ease with itself. Since the bill was published, the emails have continued to come in, and I respect the deeply held views that have been expressed, and am particularly grateful to those who have entered genuine debate with me, and to those who have put their own case with a generosity of spirit.
This is a matter of conscience, and we must all respond with the integrity that this debate has shown. The outcome at the ballot box cannot be allowed to drive this important debate, and I resent the implications that suggest that it should. In my paper, I pointed out that Spain was a good example in point. It allowed gay civil marriage in 2005. There have been no changes since. The Partido Popular, the new Conservative government, has not moved to change it, and life has gone on as normal. It's not surprising to see why. Less than 2% of marriages have been same-sex marriages. Through discussion, I've come to realise that there is a lack of depth and a lack of clarity in some of the responses. And although support for this bill today sends it to committee for scrutiny, I am concerned that some of the issues may be too fundamental to be resolved by this purpose. I therefore ask the Minister how open he is likely to be during the committee to undertake fundamental reform, including reviewing civil partnerships. As I've thought about the issues before me, I too have been troubled. Deep down, I remain of the view that in the end, to make it legal for two people of the same gender to marry is the right thing to do. I cannot comprehend that a gay marriage would undermine a heterosexual marriage, but I have come to question whether this legislation has been prepared in haste, and that goes back to the issue that I raised in relation to the committee. I'm sure too that much of the public disquiet is due to the speed with which this has come forward. Yes, it was in the Equalities Contract produced just before the general election, but it was not in the May Manifesto, it was not in the Coalition Agreement, and it was not in the Queen's Speech. Whilst none of this is essential to bring forward legislation, a change of this type touches deep emotions, and we need to allow time for proper reflection on the genuine concerns raised by so many people. We need also to allow for discussion and understanding, whereas there has only been time for argument and counter-argument. Given my thought on this issue, I cannot in all conscience vote against this bill, but I do ask the Minister for reassurances that when it comes to the committee stage of this, that the committee will be fundamental in looking at the issues that are involved and will begin some of the education process that has been missing over the past few months as one side has merely stood there and shouted at the other.
Mr. Ben Gummer.
Mr. Speaker, many members have spoken powerfully on this issue already in this debate, and I have nothing which I could add to that feeling. What I hope I can speak on is part of the reason we're discussing this at all, which is the 1836 Marriage Act, and the reason that came into place, which was precisely to protect those people who dissented from the common view at the time. Before 1836, you had to get married in a Church of England church. And there were many people for whom that was anathema. They were Roman Catholics, nonconformists, Quakers, and a very, very small number of atheists. And it was in seeking to protect the freedoms and liberties of those people that the then government under Viscount Melbourne brought in the 1836 Act to ensure, in one case which was cited in this House at the time, a Roman Catholic lady married to another Roman Catholic in a clandestine marriage, the husband then running off and leaving her destitute because they hadn't had a proper contract, a marriage contract, in law. So it was in seeking to protect a minority, a number of minorities, that the original 1836 Act was passed. It was a very forward-looking piece of legislation. And the arguments that were marshalled against it at the time were not dissimilar to some of those that we're hearing today, that somehow marriage was exclusively the preserve of religion, and that by extending it into the secular sphere in any way whatsoever devalued it. And yet, although the number of people who were married at the time in secular ceremonies, atheists, was minuscule, it has now risen to 60% of marriages, and we do not see those marriages ourselves here as being of any less worth, of any less love, than those which are conducted within a church. And so I just wonder whether in this chamber now, 100 and how many years later, we should seek to protect the love, the freedoms, the liberties of another minority, and one that has been oppressed and forgotten for so long.
Mr. Gavin Barwell.
In some ways, Mr. Speaker, this is the most difficult issue I've faced in 2.5 years as an MP. Although a majority of my constituents support this proposal, many do not, and some of them feel very strongly about it. And I find myself on the different side of the argument to some of my colleagues and close friends like the member for Enfield Southgate. But in other ways, the issue is clear-cut. I have constituents in same-sex relationships that want to get married. I have faith groups in my constituency that want to conduct these marriages. We've heard a lot today about religious freedom. It would be totally wrong for any church or mosque to be forced to conduct a marriage it didn't want to. But it is equally wrong that there are faith groups in this country today that want to conduct these marriages and are being prevented from doing so by the current law. There is clear public support for the proposal, and as a Conservative, I am a passionate believer in marriage as a force for good. I lament its decline in our society, and we have people that want to get married, and we're saying we're not sure if we want to allow them to do so. Are there any reasons for opposing this change? We've heard two main reasons today. One is we've been asked, can we guarantee that there won't be a successful challenge? Actually, no member can guarantee that the current law couldn't be successfully challenged. The question is there any credible risk? And the answer is no. There are countries that already have this law that have not been challenged. For years, we've allowed people to get divorced and remarried, but the Catholic Church policy of not remarrying divorcees has not been challenged. We've got the most eminent lawyers in the country telling us the risk is inconceivable, and the Church of England itself, in its briefing that it has sent us, says we do not believe this is realistic or likely. And the other point that has been put to us is that this is going to undermine marriage. Now, Mrs. Barwell suffers enough from this job. If I thought that I was going to go home tonight and be accused by the way I vote of undermining my marriage, I would not vote for it. But nobody has actually come up with a credible reason of how this is going to happen. Yes, it's controversial. It was controversial when we decriminalised homosexuality. It was controversial when we equalised the law of consent, so the age of consent. It was controversial when the last Labour government rightly legislated for civil partnerships. But once these things were done and the world did not end, public opinion changed, and that is what will happen when this legislation is passed. I am by nature, Mr. Speaker, a small c Conservative. I don't like change. There is a part of me that would like to take the world back to 1990, when my father was healthy, when I didn't have the pressures of a demanding job, and England were in the semi-finals of a World Cup. But there is another part of me that recognises the failure of this approach. For Conservatives to work, we have to accept that the world changes. If we don't, we become an anachronism. And what we have to do as Conservatives is to shape that change and try and preserve the best of what we inherited. That is what this bill does. If it becomes law, it won't undermine marriage. It won't lead to churches or mosques that don't wish to do so being forced to conduct same-sex marriages. But it will allow people who love someone of the same sex to exchange the same vows that Karen and I exchanged and to be part of the same institution. I want to end by reading something that someone posted on my website. I grew up under Thatcher, the gay son of a one-parent family in Croydon, and got used to the endless moral scopegating Conservatives subjected me to. Ironic, given that I was otherwise a nice middle-class child and classic Tory voting material. The result of my experience was a hatred for Conservatives. To have a group of Conservative MPs now fighting for me to be treated as an equal is refreshing and something I thought I would never live to see. Unlike the Honourable Member for Aldershot who was sitting in front of me, I am a Conservative moderniser. And to people watching this debate today, I want to end by saying this. I believe in marriage, I believe in religious freedom, and I believe that the law of this country must treat people equally. And that is why, with pride, I will walk through that lobby and vote for this bill tonight. And when I look in the mirror when I cease to be an MP, I will be proud of doing so.
Mr. Chris Hopkins.
Can I say I rise in favour of the bill, and can I compliment the tone today and some of the exceptional speeches from both sides of the argument. On the morning of the 2nd of May in 1997, I woke up and was watching TV at the immense excitement of New Labour's landslide. But of course, as a Conservative, I was watching the news that my party had just been humiliated and had one of the biggest defeats in its electoral history. How had we gone from 4 electoral successes to a party on the edge of political extinction? The reality is that some people were tired of us, some people, many, actually hated us, and of course there was issues like sleaze. But my observation was that despite the many great things we'd done in government, society had moved on and we hadn't. 13 years later, the Prime Minister on the steps of Number 10 recognised generously acknowledged in Labour's time the country had become a more open country, and I think it was right that he recognised that. The journey my party's gone on since 1997 is about rethinking some of the issues that we face. The rhetoric of race, engaging with the BME community, single parenthood, disability, a commitment to higher education for all people, not just a minority, embracing the NHS, leadership on international development, and yes, a monumental confidence that we've shown to supporting the lesbian and gay community. All testify to a modern Conservative Party now reflecting the values of a modern Britain in ways which we couldn't have contemplated in '97 and let alone sympathise with. And I say this not because I'm pursuing votes and constructing this argument around pursuing votes, but because I think I want to see my party reflect the values of this country. By all means.
Grateful for the honourable giveaway, but if a majority of the Conservative Party go through the no lobby tonight or actually abstain, does it actually show that what we've got is a PR veneer rather than actual real change in the Conservative Party?
I don't agree with that, and I think what it just demonstrates is that a modern Conservative Prime Minister has put forward a really progressive idea which we can support. So today we're on this road to equality, an idea promoted by a Conservative Prime Minister, fiercely debated by my party, with significant challenge from within, and I wouldn't expect anything different than that from my party. Mr. Speaker, I've been contacted by about 120 people, and the vast majority actually have asked me to oppose this. But actually, from both sides, can I thank most people who've given me considered and thoughtful views. I have laid out my case in front of here, but I think what is important, the one issue that's come up over and over again, is the fact that people of religious faith don't want churches to be forced to marry people of same sex. And I think we've put those provisions in place, we've put those safeguards, and I think I'm confident about that, and I want to demonstrate to the people in my constituency who have fears that the government has taken this seriously and it's the right route to do. Finally, we've been debating this at great length, but I've got to say that the vast majority of the people out there in the real world actually do support the principles behind this bill. All the polling evidence has suggested that. The vast majority of people who I speak to actually support this, and I've got to say the vast majority of young people, and I'm talking people under 50, actually support this.
Hang on.
We need to. Sorry, Eric. We need to respect those of religious faith, but I believe this is right. It's right that we promote marriage to all. It's admirable and it's the right thing to do.
Dr. Therese Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to participate in this debate, and I know that there's been high quality of speeches and people who are passionate on both sides of the argument about this, and generally it's been very good measured. I'm going to be voting against the bill today because I do have a different perspective, perhaps, from some of the people here today on what marriage is really about. Of course, it's about loving commitment to one another, but for me, it's fundamentally still about family, the bedrock of society. I do think that the special provisions of marriage in supporting family, the procreation of children, and similar, of course there'll be other things that happen, which means that's not the case for all families. But I think that's very important to tamper with in very rushed legislation, which hasn't particularly been consulted on. The consultation that did happen, Mr. Speaker, I believe, was inadequate. And I am concerned that you can have as many legal opinions as you like, but at the moment the government is not planning to indemnify any institution against legal costs if they are challenged in court, either in this country or indeed at the European Court of Human Rights. They are also continuing to keep the idea of civil partnerships solely for people of the same sex, so again perpetuating an institution, effectively two tiers, which either it wishes not to repeal or will deny to people of opposite sexes. And I just feel there are too many inconsistencies. The way that the Church of England law is intertwined with that of the law of England is very difficult to unpick. There's no doubt about that. Now, I think what's been fair to say is that honourable members recognise that people who are opposing this bill today are not doing it because they're homophobes, not solely doing it because of religion. In fact, there are more Catholic MPs who are Conservative who are voting for the bill today than are voting against. So it's not a case of splitting that way. But I think it is fair to say that there is concerns about the way this law is being introduced. Not enough has been listened to about the valid concerns of people who are generally frightened about, well, as the Honourable Member for Congleton referred to earlier, will they now be prosecuted because they cannot, have to offer all kinds of weddings. The Secretary of State earlier did not say, but the legal advisor suggests people who work for councils will not be able to discriminate between it, and I understand the reasons why that might be. But it's simply not valid to say that people will not be affected because of the changes in this way. I'm not trying to say that the love between people of two same sexes is something evil. I'm not suggesting that at all. If I go back in history, Mr. Speaker, it was Henry VIII at the same time he was setting up the Church of England who criminalised homosexuality. It was repealed by Queen Mary, a Catholic monarch, and then reinstated by Elizabeth I. So I'd like to think it's actually been the Church of England who's been principal in some of the horrific abuse against aspects about that. But one of the things I want to just say is that I appreciate this will probably go through at second reading. It's important that the government listens to all sorts of voices at committee, and that people who are not selected on committee can still attend and make their views heard and make amendments as accordingly. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate there are many others who wish to speak, and I thank honourable members for their patience.
Mrs. Andrea Leadsom.
Mr. Speaker, this debate goes to the heart of our 21st century dilemma. In Parliament, we rightly advocate for equality and freedom and the protection of minority rights. But too often, the rights of one group directly conflict with the rights of another. And this isn't new. Back in the 1850s, a political hero of mine, John Stuart Mill, tried in his essay on liberty to define where one person's liberty ends and another person's liberty begins. He said, "We should be without impediment from our fellow creatures, so long as what we do does not harm them." And the issue of same-sex marriage, I believe, tests human liberties to the limit. As a Christian, I've been struggling with trying to square off that the Bible teaches that marriage is between a man and a woman, and yet I believe that God loves us all equally, whether we believe in him or not, whether we go to church or not, and whatever our sexuality. So the first point I want to make is that I wholeheartedly believe that same-sex couples have as valid a relationship with their partner as do heterosexuals, and I also believe that in the eyes of the state we all deserve to be treated equally. But I want to go back to the question of how one person's liberty should not be allowed to encroach upon another's, and here I'm genuinely torn. I have deep sympathy with the hundreds of my constituents who fear that legislation for same-sex marriage, whilst it may be unintended, will profoundly encroach upon their right to live according to their faith. For many, the conviction that marriage can only take place between a man and a woman means that they feel their own marriage is undermined by what they see as a profound change to the biblical definition. For others, they fear that same-sex marriage will lead to those working as teachers, as priests, as chaplains, and in the caring professions will be unable to express their own profoundly held views in the workplace. I share their concerns, and I believe that they're right to fear discrimination against those of faith if this legislation is enacted. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe we have any mandate for this bill. There is no nationwide clamour for same-sex marriage. Civil partnership does provide state recognition for the love of same-sex partners, and if we were truly seeking equality, then surely we would also be legislating for heterosexuals to enter into civil partnership. This bill causes great hurt, and for many represents a radical reform without proper consideration of the consequences. I deeply regret the way it has diminished the principles of democracy and liberty in this country. It's being rushed through to the shock of many people. Fundamental change like this should give time and space for consideration. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't a sixth form debate. This is legislation from one of the oldest parliaments in the world, so the message we give from this place matters deeply. So with great sadness, I shall be positively abstaining. I will be walking through the eye lobby in solidarity with the minority of same-sex couples for whom marriage represents the ultimate expression of their love for one another. And then I'll also be walking through the no lobby to support the liberty of those whose freedoms may well be under threat from this ill-considered legislation. Thank you.
Mr. Richard Fuller.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for catching your eye. And, you know, sir, though it has caused the Prime Minister a spot of bother, I think he was absolutely right to bring forward and raise the principle enshrined in this bill. One only needs to look at the number of European countries that are adopting same-sex marriage and the statement of President Obama of the United States to understand that this was an issue that had to be addressed and not judged. And the bill itself contains within it a noble ambition. It is an ambition that I share, but I shall not be joining my colleagues in the eye lobby this evening. And in this House of sharply expressed opinions on both sides, perhaps I can take a moment to explain my position. As many speakers have said, the issue for gay people in this country has changed dramatically over many years, and over my lifetime it has gone from a situation where homosexuality was not recognized in the public square, through a childhood where the absence of understanding of that issue was loud as any absence can be, through a recognition that when one came of age, that the very act of having sex could be and lead to the catching of a contagious illness, and through a period where there was a recognition that that illness in turn could lead to loved ones and friends dying. It has also led in a political sphere for people using, indeed political opponents using, one's sexual orientation as a political weapon to seek to achieve the accumulation of votes, notwithstanding what their party might say. It's their abiding principle. But out of that period, and perhaps significantly from the period of the reaction to HIV and AIDS, came the strength and the power for the recognition of same-sex people and same-sex couples to have unions. And this country should be enormously proud, and the last government should be enormously proud, and the Honourable Member for Rutland and Melton should be extremely proud of his role in bringing civil partnerships into legislation. And I am enormously proud of what that means when I can see and talk to a young man who I'm sure one day and very shortly will be in this place, about how important it is for him now to see that he can marry his partner. But what all of that has told me, Mr. Speaker, is that though it is important for me to speak in this debate, it is as important that I should listen. And when one receives so many observations from one's constituents of deeply held views, I think it is important for all members of this House to have some humility before they express their own vote on their own opinions. And I would also say, as many of those expressions have come from a religious belief, that one should understand this. Faith matters, and we ignore the subtlety of the sinews of faith that operate in our public square if we seek to push to one side the real concerns and objections that people may have. We may ultimately decide, Mr. Speaker, that this is a bill we should pass, and I certainly hope that we can do this. But I would hope my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, would recognise that there are concerns with the anomalies in this bill. There are real concerns about what the ramifications of this bill should be. And as my friend, the Honourable Member for Stourbridge, has said, many of those come from a misunderstanding of what may be contained in this bill. And I would also ask her to consider that President Obama made his position clear before he went into an election. That may not be possible in this instance, but if we want to achieve that long-standing and permanent change to the meaning of marriage, I would ask my right honourable friend to consider whether indeed that will be necessary.
Mr. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very pleased and very proud very early on during the initial discussions of this debate, when the consultation document was launched, to state very publicly that I believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. And I stand by that commitment. For saying that publicly, I have been subjected to vilification, abuse, threats to my physical well-being and threats to my office. None from constituents, but from people outside my constituency. I've received about 5 letters of support for a change to the sexual arrangements in marriage, and 1,000 supporting my stance. The reality is that the vast majority of my constituents share my view that there is no need for such a change. Now, if I thought in any shape or form that same-sex couples did not have the same rights before the law, then I would think again. But the reality is that civil partnerships, introduced by this Parliament well before I was elected, introduced those rights for same-sex couples. But there are differences between the relationships between same-sex couples and heterosexual couples. A couple have been mentioned. For example, a same-sex couple cannot consummate a marriage. It's a physical impossibility. They cannot produce children without a third party. Either a sperm donor or a surrogate is required. So those two things start to change the fact of equality and unequal treatment. We then have a position as a party where we have no mandate whatsoever to introduce any change to the law because we did not promise to do so. And when we introduced the consultation document, what was chosen to do was not should we do it, but how to do it. And as a result, the Coalition for Marriage's petition was completely ignored in this whole process. And I think the clear issue is on legal opinions that we've heard about challenges. We should also remember, and I've sat through almost all of this debate this afternoon, Parliament passes laws. Ministers propose laws to Parliament, but it's the courts and lawyers that interpret the laws that are passed. We can give no guarantees about people being prosecuted and forced through the courts for exercising their valid opinions. And I worry about what will happen in our schools. Will our teachers be forced, because after all disciplinary codes are the requirement of head teachers and governing bodies, will teachers be forced, against their devout religious views, to teach things that they fundamentally disagree with? And if they choose not to do so, will they be the subject of disciplinary action and sacked? And it's all very well for people to say, well, the law will uphold them and will protect them. But the reality is we've already had one person who lost his job. He won the court case. He still lost his job. He hasn't got the court costs back. He's still way out of pocket. The reality is that people fear that across the land. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the matter of faith, a church or any religious institution is not the building in which it sits, it's the body of the organisation, it's the congregation. And there are many evangelical churches that have to hire local authority premises who will be told you can no longer hire local authority premises to practice your religion unless you allow same-sex marriages to be introduced. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the key subject of the bill's name. The aim of the bill allegedly is to create equality. We will have same-sex marriages and heterosex marriages, two totally different things, and therefore the object is defeated.
Mr. Richard Drax.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and to follow, honourable friend, and I'd like to pay tribute to all those who spoke, and not least the member, honourable friend for Bedford, who I thought gave a very gentle and humble speech. And I hope I can follow along those lines, because I think it is important that we debate this sensibly and calmly. I, like all members in here, want to see loving couples, I want to see happy families. We all want this to be the case. But I do think, and I shall be voting against the bill tonight, I do think that this is a step too far and a sad day for marriage as I and millions of people in this country understand it. And I would say, and I regret to say this, that I think there's an element of token politics in this which I don't like. We are talking about redefining marriage. This is what I don't understand, redefining marriage. Where do we stop? What can we redefine next? Shall we redefine husband, wife, parents, children, Mr. and Mrs.? Let's keep on redefining until we change everything, in my case, that I and many others hold dear. I don't want this nation to become full of grey nothings, because that's what will happen if we go on reacting to upsetting people's sensitivities. I am concerned in particular about the unintended consequences of this bill, which have been mentioned again and again, and for good reason. I paint a picture of a teacher in a school who does not agree with this bill. What's she going to say to the headmaster or headmistress? I don't want to give this lesson? What will happen to that teacher in that instance if she objects on conscious grounds? I would say to you that evidence shows that, regrettably, that teacher will be disadvantaged. And I'm going to carry on because I think one more colleague wants to get in, and I want to continue, if I may. I don't agree that this is about discrimination, persecution or prejudice, words that have been used this afternoon, and, dare I say, thrown a bit like confetti around this chamber. This is about the Christian faith. I'm not a great practicing Christian, I'm not here in my box, but that's what this is about, the Christian faith, and we are in effect undermining one of its core beliefs, that marriage is between a man and a woman. I've heard the word want. We want this again and again and again this afternoon. We want this. All of us want lots of things, but there are consequences. What I have not heard for this cry for rights is the word responsibilities. I had one member, a gay man in my constituency, who said to me, Richard, I do not agree with this because I respect the institution of marriage, and I do not want to in any way undermine that. There is no call for that, and I do not want the gay community to go there. Finally, I would say that it's a sad day that, in effect, a Conservative Prime Minister is going to use the opposition and our colleagues on the front benches in front of me to push this through. I think that's a sad day for democracy and a sad day for our party.
Mr. Ian Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, I very much welcome the opportunity and the privilege to take part in this important debate. I often recall the day a few years ago when I finally plucked up the courage to tell my parents that I was gay. And I began the conversation with the line, Mum, you know I'm never going to be able to marry. Now, I use that form of words just as a way of broaching an awkward conversation. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. But I often reflect on them, and it makes me very sad that for so long that was a factually correct statement. And I look at the marriage that my parents have, 45 years and going strong, and I aspire to the same thing. I don't have someone at the minute, but if I do, I want to cherish that person, to love them, support them. It's not just about a ceremony, it's about being with them for the rest of the life. In good times and bad, rich or for poor, sickness and health. That can apply as much to me as to a straight couple. And I don't understand why some people feel threatened that allowing me to have that in any way diminishes what a heterosexual couple have. I want the same things. A honourable friend from southwest Bedfordshire was absolutely right when he said we don't talk enough about helping relationships, strengthening them, rewarding people doing the right thing. We should. But stopping gay people marrying is not part of that. It's not going to diminish it. So I very much welcome the bill today. There are many different interpretations of marriage. We've heard them discussed today. Some people do not wish divorcees to remarry. Others are perfectly comfortable with it. I'm no theological expert, but the concept of marriage has evolved over time. And I just think it is perfectly possible to respect those who do take a traditional view of marriage. I don't agree with it, but I utterly respect those who sincerely hold that view. But it is surely possible to both respect that and allow others to enjoy the benefits of marriage. Other countries have managed it perfectly well. Spain, Canada, many other countries. It's surely not beyond our wit and wisdom to devise that in law in this country. And that is why I very much welcome the bill today, and I will go through the eye lobby with pride in a little while.
Mr. Guy Opperman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the finest debates that I've ever had the privilege to listen to, with outstanding contributions on all sides. This House, I suggest, Mr. Speaker, is on a journey. And it is a journey that can be traced back many years, whether it is 100 years ago when there was the suffragettes and the opportunity for women to have the vote, 1922 when women were entitled to be MPs, 50 years ago when we had the civil rights movement and we had homosexuality in 1967 being made legal, or whether it is approximately 10 years ago when we had civil partnerships made legal. Into those contexts, this House is on a journey and this country is on a journey too. We are all changing, and this House must change with it, and so must the country, I suggest, change with it. And that is why I certainly will be supporting this piece of legislation tonight. And I say to the many people who have come to see me, who have written to me, whether it is from the Catholic Church point of view, the Church of England, or other faiths, I respect entirely that this is a very large step for all of us to be taking, and that there are significant impacts upon all of us. But it is also right that we should be supporting those who wish to go on this particular journey. So, this is not a bill that is perfect, Mr. Speaker. I think anyone who has listened to this debate will know that even the most ardent supporters of this particular debate accept that this bill requires improvement as it navigates its way through committee. So I, for one, strongly urge the House that this is a bill that has proper committee consideration and amendment as it goes forward. For myself, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of commitment. I spent 20 years as a community activist, councillor, lawyer and now MP, seeing examples of difficulties that occur when couples fail to commit, fail to bring up children in the right way, and yet when two people show a desire to commit in the most serious way possible, are we to deny them this merely because they are of the same sex? That cannot be right. We know that married couples are twice as likely to stay together as cohabitating couples. And yes, whilst there are clear religious problems with the arguments put forward in favour of this bill, I cannot conceive of a God who creates, allows and permits homosexuals, but would then want us to deny them the right to seek marital fulfilment within a religious context. The protections that have been put in by the bill, I suggest, are ample going forward, and the example that we see in other countries all across the world amply shows that this is something that can be navigated without recourse to the European Court of Human Rights or other particular legal jurisdictions. It cannot be right also that we are failing to allow the religious groups, including the Quakers, the Unitarians and others who want to conduct such marriages, to be able to go forward on that. That seems to me, with respect, Mr. Speaker, totally illogical. So I am satisfied that the religious freedoms are there and that no religious institution or church leader, whether they be Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, whatever, can be forced to conduct such marriages. Don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Rabbi Julia Neuberger spoke when she said it is precisely because marriage is such a uniquely important institution that we should ensure that all couples who want to get married can do so, regardless of their sexuality. Finally, Mr. Speaker, some have insisted that same-sex marriage would undermine the institution of marriage. Does anyone here feel that they will be less married by the fact that we have gay constituents who could commit? I myself am not married. I have yet to find the woman who probably would want to marry someone as myself. When I do, though, Mr. Speaker, and she is out there, I promise you. When I do, Mr. Speaker, the fact that there are gay friends and gay colleagues who are getting married would not stop it.
Mr. Martin Vickers.
Mr. Speaker, you mentioned at the beginning, I think, that there were 71 speakers from the backbenches, and therefore, if I am indeed the 71st or thereabouts, it will be an action replay of many of the points previously made. I'm going to oppose the bill this evening, although on balance I accept the fact that evidence from the polls probably indicates there is a majority in the country who favour the change. However, the democratic process should protect those with deeply felt and sincerely held views that mean they cannot.
Order. I know it's been a long debate, but the honourable gentleman must be heard. And I hope with courtesy. Mr. Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say, the democratic process should protect those with deeply felt and sincerely held views that mean they cannot go along with this change. In proposing this change, what we're actually doing is alienating tens, possibly hundreds of thousands of our supporters. They feel threatened. Maybe the tide of history is moving against them. But at that particular point, a major social change should not be pushed through with no electoral mandate. We've heard previous speakers refer to the Contract of Equalities that was published by the party 3 days before the election. It's disingenuous to say that that was a manifesto commitment. Clearly it was not. Very few people knew it existed, and many people, of course, by post had already voted at that point. I accept that the younger generation, maybe even the middle-aged, are more relaxed about this issue, but those of the 50, 55-plus age group feel, to say the least, uncomfortable with the proposed changes. And I suspect there are few, if any, in the 50-plus age group offering policy advice to ministers. Had it been the case, we would probably not be in this position this evening. The Secretary of State said that religious organisations take different views on this, and indeed they do. And it's very easy to pluck biblical references to support arguments, and politicians should be very wary. Even practising Christians such as myself should be very wary about doing that. But in one particular exchange I had with a constituent, it came to me that the biblical quotation that love is the fulfilment of the law. And that, combined with a letter, an email I received from a young lady, a student constituent, who was in a same-sex relationship, did indeed make me reflect on the situation. I have still, though, as I've mentioned, come to the conclusion that I will oppose this change. Governments must legislate to balance the different views of those over whom they rule. And quite simply, in pushing ahead with this legislation without a mandate, they are trampling on the strongly held views of a great many people. And they're putting significant social change, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, should be allowed to evolve. Attitudes move on, and it may well be the case that this legislation would be accepted in the not-too-distant future. But now is not the time. The very least the government can do is to allow, as has already been suggested, more time. They should stop, pause, reflect, and give more time. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the media has represented the views as being a split in the Conservative Party. If you go out onto the streets of Cleethorpes, I can assure you the views of across the political spectrum are very wary and very concerned about these proposals, and I would join in those colleagues who are urging the House to vote against the proposal.
Kate Green.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. We've heard many very deeply felt speeches this evening representing a very wide range of views, and I'm sure honourable and right honourable members will forgive me when we've heard 66 contributions, I think, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, if I don't comment on individual contributions. Otherwise, we will be here all evening. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that every single one of those contributions will have been listened to with immense care and attention by lesbian, gay and transgender people around the country, for whom, of course, this debate is of profound significance. And I am really delighted that we have had this debate today, and I congratulate the government in bringing forward this legislation at this time, because this is a rare thing in this place, I think, Mr. Speaker, a chance for us to celebrate, a chance to have a debate about a happy subject, and I think we should enter into it in that spirit this evening. Labour introduced civil partnerships and legislation in 2004, and since then, in a very, very short period, if we think about it, they've become widely and readily accepted. And quickly, it has become time to finish what was started then. And I'm very pleased that we are making progress with the bill today. Now, it's quite clear, Mr. Speaker, that there are concerns relating to detailed aspects of the bill, which of course it's right that we should examine very carefully in committee. But I want to say to those who say there are more important things that we should be doing now in this Parliament, that I cannot understand why we would not think it important to take time to recognise, encourage and enable more people to enter into marriage as an expression of their stable, loving and committed relationship. I will just pick up on one or two of the arguments that have been made, Mr. Speaker. The argument that marriage can only exist between a man and a woman. I recognise that that is the teaching in many faiths, but as honourable members around the House have pointed out, marriage isn't just a religious matter, it's a social institution too. And precisely because it is a social institution, the meaning of marriage changes over time as society's values have changed. Those changes have proven that marriage is remarkably resilient. Indeed, its resilience derives in part from its ability to adapt to changing social mores. And by recognising and extending the definition of marriage to reflect today's greater openness towards and recognition of same-sex relationship, the legislation does not weaken the institution of marriage. On the contrary, it takes it forward, it strengthens it, it helps to perpetuate it. Those who argue that marriage can only exist between persons of opposite sex have also pointed to the procreation of children as a defining element of marriage, but that is to see marriage very narrowly. The possibility of marriage has always existed for couples for whom children would not be an option. I'm glad to say, as a 52-year-old woman, that we've never forbidden women over childbearing age from entering into marriage. We heard some important contributions about children and how they will fare in same-sex marriages. Mr. Speaker, there's plenty of evidence to show that what children need above all to thrive is to live in families where there is stability and love. I can understand the concerns about stigma, but stigma is something we as a society can and have a responsibility to do something about. And as to discussion about the need for female and male role models for children, there are, of course, already very many successful families who do not conform to the traditional two-parent nuclear pattern, and their children do very well. Wider family networks, school and community supply a range of role models, as they will for children brought up in same-sex marriages, and we should all take our role in ensuring that. And, Mr. Speaker, very importantly, for the young person who is trying to make sense of his or her own sexuality, the public affirmation and celebration of same-sex marriage can offer a promise of acceptance and assurance. So, Mr. Speaker, there are aspects of this legislation that will be considered very carefully in committee. But the underlying purpose is one we should celebrate. It is good. The public support it, 3 in 5 people of faith support it, and most tellingly, there is a changing tide. The generation under 50 by far support it. We should be proud in this Parliament to afford the right to marry to same-sex couples. In doing so, we lay down a marker for equality, and our society as a whole will be stronger for it.
I call the Minister, Hugh Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think by our calculations we've had over 70 speeches this afternoon, and this has been a lively and impassioned debate, and if I might say so, one that I think has shown this House at its best. It has demonstrated how deeply members on all sides of the House feel about this issue, and I hope very much that we can continue to respect those differences as the bill moves towards committee and report. This is a bill with a very straightforward proposition at its heart. Whether extending marriage for same-sex couples strengthens marriage and increases equality, or whether it is a threat to religion and society. The government believes that it is the former, and as the Honourable Member for Battersea said, and I believe, this is a bill whose time has come. With the limited time available to me, I'll try and deal very briefly with the main issues raised during the debate, though time for interventions will be limited. The Honourable Member for Banbury asked whether the Government would be willing to look again at Clause 11.5, and I can say to him that we are very happy to discuss this part of the bill again with the Church of England, and doubtless it will come up again at committee. And the Honourable Member for Henley asked whether we would look at things with an open mind in committee and report. We will, but of course they have to be within the scope of the bill. The Honourable Member for Exeter asked about the position of the Church of England. In their own briefing, the Church of England have said it is essential that the various locks in the bill are preserved as drafted. There was a point also raised by the Honourable Member for Chesham and Amersham. And the Honourable Member for Exeter also asked about the position of a clergyman who wished to marry a same-sex couple in another building. A Church of England clergyman, for example, could not marry a same-sex couple according to Church of England rights, because he would need the approval of the governing authority of his church. He or she would also need to be licensed, and the premises would need to be licensed, and it is unlikely that all those three criteria would be fulfilled. The Honourable, one of the, I'm sorry if I forget which one, but one of the Honourable Members from Northern Ireland asked about marriage courses run by the churches and whether they would be affected by the bill. And the answer to that is no. There are existing protections in the Equality Act 2010 which ensures that non-commercial religious organisations can restrict their services on the basis of sexual orientation. And a number of members asked about the legal position in Denmark. This is very simple. When they introduced same-sex marriage in Denmark, their legislation required their established church to conduct such ceremonies. That, of course, makes it fundamentally different to the position in this country. That is not the approach we are taking with this legislation. And finally, we were asked about polygamy. The case in Brazil that the Honourable Member cited was of a legal marriage of three people in a civil union, so it is not one that applies here. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as I said at the beginning, this has been a good and lively debate during which all sides have had an opportunity to place their arguments on the record. We will continue, as the Honourable Member sitting opposite said, to examine the bill in detail in committee, starting with detailed evidence sessions next week. Yes.
Extremely grateful, Honourable friend, for giving me. He said it's been a lively and passionate debate. Would the government not consider taking the committee stage on the floor of the House, so that some of those who have not been able to speak today and others could really have a chance to question the Minister in detail on what the detail of this bill?
Mr. Speaker, no, I entirely understand the point that the Honourable Gentleman is making. There is a procedural issue here. which is that many of the churches and people who wish to come and give detailed evidence during the evidence session have asked us not to do that, because if we were to take the committee stage entirely on the floor of the House, we would then have to forego the ability for them to appear in front of the committee in those detailed evidence sessions. So it is precisely to protect the ability of the many religious groups who wish to give evidence in person that we have been unable to do. No, I'm afraid I won't be able to take any more. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this bill is a straightforward proposition. If a couple love each other, then the state should not stop them getting married unless there is a good reason. And in this day and age, being gay is not a good reason, if it ever was. I know that for some religions and faiths, this goes beyond their beliefs. I respect that entirely, and as a result, the bill specifically protects the rights of those who do not agree and does not compel anyone to do anything. All religious organisations are free to choose whether to opt in or to opt out. This bill simply allows people to get married who are currently excluded from doing so purely because they are of the same sex. It is a clear and simple objective delivered in a way that promotes and protects religious freedom. In short, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is a sensible and timely step forward, and on that basis, I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Division. Clear the lobbies. I'd just like to see who the tellers. The two of you. Yeah. Tellers? Yeah. Yeah. Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Mr. Desmond Swain and Mr. Mark Hunter. Tellers for the noes, Mr. Peter Bone and Dr. Therese Coffey. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The eyes to the right, 400. The nose to the left, 175.
The eyes to the right, 400. The nose to the left, 175. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Point of order, Mrs. Anne Main.
Mr. Speaker, on the floor of the House today, we've heard many views that we should have this in committee on the floor of the House rather than having it just upstairs. The Minister has been asked about whether or not that was possible, and he gave his reasons why he didn't believe it was. For clarification, Mr. Speaker, and before we make our vote on the programming of this, is it possible to have split committee proceedings, therefore some upstairs, facilitating what the Minister would like to happen, and some on the floor of the House?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her attempted point of order. The point raised by the Honourable Lady might be interesting, but that does not render it a point of order on which I can rule. Her view, no doubt informed by a close reading of Standing Order number 84A little 2, will assuredly guide her and maybe other honourable and right honourable members on how to vote on the programme motion about to be moved by or on behalf of a minister.
I beg to move.
The question is the programme motion as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobbies. Order. The question is the programme motion as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Mr. Greg Hands and Mr. Mark Hunter. Tell us for the noes, Mr. Peter Bone and Mr. Philip Hollowbone. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 499. The noes to the left, 55.
The ayes to the right, 499. The noes to the left, 55. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We come now to the money resolution to be moved formally. Thank you. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobbies. Paper, as many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Mr. Greg Hands, Mr. Mark Hunter. Tell us for the noes, Mr. Peter Bone and Mr. Philip Hollowbone. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 481. The noes to the left, 34.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 481. The noes to the left, 34. So the ayes have it. The ayes